No, why is it still? Oh, it's. I was going to try and make these match. Let's do that. There we go. That's a little less disconcerting. But sorry, folks, I'd get the YouTube stream going at the same time, and then kittens clawing my mic and messing with that. But I'm not sure if I can use the mic that's on the webcam because it might not pick up properly what's coming through the TikTok when I get people as guests popping on and there's a conversation, where with the Yeti right behind it, it always picks that up very well. So hopefully she doesn't keep knocking that. Once she's done it twice, she's interested. Hey, someone says friggin' books. Yeah, it's the whole frickin' house. Yeah, Emily had to see all that recently. Just wandering around in here, like there's way too. There's not much else for anything else in this house. It's just looks everywhere. Let's see. Okay, that's it so far. Okay. Well, gosh, here we are again on a Friday. It's Friday. My watch is still charging, but it is Friday, right? Yep. Computer says it's Friday. So, Office Hours Live with the Mad Professor. Yay. Let's see. No one yet requesting to pop up here. So, what do we want to talk about? Well, it's either people popping up and throwing questions at me, or I don't know, hit me in the little chat thing, because all I can do is just give random little personal updates right now. Got a little sick this week too. That threw me off a bit. Oh, I forgot to eat my snack. My plate is empty. Oh well. I did remember my espresso though. Ooh, yes. Evening espresso. Let's see. What did I say? Oh yeah. Sorry, Muse. I ended up getting sucked into a long, completely separate conversation until just before this. I knew I was forgetting something. It did download onto here. But let's see. I guess I can turn the volume off on it. Look here. But it did just finish downloading. Running in the background there. The composite of the two looks good. Let's see. Let's find a spot where it's doing that. Yeah, that looks pretty well. You get the names tacked on there. That looks nice. Oh, I was so looking at this old radio looking thing that she has there when we had the introductions. We were chatting for a bit. Much cooler when it's bigger like this. Oh well. Yeah, so for anybody else has no idea what we're talking about, episode 12 of the podcast will drop on Monday. I was too sick for the recording session earlier in the week, or rather I was in way too much pain with an infection. So I was there for the introductions, and then I ducked out, and Jamal had a conversation with Lexi for this. But yeah, it looks really good. Liam and Emily sitting in a proverbial tree. Yeah, that's entirely fair. Entirely fair. Yeah, that's cool. That she has an antique interest. I would have enjoyed talking about. My house is filled with them. My grandfather used to run an antique shop, so I inherited a love of that stuff from him. So I've got all kinds of random stuff. Oh, eyes can never avoid scanning bookshelves. Okay, I should stop this. Anyway, let's see. Bring that back. Okay, it looks really good. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's really neat. It's hard to find people these days that really have an interest in that sort of thing, you know. I've had people come through and they're like, "Why do you have all this weird random junk?" Like, why is your furniture all dark woods and stuff? Like, it's like, yeah, it's very much not a modern aesthetic in this house. Even on the walls in my kitchen, I have tons of old like actual kitchen equipment, like funky blenders and mashers and all kinds of stuff, like really old stuff, just hanging up on the walls, sort of decorating it. Yeah, there's just old stuff everywhere. Oh, we're sitting under a fun one here. I don't know if I can tip this back far enough. See the old fluorescent light up there? That Ham's light my grandfather used to use in his den in the evenings, so it would glow a nice blue. This one can see it. Yeah, you can. There you go. So now both people can see it. But yeah, he used to use that as a light in there. It's very old as a fluorescent, so it has a buzz in it. I totally want to try and fix the electronics a little bit so it's not unsafe with all the wood and books and stuff here to run, but I haven't gotten to that. But it's in its permanent spot. I just got to take it down and tweak it a little bit later and make sure it's safe. But I want to do something similar. I do something similar already in the living room. I've got it. It's hard to explain. So it's like it's an exit sign, like telling you the way out of a building, but with this thick green glass inside it. So you just put a small bulb in the center and it lights things up like with a very faint green light. And I don't need much light in the evening, so I just use that. So it's the same kind of thing, a little bit of green, a little bit of blue. I would like the small lights. Eventually I'll get this fluorescent working up here. It's amazing that it still worked for so long. I can plug it in. It works. It still fires up, but it just has this very loud whine. It would drive me crazy. But somehow that fluorescent gas can just sit in those frickin' tubes for decades. The thing's from the 50s and it still works. Crazy. Oh, look, there's an Emily. And is the first guest request too. Look at that. Ooh, someone's fidgeting. It's an echo. It's an echo. And what it's picking up from. I was going to play with these. How do you do these layout things? Where was that? Is it under? Nope, it's not there. Where did they put those? Maybe it is here. Nope. I can't remember where they put the different layouts for the screen. Settings. Can you remember where they hide that? Can't seem to find it. It just expands. Weird. Oh, Rocky's reminding me I forgot my snack. I have to go grab it. It's the disconnect one. Aha! Found it. There we go. That's something. Now she has to figure out the camera and mic thing.
Is it still echoing?
Yeah, I'm coming through it. Didn't used to do that.
Oh, wait. Okay. But it's echoing. It's bad.
Well, I'll hear myself coming through you.
Huh.
That's bizarre. I could swear you've stayed unmuted before and we've had no problem at all, but blast. I think Muse just told a joke that went right over my thick head. I'm gonna go grab a wee snack while she tinkers with sound, and we see if anybody else wants to pop up. Yeah, I don't know what that was, Muse. I swear she stayed unmuted for long stretches before without my voice going back through it. So I don't know what it's picking up or how. I'm sure lots of you know this stuff a lot better than I do. TikTok, that is. Good evening, P-Dub. Oh, look, a guest request.
Echoing?
Well, it seems to pick up a lot in the room, and it's feeding me back through.
There's no sound in this room.
Yeah, there's a weird squeal. As soon as you came on, there was a weird squeaky sound that came out. Maybe it's a... Yeah, Muse is saying microphone or microphone input. Maybe there's some microphone setting that changed in the last week that was good with it, because there's a weird squeal that's coming through even when it should be silent, and then it also has the echo of me coming back through it. This account isn't a mod. How is that? How did that? That's weird. You folks and all your different accounts confusing me. Well, it is a mod account now, so there's that. Espresso with cacao and aged cheddar and stale potato chips. This is a strange dinner. Very strange indeed. Oh, yeah. Rocky, it works really well. So I pack in a layer of cacao, layer of coffee, drizzle in a little bit of sugar, pack in more cacao, espresso, keep repeating, rinse, repeat until you got done. Pack it down firmly, stick it in. Works really well. It's Yeah, it's really good. I love that, Andy. Oh, that's a good line. We're stuck on my Wi-Fi. Normally I use normally I use my Verizon, but they've had the infrastructure issues lately, so the signal isn't great. So I'm just using my Wi-Fi instead. Oh, I have done cardamom with, like, I make Arab coffee, but I've never actually stuck cardamom in the espresso machine. That's an interesting idea. I just started using I stopped using the espresso side of my combination machine a few years ago. And then while Emily was here, she was interested in it, so we got it cleaned up and working again. So I'm just experimenting again with it. That could be fun. I may do that. Oh yeah, and if anyone knows like a really good like espresso machine, or preferably something that can also do drip coffee, otherwise I got to get two machines. Let me know, because the machine I've got is quite old, but has worked for a long, long time. But it is quite old. Some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. That's an interesting thing for them to say. And what's the point of clicking the audience controls thing? I mean, I don't see anything. Who's saying something? Maybe the host can't see it. Maybe only mods can see if there's a filtered comment. So if somebody has if somebody who is a mod sees a comment, let me know, but I don't see anything here. I just drafted PW as a mod. I don't know what it's talking about. Some comments were filtered. Are y'all having a really bad experience right now? I'm just swearing up a storm and doing all kinds of really sus things.
Is my audio still bad?
No, it sounds good. I'm not hearing myself at all through it, and it's much quieter when you're not talking. You fixed it.
Okay, the trick was shut off TikTok and come back.
Okay, so it was a Chinese dancing app glitch. Got it.
Yeah.
Those happen. Hello.
I have a real human form.
Ooh.
Okay, how loud can I put my volume before it say something?
Hello. Blah, blah, blah.
No echo?
No, nothing's coming through.
The comment that was filtered was me.
I'm
not going to repeat it. It's fine. But what the word that it filtered was the word sex.
What is the point of the audience controls things if it's going to filter any adult topic? I don't get that.
I don't know.
Now I know what the rest of the comment was. I'm not sure how that. We were talking about like coffee and snacks, and who knows where you went with that.
Okay, I was talking about the espresso machine, and I was like, everyone recommend a new espresso machine. And then I said, I think I broke the steam one. And I said, that's not a sex joke. And then I said, bye.
It's a very different type of wand than that. Yeah, got it.
But I think it only filtered, that's not a sex joke, and it left the other comments.
So to anyone on YouTube, know that TikTok is very strange, and we have to filter our language in all kinds of convoluted ways. Anyway, who's in here and sees the account normally. I posted a lot less lately because holy crap, every time I'm doing it, I'm getting all kinds of complaints from them. Just it can be like a 60-second video of just people talking that I take from some news source, but because it came from some other source, they're saying you have to replace the music, so they'd be completely silent videos. So There's a lot more content that's going up on my Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and everything else lately than there is to TikTok. Sorry. Oh, and also to Clapper, which gets anything under the 3 minutes I can put there. So I put a lot of my video content there as well. Honestly, the only thing that TikTok really still has going for it is you can do much longer individual videos. I mean the live things. I mean, like when you record a clip and put it up there talking about something, Clapper is still limited to 3 minutes. If they fix that problem, then as far as I'm concerned, they've killed this for me, because it seems to do everything else that TikTok does, really, without the constant harassment of, oh, I'm sorry, your video talking about this very important social issue goes against our community standards. Clapper is like TikTok. It's the same kind of app. It's like a short form video app. It functionally works almost identically. I've never done lives from it, but I know they can be done. Some people were trying to talk me into going live on that before, and I never did. So I haven't seen the differences there. But for uploading videos and playing videos, it works the same way as TikTok does. But it has complained about absolutely nothing that I've ever put up. I mean, I'm putting up footage of like cops beating the shit out of protesters, and they've got no problem at all. And TikTok immediately takes that shit down. And it's videos like that got my last account canceled at TikTok. So I had to replace it and lost most of my following. So I'm expecting they will eventually do it again, since if anything, their censorship is getting worse, not better. But either way, the main reason that I haven't outright written this one off for a main platform is that I can still do only short videos there. If they get to where they can put longer videos, then I'll probably make that the primary one, and I'll just mirror content when I know it'll slide through the censorship filters to TikTok, but not really bother with it much, because I have a lot of social media accounts that I don't really engage on, but I mirror all my posts to it. So, I mean, I put my stuff up also on like Mastodon and tons of other things there. So TikTok might eventually fall into that category where I just mirror some content to it, not others. But right now, if I want to do like a long video explaining some topic and take 10 minutes or whatever, I can't do that there. They've got to fix the size limit. So, what's going on? Let's see. Nat's here. Bing Dungus, Dead Poet Jams, Rocky, Annie. Rebellious is in here now. No Cactus with random questions. Where are my random questions about the Persian Empire or something? Come on. Oh gosh. There are some books in here that I've had since childhood, but not many, because we were not terribly well off. Single parent household, all that kind of crap. So I didn't get to keep a whole lot of books, but I still have a lot of my school textbooks and, a bunch of books. Like there's a bunch of like old novels that were given to me by some teachers. Like I had elementary school teachers, like they would always see me in the corner in the little reading nooks, like reading, and they're like, oh, at the end of the year, they would just give me a stack of books, which is nice. So I still have a bunch of those. But even some of the things that I got in childhood, when I ran into some financial issues early in my 20s, and I actually sold some things, like my first encyclopedia set got sold, which still kind of pains me a little. So it's mostly built up only since my later 20s. So 25 years for most of it, 25, 30 years, I guess, is most of what's here. But with some small chunks from earlier. And then there's like some inherited stuff. Like I've got 2 bookcases of like antique texts, like books from 80 to 200 years, like back in like all kinds of older shit from the 19th century. So those came from my grandparents and whatnot. Carbonated caffeine. Which are is that like the energy drinks?
Ooh.
Is it are energy drinks carbonated? They always taste like malted battery acid to me, so it's hard to I don't really register how they're made. I just know there's some weird mix of
They
poisons
taste
that
like
keep me awake.
sparkly battery acid, like
No,
bubbly battery acid.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Some of them are carbonated.
I'm sure some of them are, but
I don't know. Michael Bublé.
Yeah, malted battery acid is the way I've described a lot of carbonated drinks forever. Like Coca-Cola. Like I drank Coke and Pepsi as a kid, and looking back, I have no idea how I did it because I stopped drinking it for a few years and then took a sip and what is this garbage? It's horrifying. It's just so gross once you lose the taste for it. But they count on you getting sucked in like early on. Okay, so Red Bull's an energy drink.
Yerba mate.
Oh yeah.
Use yerba mate as my follow.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried those. So the canned yerba mates I'd never tried before.
You know what made it such a big deal for me is what uprising was this? It might have been 2020. I think it was before that. There was some protest movement where the YDSA, the like younger DSA cats, or like I think it was in the Pacific Northwest and maybe like South Florida or something, or New York. But something was popping off, some movement, and they were all out in the streets, and they were tweeting about how their movement was fueled by yerba mate. They were all like kids, like they weren't gonna do drugs or drink or whatever. They just like, they're chugging yerba mate and like going and doing these direct actions or whatever. And I was like, damn, yerba mate could fuel the revolution. And then I got really into it.
That's cool. Yeah, it's neat when you find an interesting exposure to something like there's a cute reason to try it. Because I'll pass these cans forever and just never. It won't occur to me to be curious enough to try some random drink, and then someone will say, "Oh, you gotta try this thing." So that's cool. So the revolution will not be televised, but it will be fueled by yerba mate.
Yeah. Gigi, you make for real yerba mate? That's so cool.
Oh, you have dirty war stories, man.
Ooh.
Jeez, that's cool.
Interesante.
Yeah. I've only ever had one course where I had an excuse to talk about that, but I used a film and I brought in some documents and whatnot. It was a really interesting discussion.
Hello. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, I definitely feel better than I felt a couple of days ago. It was sort of a rough week for a while. Muse is driving home. Oh, there's one I missed here. I never drank soda until I was diagnosed with diabetes at age 14. Is that you drank soda until that point and then stopped, or you started drinking soda after that point? Because that's how I'm reading it, and I may be misunderstanding. But it's a good reason not to, I would think. Have you tried mud coffee? No. And if you capitalize mud, that brings out the very old geek in me, and I start multi-user dungeon, and I'm thinking of like text-based, like open door, explore room. There is a chest here. Open chest. Like that's a mud for me. So, Dead Poet Gems, please tell me what mud coffee is, because right now all I've got is like, you are in a tavern. They offer you coffee. That's what would be mud coffee.
Oh shit. That takes me back a minute.
Yeah, I was on the internet before the World Wide Web existed.
Let me know if I cause an echo.
Oh, sounds good.
What, Gigi?
So I don't have my earbuds, so I'm always worried about causing the reverb echo.
It seems fine.
But I have my hierba ready.
Ooh. Gotta turn the camera so we can see.
Come on, camera.
There we go.
This is one of them.
Look at that.
Rosamonte. And I just make it, and I don't like refilling the gourd. It drives me batshit crazy because I take 3 sips and then it's empty. So you just take it, couple spoonfuls, French press it, and then you have your mate that you can just keep refilling. Ooh. But it's not crazy expensive, and you don't have as much of the crash that coffee does. So it's pretty cool stuff. I just want, that's my mate that we have here. And then on the Dirty War story, my family, they left Argentina in 1961 and they went to Brooklyn. And then after my mom graduated high school, valedictorian, no less, my grandma was worried she was going to get into drugs in New York at, I forget what, up in Syracuse, I can't remember. Anyways, so my grandma took her back to Argentina. And of course, being outspoken Antifa as we were, because my grandfather survived the World War II as an Italian conscript, ended up in a POW camp in Cologne. Starts with a B, Berg something, I forget.
Bergen-Belsen?
You know, she was deemed a leftist, and her boyfriend's house was blown up, burned down, whatever. He was targeted, and so she was going to leave. They were fleeing. They packed up all their stuff to leave, and then somebody tipped my mom off that the junta was going to come search her, raid the house. And so she had to repack all her stuff like nothing was going on. You know, they came, they searched, whatever. They didn't find anything because she wasn't, doing anything. And then they packed the shit up and left and came back.
Holy cow.
It was, I mean, there's stories of just like in Yahtzee, Germany, where the women that they would kidnap that were pregnant, they'd keep them alive. And then after they had their babies, then they would throw them out of the plane and unalive them. And then they would adopt the babies. Yeah, a girl found out. Yeah. And I think that's also why Pope Francis is so progressive, is because it's his mea culpa for his role in the dirty war, protecting Videla. Right.
The 1 year I actually got to talk about this in a class, because it's not normally my area. I played a film about those children. It was somebody like trying to find their parents and whatnot because of that story and learning about it. So it was a neat way. The film kind of mixed in with the narrative. It like slips in tons of like interesting details that we could then connect into the readings and talk about. But yeah, so many people, their parents were just unalived and they had no idea why they were adopted, and people, they're not going to, the parents aren't going to tell you, oh yeah, you're totally like a blood baby, because why? So it was a dirty secret for a long time. What was that film called? The Official Story, I think it's called. Maybe once we look for it. It's The Official Story.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Howdy. Yeah. The Official Story, 1985. During the final months of the military dictatorship in 83, a high school teacher sets out to find who the mother of her adopted daughter is. So, yeah.
I like your look today, Emily. You look very cute.
Emily always looks cute.
Yeah, but today especially.
Of course. Dead Poet Gems has seen it. Cool.
I'm making a poll.
It's a good film. Hey, there's a poll. Oh, Bernie. That's great. I want a Jewish pope. Why can't we have a Jewish pope? They already wear the kippah. they're set. Like,
Anna, what's up? You're on your travels. No, are you going to the hotel?
I'm waiting for a package. I think it was just delivered, so now I have to walk back up all the stairs to go get it. But I'm exhausted, honestly.
oh. So you're on a second floor, or?
I'm on the third floor. They're
Mm.
pretty short stairs, but it's like enough to where you're like just tired, just enough tired that it sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. That would get,
Stairs
that would get
are so hard with chronic illness.
Yeah. It makes laundry difficult. It's a great view though, but I don't know if all the person smoking inside of the apartment is worth the view. So it's just been difficult.
Gigi's a zebra.
That's tough.
Me too. Gigi.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I have ADHD. Didn't mean to cut you off, Anna.
Wait, I hate stairs as a zebra. I can't connect the two parts of this sentence. What am I missing? How do you hating stairs? I get.
Yeah.
How does the zebra come into it?
Incoming info dump. Essentially. Okay, so Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. What I have is, many zebras are also ADHD.
Neat.
So you're a zebra because if you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. That's like the thing that medical students are told often. But with EDS, Ehlers-Danlos, you have to, if you hear hoofbeats, it really is a zebra. It's considered such a rare illness. It's actually not as rare as used to be thought, but
Yeah, there's a lot of things we're finding more common.
hypermobile.
I mean,
What?
there's a lot of things we're finding are more common. I mean, autism we're finding is a lot more common than people, because most of us have just been forced to pass through most of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, or transgender. We've always had people that were. I mean, go back as far as you want in history. You'll always find people who were trans, but they were a tiny share of the total population because most people were forced to conform and were just miserable. So yeah, it's cool. We're getting better about that sort of thing. Yeah, that's cool. I learned a new word.
And autism is comorbid with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah. So it's like, I think you're starting to screen kids for both at the same time in some places, which is great. It's a long time coming.
Thinking about chronic illnesses and then stress and whatnot, it really kind of twists the title of one of Sapolsky's old books, Why Don't Zebras Get Ulcers? It's about us and why we drive ourselves crazy. But that your kind could. So
that's really
it's a whole different
deal.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd never heard the term before. Thank you.
Gigi.
Yeah, I also have EDS, so it's pretty common. I've met hundreds of people with it. Yet, I couldn't even convince a doctor to diagnose me. It took like 2 years, so.
Yeah, you got to kind of work around it sometimes. Well, you have to find a good doctor for one thing, but because they don't really learn about it in med school very much, unless they went to Vanderbilt. What?
I got them too.
Yeah, you probably taught them about it. I had to
brought in a bunch of paperwork, and I was like, "There's no way you can't. This says you can." And she was like, she couldn't refute the paperwork. So, and now I have a doctor who has EDS. So.
Very nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. Pope Minerva. Yeah, Emily was like trying to twisting me around and to see if I can fit it. Because I'm very flexible in some ways, but not enough to fit that, So it's
you're right on the border. Like it could go either way, I think.
Yeah.
It's my amateur opinion.
Right.
Yeah, you have some weird metabolizing things too that you've talked about. So there must be some type of other component, genetic or something going on. But
yeah, there are definitely some.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't. They don't either. I mean, that's the problem with like weird stuff, you know. I mean, it's weird enough just having the defects in my peripheral nervous system, but yeah, there's all like with no taking in no dietary cholesterol, like in a vegan diet, but no medication, my cholesterol top 300. So like I'm naturally producing way the hell too much, and then I have a really, I mean, my liver is like hyper, so I'll just sit there down in beers, walk to the restroom, piss it all out, go back to the bar, rinse, repeat. It's some things work really well and some things don't work very well at all. But I have the I have the tachycardia that goes with Emily's. I don't know. Do you have a weird heart issue, Anna? Do you have tachycardia?
I have dysautonomia, so I have high blood pressure just like naturally.
Yeah.
And if I don't take the beta blockers, like my heart rate will go up to like 150.
Yep. Yeah, I have to deal with a high heart rate all the time because I can't take beta blockers. I'm highly asthmatic, so they would kill me. But yeah, I have naturally high blood pressure, naturally high heart rate. So there's a number of things that kind of fit into the same ballpark here, but not all of them. So I don't know what they'd do.
All the research is so new that you could just have a low level of hypermobility and then other things on top of that, because not everyone, I think the Beighton score too, like they're phasing it out and you don't have to meet all the criteria of every part of your body being hypermobile.
That's why I said he's on the border. And the Beighton, what's it called, thing, it doesn't do your shoulders, I don't think. And my shoulders are one of the most hypermobile parts of my body. Like it's super gross. So it's weird like that. Like you can have some parts are stiff and some parts are just like, whoa, I'm Gumby.
Yeah, and with
But what?
Go on.
Have you heard about hyperadrenergic POTS? The hyperadrenaline kind? Did we talk about this?
No, I don't think so. I've heard of something similar, but tell me about it.
That's the kind I have. So like to correct itself, your body produces like just spurts of way too much adrenaline. And that can spike. I mean, that's part of why the heart rate spike happens. But for me, it's so much that it would like make my muscles sore and like cause a fight or flight response sometimes that I'm just used to by now. I just ignore my emotions most of the time. But yeah, it's just, it floods your body with adrenaline.
Will you send me like the name typed out?
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat.
For me, like I'll get like if I have like conversations late at night or like I'm on social media too late or whatever, and I have to get up in the morning, like I can't, my body won't calm itself down. Like it gets so amped up I can't sleep.
That's me every single day, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's
too,
that's how I ended up on CBN in the first place. Slowing down is not easy.
Oh, Gigi, you have the slipping rib? I have slipping ribs. That's cool.
Yeah. I have a rib that's behind, it's fused behind the other one. So like,
ouch.
You can't see my hands, but it's like, you can feel it when you touch it. It's crazy.
Ouch.
That's pain. That's true pain. It's a subluxed rib.
So it just stay, they just stay close together. It's like one of them's just bent out of alignment and they're just close. Like
one's behind the other one.
Oh wow. That's so it's not only did they get closer together, but moved. Wow. Oh, I can't even imagine.
I was using like a tennis ball to like get knots out of my spine or my back, and apparently the knot was not a knot, it was my shoulder blade, and so then it pushed my shoulder blade into my elbow, so it was like the bottom was sticking out. And then when it did that, the rib must have dislodged and go behind another one. So then the rib went back in place, but sorry, the scapula went back in place, but the rib didn't. And then when I went to the doctor, they told me that's not possible. It probably didn't happen.
And then they did an X-ray. Did they looked and found it, right?
No, they didn't do any imaging.
What? Wow.
This was 6 years ago.
That's not weird.
That sounds like a malpractice-y issue. Like, hello, like if there's a problem and you can feel it, like, hello, can I please just diagnostic image?
This is why I want to go into medicine.
This is why American medicine is like bottom of the rich world. I mean, Tunisia has a better healthcare system than the U.S. does.
Oh yeah, no. Once I went to the ER, and I was like, literally, the symptoms I described could have been a stroke. It wasn't a stroke, but it could have been a seizure. Like there were a number of overlapping symptoms with that. And then my parents drove there, and in front of my parents, the lady comes in and she goes, "So I just want to let you know that it's really inappropriate to come to the ER when you're having a mental health crisis."
First off, it's not, because that's often what people have to do. I mean,
I'm filled with rage.
I mean, I'm infuriated by that. I mean, it's not only like terrible to just assume that sort of thing about somebody who's come in with a problem medically, but I mean, just speaking from experience, having taken schizophrenic people into emergency rooms repeatedly and being told that's what you have to do when there's a problem, that's just, wow, that's triggering. That.
Oh, you know what? Oh, go ahead, Anna.
Oh, I'll just finish it, then you tell yours. But yeah, like half my body went numb, and so that's like a huge that's something you want to make sure nothing's happening. But they didn't even take my blood pressure. They just gave me Ativan and sent me home.
Jesus, they should have given you a CT of your brain. If half your body goes numb, that's neuro.
Well, they gave me
check on you.
They gave me a referral to an MRI, so I got one like a month later.
Oh, when it's super useful then, sure.
Yeah, right.
That's dumb as hell. What I was going to say is that when I was in California at like a way higher altitude than I'm used to, my dysautonomia was way better. Like the orthostatic part of it, the POTS. I wasn't blacking out at all. I was fine. I had no orthostatic difficulties for the most part. I don't think I did, Liam.
I didn't say anything. Yeah. You seem fine the whole time.
Yeah.
The way you described that sort of like short blackouts, I saw nothing.
Yeah, how do you explain to your doctor? Yeah, I was sitting at my patio table having a conversation, and then I randomly got tunnel vision while I was sitting. It's not that I stood up too fast. I got tunnel vision. I blacked out, but I was conscious. I didn't black out, pass out. Just your vision goes black.
And you feel drunk.
Yeah, well, and then I've actually gone so far as to record my episodes and verbally say what I'm feeling at what point, to the point where I'm like, okay, my head feels like it's on fire and it's being squeezed and I can't see anything and my fingers are tingling, which I have in the past, 2 or 3 times, like hyperventilated, like panic attacks, where I was catatonic, continually, hyperventilating. They could not get me to stop. They put me in the ambulance and they're like, okay, you can stop now. Nobody's around. But my hands were clamped up.
You can stop now?
Yeah. They were trying, they thought I was faking it. And my eyes, I could hear what was going on, but I was hyperventilating. Like, my hands were clamped shut. My body was cramped up there, oh yeah, no, her hands are clamped shut. She needs air. And I remember being in the ER when they got there, and this poor nurse was just so annoyed at me. So annoyed. Because she was literally having to pinch my nose to get me. And she was just trying to get me to stop, and she could not. It was just unbelievable. It's the weird shit that happens. It's not just the medical gaslighting from physicians, it's also from family, because they're like, oh, that's normal. I get that too. It's like, yeah, just because you have the same goddamn thing and it's a shared experience doesn't mean it's fucking normal.
Right.
I keep telling people, growing pains are not normal. It's one thing to be wonky if you have a growth spurt and then, you see kids that they're running and they look like, newborn horses because they're readjusting to their new muscular structure and, whatnot, and stretching out. But it's like, no, not everybody has debilitating GI shit every time, like, they eat anything,
Right.
or just stupid random shit. It's like, if it's not one thing, it's the other. If it's not my fucking forefoot that's dislocated and subluxated with my big toe, which I literally like yank it out, twist it, and crack it back into place. My index finger has been subluxed for about 2 months, to where I literally take my fingertip and twist it back into joint 1,000 times a day, and that's including wearing my spiral ring finger brace doohickeys.
Oh, I want those finger braces. They're expensive.
14 gauge jewelry wire, and then twist them around the marker, and then you adjust them. And the nice thing is they're always adjustable to your finger, to whatever part is bothering you. So if it's pulling your finger, if it's hyperextending or if it's trigger finger, you can adjust it to try and fix it. But people are like, what are those things? Yeah, really.
I have hitchhiker's thumb.
Yep.
Yeah, or is that what it's called?
Is that this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like its natural state.
Once I went to the doctor for chronic pain.
They're like, yeah, you're only supposed to go to here. You're not supposed to go to there.
What? What was that? It's supposed to stop
It's
before.
supposed to stop there. It's not supposed to. Yeah, you're overextending.
That's
And
just
you're not supposed
that's just
to-
normal.
The
It just does
finger-
that. It just does this.
You like that?
That's funny.
I like that.
That?
Oh, and it's a sign of Marfan's if you can
Is
go
this-
all the
is
way
this it?
across. Which that kind of overlaps with the
Yeah, that one.
Stanley.
Wait, that's this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that one I can do. Yeah, there was something you did here that I can't do. Oh, the one that bends down to here I can't do. Where you're touching your
Yeah.
arm. Yeah,
I
that
can't do it on this arm anymore.
Yeah, that I
When
can.
I get to the hotel, I'll show you guys my knees. They're crazy.
Oh, girl. Hold on. Okay.
Oh yeah. Shit.
Wait.
Is that just this? What? Is it just putting your hands together?
Yep.
More similar than not.
That's the club you never knew you didn't want to be part of.
I didn't know it existed until a year or so ago. I've never heard of this.
Stop damaging my shoulders. Wait, what?
Yes, Nikki. Yeah, Ehlers-Danlos and whatever related stuff.
Oh, and my 9-year-old is in cheer and does freaking like back walkovers and all that. Like, and she just started doing this last year. I'm like, Jana, you need to stop doing that. I'm like, stop doing jump splits in the friggin'. I'm like, stop doing that. Stop overstretching the rubber band. Do you want to end up like mommy? Do you want to end up like mommy? Really?
They need to screen all cheerleaders.
Podium winning triathlete once upon a time. For age group, not professional. But I did make it. I did qualify for Team USA in my first year. That was fun.
That's cool.
And but having my shameless plug, the differential on my Silverado went out on my 05. It has been a very dependable truck. And I need $1,500 to fix it. So if you go to my page, if you want to send $1 to the Cash App fund, it's cool. But the silver lining, because I'm the queen of annoying silver linings, well, at least I had to get back on my bike to ride to the office. It's only 2.5 miles, but I got back on my bike.
Yeah, at least it's close enough. At a car, there's no way I'm getting to work.
Not in California.
I'm like 90 miles from work or something like that. That's
Well,
crazy.
you're up out in no man's land. You're up there.
Yep.
When are you going to come down the hill and say hi.
Well, I pass by all the time. So yeah, let me know. Actually, oh god, what was there? There was something recent. Oh no, it was something else. I almost went down to one of the little protests they were doing in Temecula recently about some evictions thing. I seriously consider going down and raising a stink again.
With Rachel Dennis?
Yeah,
Grocery store?
I this got passed along to me by Melissa Bourbonnais. You know, she told me that some people were, you know, they had like 12 days to go. They were going to get evicted, and they were trying to get people to like show up and say something about this because the city council was refusing to actually enforce the laws.
They don't want any affordable housing.
No, they actively oppose it in the city, but the county has laws about that, and they're supposed to like respect those freaking laws. And
Well, not when we had Sheriff Chad Bianco enforcing teen felon.
Yeah, God, I have stories about Chad. I'm on some level, I'm a little bit nervous about just being in Riverside County because the sheriff's department directly harassed me quite a few times and threatened me. So 1312, y'all.
Friend of mine barbecues. He's like, oh yeah, he's my buddy. He comes over for barbecue. I'm like, please invite me. I just want to talk to him. I don't have any strikes. I've never been arrested. So, you know, if you happen to see, you know,
yep.
5'4" me being on the front page of Press Enterprise that I kicked Chad Bianco in the nuts and I got arrested for assaulting a police officer, I'll do it. I'll do it. If I get the chance, I absolutely will.
Yeah, no, I got some threatening calls telling me that they would just straight up detain me and harass me. So I can't afford the complications.
I won't complicate for you.
You reminded me of something earlier with the whole like growing pains stuff that just hit me. Like they said that as I was growing up, I was having growing pains because I kept having one very consistently on my left side. And then once I kind of stopped growing, they just said, oh, you have chest wall pain. I'm like, cool. Like, so just some random pain in my chest wall that you can't, like, it's just going to happen every now and then. Like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Why? Like, but there's so many things that they just will never bother even trying to figure out, even if they can. But so much of the discussion earlier makes me want to. Oh,
there's no treatment for it. Just take salt pills and wear compression socks and get up real slow.
Oh my God. Gigi, do you have a doctor for POTS or for EDS? Message me if you need one.
Not really. There's I know on the Ehlers-Danlos Society, there's one I think in Ontario. I've been in survival mode. I have a pretty good PA that has been helping, like as far as getting referrals. It's just a question of me being able to get to those referrals.
Hey, if you do, I mean, Ontario is almost equidistant. We could meet for coffee or something, hang out. I haven't seen you well, so.
It's been what, 5 years?
It's been a few years, yeah.
November 2nd, 2019.
Yeah, shit, we're getting old. Yeah.
I only know because that was the date of the fair. So
right.
And then we had 2 fairs that day. So that was my second one. We had one from 8 to 1 at Lowe's for a disaster preparedness, and then we had Dia de los Muertos right after.
Yeah, I went to both of those. I wandered around the Home Depot parking lot talking to people too.
Did you get one of my bags?
So I just followed you. I was a little bit behind you there, and then went over then went down to Main Street. That's funny. But yeah, the whole discussion earlier, there's so often when people start talking about medical stuff and being denied, like, you know, and I was talking about the people refusing to just do basic shit like a scan, you know, imaging or whatever. It just, part of it on the one hand makes me want to freaking hate this country. And then I remember, oh yeah, the VA kind of works, because my grandfather had those things where he was sitting still and all of a sudden his vision would just shut off. and he went to the VA, and they checked immediately, like, oh yeah, you're having mini strokes, you should stop smoking. They checked immediately for what it was, scanned, found the spot, found the blood vessels that were like leaking, whatever. It's, I mean, if you take profit out of the need for profit out of it, because, you know, running an MRI costs money. And if they can say, well, I don't care about you, I can save the money on that and just let people unalive or whatever. But take the profit motive out of it, and the physicians will actually take care of shit.
Yeah.
So it's not the country.
I found that because of the insurance's need for things to be like they need a formula. They need this thing, and this thing equal this treatment. So if you have these symptoms, we can treat this. But if you have 50% of these symptoms, well, oh, that sucks. We can't treat it because it might not be it. And then that would cost us money. So that way I've learned to manipulate the system is to know what language they want you to use to get things to cover, and then go in and use that language. So instead of going in and having, I mean, obviously this is not, you cannot always do this if you're having a panic attack or if you're distressed from your symptoms, like you deserve to be heard anyways. But once I got a better handle on some things and I was able to like describe things in a better way, I had much more success getting things covered because of the language that I used.
It's not my hands hurt. It's my hands hurt to the point where I cannot cut an untoasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I cannot wash dishes. I cannot care for myself. I have difficulty getting dressed. It's about self-care tasks and the lack of mobility or the loss of mobility. That's how I got my Botox for my migraines covered, because I knew exactly how many headache days I had to have a month.
That helped.
Yeah. Someone in the chat just mentioned the ICD-10-CM.
And the step. I knew I'd already taken gabapentin. I had already done this, so I already ticked off those boxes.
Mm-hmm. I actually used to be certified in ICD-10-CM coding. Long story, but a lot of doctors don't know about. They're not good with those diagnosis codes. So that could be tricky. I've run into issues there where like the doctor just didn't put the right code, so I couldn't get a CT scan for something. Super fun, but yeah, you do have to go in and be like, it's impeding like school or work or like my ability to care for myself. And then looking at the diagnostic criteria, you cannot tell them that you do this, because then you sound like you have Munchausen's, but or however you say it. But if you go and look at the diagnostic criteria and can match that to your symptoms, and then make sure you're saying everything you need to say, like reporting everything you need to report, then you can sometimes get a diagnosis. But even with my doctor, my Ehlers-Danlos isn't in my medical charts because it won't get me any specific drug or treatment. There's no use for it being in my chart. So I have in my chart like dysautonomia, mast cell activation, the things that get me necessary drugs through insurance to get the coverage.
Anesthesia part, because if you don't have Ehlers-Danlos on your chart, you may not get enough anesthesia if something happens, if they don't know that you have a higher tolerance to it.
Oh,
So
I tell them.
You need 16 shots of Novocaine.
that's a reason. We've talked about that before. Like, I mean, me on a morphine drip and like she's wide awake. Like there's another place where maybe seeing if I fit a diagnosis here could be very helpful for things like that, because I can just imagine a situation like that again where I'm not going to get enough to actually keep me under.
Yeah, I used to be on what was it, like 400 milligrams, 600 milligrams of Lyrica a day, with 4 10-milligram Percocet and 3 350 milligram Somas, and I was completely coherent, never had any issues. But I have an extremely fast metabolism for that. And when I downloaded my raw DNA file from Ancestry and I took it to GenView, it's the something GenGenie or something. But all you do is you upload that file and it stands for, you know, it flags any genetic variants, right? And it'll tell you if it's something significant, if it's something that you need to look at, or something benign. It came up in one of the genes showed higher susceptibility to CPTSD or PTSD, I forget. And it has a column for what drug interactions may conflict with your genetic predisposition. So it'll tell you either toxicity or efficacy issues with medications. And there was a bunch of stuff in there. I'm like, yep, that's that. Yep, that's that.
Could you send the link for the one you used by DM or something? I'll pull that out because I did the DNA test through several of them, but the Ancestry and 23andMe give some medical stuff, but not much. Nothing like that.
Raw file.
What was that? Yeah, it can download the information, but I don't know which one, because there's a lot of companies who do this crap, and a lot of them want to just take it and run with it. I don't know which one to actually give that would give good results that are useful to me.
It's geneticgenie.org.
I used
and it's free, and you don't put any information. You just upload the file.
Do they spell the Genie Genie?
Yep. Hey guys, I'm gonna drop and come back.
Catch you later. Yeah,
I use Prometheus or however you say it for that. It's like, it's not user friendly, but it's very in depth. It is crazy.
You remind me the tolerances issue enough might be a reason to ask them to do testing for this. I don't know how they test for Ehlers-Danlos, but I probably should, because I can imagine I was at least not in massive pain. I mean, all it did was puncture my liver and move, crack my ribs. But they're like, you should absolutely be asleep right now. I'm like, bored. Give me something to read. It was clearly ineffective. And I mean, I take 2 antihistamines at max doses. I take 2,400 milligrams of gabapentin. I'm an insomniac. Nothing slows me down. So it just stuffs right through me. I mean, I have to take my antihistamines every 6 hours. The 24-hour ones do not work. I mean, if I don't take it every 6 hours, Niagara Falls all over again,
Yeah, the come down, Lyrica was worse than gabapentin when I came off of that. But yeah, it's not fun. Like, I go 4 hours and I start feeling it. I know it. I get that feeling. And they're like, it should be long lasting. It should last you. Bullshit. It lasts me 3 if I'm lucky.
Right. Yeah.
And it just barely takes the edge off. But with Lyrica, I gained 60 pounds.
Oh.
I didn't even gain that with my kids. I gained 23 pounds with my kids. That
sucks. Yeah, a lot of those drugs are terrible that way.
I was able to get back down to my usual 135. But I got up to like 210. I was fluffy. For as tiny as I am.
Damn. Yeah, drugs can be terrible, but that way. I know a bunch of people who gain massive weight from drugs.
The fact that we're afraid and traumatized by food helps us stay thin too. Silver lining. Yay, it's the eating disorder.
Yeah. What I found with meds not working as well, or anesthetics not working as well, is you can just ask beforehand, be like, they tend to not stick with me. I need double. And if they're a good doctor or surgeon or dentist or whatever, they should understand that. That's what I would tell my dentist.
Yeah, and one of the things on the genetic, the listings that it had, was the lack of sensitivity to pain, and then the hyper pain. I can't think of it. Hyperanalgesia. Yeah, hyperanalgesia. So it's like, this should really hurt, but it's not. Like when I got a cortisone shot in my heel and I didn't flinch, and the doctor couldn't freaking believe he didn't get kicked in the face. Mm-hmm. Or the fact that my kids will come poke me in the shoulder, hi, mommy, and it will friggin' hurt.
Right. I mean,
don't freaking poke me. It hurts.
I had
I didn't poke you hard. I'm like, I know.
I had an inch deep gash in my leg, and like my legs, my trousers are completely soaked in blood. Didn't feel it at all, but I stubbed my toe, and I'm like, ah, what the hell? Some things hurt more than they should, and others just I won't even notice.
Don't forget cigarette paper scars.
Wait, what?
Cigarette paper scars.
What is that?
They look crazy. Like wrinkled cellophane.
Like papery looking scars. It's hard. Do I have any? It's hard to explain.
I have a little bit of
So
one.
not the right, like stretch mark looking
And
things?
raised scars or indented scars.
It's the opposite of a keloid. So I had an iron fall on my foot when I was a kid. And see how it's like wrinkly?
Camera's off.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say. Sorry. So I had an iron fall on my foot, and it's like papery.
Huh.
Like, see how? I don't know if the camera really shows it. See how it's silvery right here?
Yeah, I can see that.
That's the paper, the cigarette paper.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have one of those on my knee.
I don't.
I'm gonna show it.
I don't think I have either of those. I don't have your raised ones, and I don't think I have any of those.
Oh, see, and we have to have our gadgets so we can sit and not die.
Hi, Rebellious.
Somebody was talking about so one of my best friends has EDS. There's I want to say she's an optometrist or ophthalmologist who found out she had Dr. Diane Driscoll. She's in Houston, I believe, or was. Which Dan, I know it's connected to EDS, but anyway. So she's come up with some, like ways of treating POTS or EDS or something. So she's on Facebook. She's a blonde in Houston. I don't know if she's on Instagram or not. But so if anyone's looking for a doctor, she may have other referrals or be able to help them in some way. Another interesting side for EDS for my just absolutely insane quantities of alcohol and not feel it. She's a former model, so I told her that her encore career should be walking into a bar with Daisy, Daisy shorts, bra, and and t-shirt, slapping $100 bill on the bar and say, "I can outdrink you." And she would rack up thousands of dollars.
Oh,
Look at
exploit that shit. One of those early scenes in Raiders of the Lost Ark. With Marion, and she's drinking all these like Tibetan guys under the table.
Yeah, exactly like that.
That's great. Yeah, exploit that shit.
Unfortunately, she says it tastes very bad. So she won't do it. But,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, drinking too much is
that's,
annoying.
that's all I have.
That's cool.
You can take me out. I'm trying to really about all
Thanks. Yeah. And yeah, exploit those superpowers. Okay, so if any casino magnates are listening, or CEOs in Vegas, I hate gambling. I mean, my mother's family loves it. I can't stand it. It's boring as hell. But if I want money for a show, I can count up to a 3-card shoe. I can just sit there, play some blackjack for a while, win some cash, go to Blue Man Group. That's good enough for me. But it's not difficult. I can't do algebra to save my life, but I can count like a mother.
But you would use it for Blue Man Group?
Well, anything, yeah, shows. I mean, I've seen that, but yeah, it was funny. Blue Man Group was funny.
One of my hobbies is hating on Blue Man Group for no discernible reason. And just saying, like, Blue Man Group is not art. Like, no one really thinks it is. But, like, I don't know where I developed this, like, Blue Man. I do know where. Through trauma, I developed this, like, Blue Man Group hating persona within myself. And it's just.
That's funny.
It comes from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, I had seen it decades ago when it first got into Vegas. And then I saw it again a year or two ago. And it was still pretty funny. I mean, but again, I like percussion too. So, I'm always like drumming, so it's kind of neat to see all these crazy like PVC things and they're getting all the sounds out of them. So it was a lot of fun.
Relive the trauma for us.
I'll go and you don't have to.
I know someone who puts on events in Florida, and he would always book Blue Man Group. And I can't say much more of it. It's too traumatic, but I would just go and subtweet. Every year he'd have a stupid ass event, and I'd be like, Blue Man Group's playing again. Wow. And I'd go on Twitter and be like, real sarcastic about how they're not really art. No one thinks it's art. But
it's supposed to be art. It's fun. It's just goofy people in makeup beating on things and telling weird jokes. I had no idea it was a national thing, though. They like fooled me into thinking you have to come to Luxor to see Blue Man Group. I'm like, okay. Like naive me, I'm like, okay. And here they are, like there's a Blue Man Group in Florida too, apparently. So
how many Blue Man Groups are there? Are there more than one? I think there's more than one.
It must be Blue Man franchise. And you can just be like a McDonald's and take out hey, can I paint myself and beat on shit? Maybe. That's funny.
That's so deceptive. I'm so triggered.
Oh, look, there's Anna. I keep saying Anna, it's Anna.
Okay, so there's like different Blue Man franchises. There's the touring Blue Mans. There's the resident Blue Mans in Vegas, stuff like that.
This is how everyone knows a Blue Man. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Then there's like the Blue Mans who like do social media. I think they might be connected with Vegas or something, but they're I don't know, but they're a little different.
Interesting.
I feel so lied to.
It's not the same guy. It's not the same guy going around.
Their skin isn't really blue.
Did you know they paint themselves?
I thought they were from my home planet. What are you doing?
I thought they were adoring it.
Yeah, we're just surrounded
like,
by aliens.
They're just
aliens.
combing their antennae back into their hair to look kind of blend in. Trying to resist calling everyone pink skins.
Yes, Gigi. Yes, we can all go. I'll text my friend from high school, who I talk to all the time.
Blue Men Gone Wild.
I only kept one from high school. Poor sucker.
Oh my God.
That bastard has to deal with my demon spawn. Hello, children. Am I the only one that calls my children demon spawn and crotch goblins and semen demons?
Nope.
You're the only one with kids on the panel.
I hear it all the time.
Great.
Yeah, I have a friend who says crotch fruit. Yep.
Yeah, my mother-in-law calls them los diablitos, the little devils. Yes, we know. They're extra. Because both my husband and I, well, he doesn't. He kind of says, okay, yeah, maybe there's a little bit. I'm like, yeah, dude. Our kids got double dose.
If you're not driving your parents crazy, what's the point,
my goal as a parent is not necessarily to set my kids up or make sure they have great lives. It's to make sure they get to 18 with the least amount of trauma possible. That's it. Just minimize it. Like, sorry, kid. Expect the worst, hope for the best.
Yep. Wires everywhere.
Liam, I have to text you. We changed the kids' Pop Warner team, and we drive all over. We were in Chino last weekend.
Mhm.
Yeah, Chino. But when we go closer to the hill, I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know.
It's fun. My son's the kicker, tight end, and DB.
Yeah, this
So he better get a freaking scholarship. That's all I gotta say. For how much of my life I'm sacrificing for this freaking sport that has taken over my goddamn life because my husband is Josh Sheldon. I am not kidding you, down to like that's my seat. Or like we'd be watching Big Bang and he'll say, but I'm like, and he's like, see, I'm like, are you going to admit you're autistic yet? Ever? Nope, I'm 100% panameño. That's what I have. Nothing. Don't put labels on me.
Yeah.
So then I say, okay, you're acting like something. Don't call me that. I didn't call you that. I said you're acting like that. He got mad. I said, don't be acting like a typical man. I didn't know a typical man. Otherwise, he got offended.
Oh.
He was pissy the whole fucking day.
You call me a normie?
He can say shit.
Fine words.
My brother was kind of bitter about that because his eldest daughter was doing softball and they went all over the country because she was apparently really good and the team did really well and they're playing all over the place and touring and so she got herself a scholarship to go to university for softball. And she got there and she's like, nah, I'm kind of over it, and just stopped. He's like, what? 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 Just nah, I'm done. I'm bored of it.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons why people would always ask my husband, why isn't your son in football at like 6 or 7, real young? And he said, I've been coaching for 30 plus years. He says, I've seen so many amazing kid athletes that just get burnt the hell out. And by the time they get to there, they're done. And so he pushed, someone was 9? And so 8 or 9, he started with flag, but didn't get into pads until like 2 years ago. But he really kept it at bay to try and mitigate that. But it'll be interesting to see what the sports ball fans do going nuts over the new rules for kicking and
for new rules for what?
For the kickoffs. So now for the kickoffs, where they used to be lined up on, let's say, the 30 or 40, and they run out full speed to run to the other side of the field, whatever. Now they're starting more like flag or arena football, where they're starting out closer together, and then you can't. Somebody can't pass the line of scrimmage. I forget. But I think it should be interesting. People were pissed when they introduced the forward pass. So, whatever.
Okay, so I just realized I asked a question that's sort of impossible to answer because every bit of this just goes right over my head.
It's okay. It's sports ball. I honestly,
Yeah.
I only know it because I've been a football widow since 2010.
Yeah, I figured when you.
Our date night used to be going scouting football games.
Yeah, I figured when you said kickoff, I think I associate kickoff with that hand egg. Football americano.
Football americano.
Yeah. So I got that much. I think I identified the sport correctly, and I think after that it was all downhill.
Now they just don't get to run at each other full speed from farther distance. They don't get to get that momentum up.
Interesting. Only the hooligan part.
Oh yeah, we don't use hooligan, we use hoodlums for the kids. Also, hoodie. Like I said, I never in a million years would I thought I've known so much goddamn shit about football to the point where I'm the one recording game film and breaking it down. Never did I ever, and no, I don't like it. That's why I come here to live like an actual human.
There's a mild soccer hooligan culture in Florida, which is really interesting and really fun.
Cool.
But also it's very humid, so it's like you just want to go back inside. You're like, I like soccer, but I like AC too. That's how I feel anyway.
It's interesting. I think it's just what I've been exposed to around that sport, but I associate so much of the just the football hooligan sort of thing with, dipshit European kids, Brits, Germans, whatever. But I imagine it has to be a thing in Latin America too, because the sport is super popular, but I just never, I don't associate like, let's go tear shit up with, I guess, Latin American football fans for some reason. I don't know why. But it may, I'd assume that'd be the path to it in Florida, wouldn't it?
Yeah, hold on. I'm putting Nikki, do you know Pa que lo sepas? Pa que lo sepas. Is that put the low in the right place? I don't know. But yeah, some Puerto Ricans can turn up at them football games. It's fun. And ever since Pulse, in Central Florida, it's just there was so much spirit behind the soccer team.
Interesting.
It was a big. I think a lot of people coped by going to those soccer games, and like there's jerseys that have like Pulse on them and stuff like that. It was,
well, that's cathartic.
Yeah.
I imagine it's got to be really hard to get past when you just become known for this horrifying atrocity, and so you want to kind of like find some local spirit and.
Yeah, there's a lot of real somatic stuff people did together to get through that, because it was horrific. Like, I remember the texts that I woke up to the next morning. I mean, that was right. I don't want to like be specific with locations, but yeah, like there were these big dance nights. There's this big night at a gay club in downtown where people from all over the world were there. I met Ellen Page that night. Ellen Page and her producer for her show on Vice was there. This guy from CNN was there.
Which one is Ellen Page?
Elliot Page.
Oh shit! Thank you so much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Elliot Page was there.
Okay.
At the time,
thank you.
the whole time it was the ring. But yeah, Elliot Page. Thank you.
Because there were several famous Ellens. I was assuming it was a different one.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with celebrities. Oh, did they ever do that final season of Umbrella Academy? I finally got tired of waiting for it and stopped looking, but they said they were going to do one more.
And then I forgot.
Because I really liked it, but it was taking them forever to do another one.
See, in my mind, the time travel with the suitcase that they did,
that was cool.
To me, that's reality.
Oh.
Like, to me, like, I was jotting down, like, things in my, like, what if this? What if I had done this? What if I would have done that? And I go back mentally in my brain, and I create that reality, like, in hopes that on some parallel, timeline that I'm actually living, that really fun, awesome timeline where Chad didn't fuck us over in Florida in 2000.
I'm so glad y'all mentioned Elliot here because I just looked. It just came out this month, August of 24. It's only 6 episodes instead of 10, but there's a 6-episode last season of it. Cool.
Is anybody else still mad at Droughtlander? Because I'm getting really friggin' annoyed. I'm over it.
At what?
At Droughtlander, how we haven't had an Outlander season in friggin' ever.
No, honestly, Michelle recommended that to me years ago, and I've still never tried it. I keep meaning to do it, and then there's always some other cool new show that shows up that I've got a list like this that I still haven't gotten to, and it always gets pushed off the side. Sure. So I never got to it.
The books on Audible are really good, and the show follows the books almost to a T.
Cool. That's rare. It's really hard to find
like dialogue. It's really cool.
That's rare.
They did an amazing job, and they took nice licenses.
Yeah, that's cool. It's so common for them to be wildly diverge from source material. Sometimes with really regrettable results. Honestly, if anybody who hasn't seen The Boys, definitely watch it. It is actually much better than the source material, and that's rare. Like, it beats the shit out of the comic book. The writing on that show has been good. But lots of trigger warnings. I mean, they hit you with a what's the crap? I don't know the TikTok friendly name for. Well, here I am trying to like say it differently. They have a grape in the first episode, like that you just get right in your face. So it's like from the beginning they're like showing you these people are fucking terrible.
Okay.
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power. Season 2 apparently just dropped.
Yeah, the first few episodes are out.
That's like not even. You must have opinions on that, Liam, with the source material, because they're just making their own stuff.
They are. Like, they're just making it up. It's just like with the Hobbit films. I have to take it as somehow a different thing because the Hobbit films were so far off from the original source, but they were still relatively enjoyable for the most part. I mean, just some terrible parts, but there's still some pretty parts. Honestly, if they could just get the licensing right, there is so much good material about the Second Age they could have used, but they couldn't get it licensed. They're stuck like just riffing on the appendices. So although like there's a great tale of the fall of Numenor that's present in Unfinished Tales, there's some good stuff that they could have used, but they can't. And so it's just, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, it's a wasted opportunity. If they really wanted to do something and they wanted to spend ungodly amounts of money, they should have found a way to license the Silmarillion and done stories about the First Age. Because between Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, and the 12-volume history of Middle-earth with all those different drafts, there's so much great material they could have done about the War of the Jewels and all this other shit there that it could have been just fantastic epic fantasy. I mean, I want to see Fingolfin in single combat with fucking Morgoth, like before I die. Somebody has to fricking do that. I want to see this badass elf king going against the father of all evil and see it play out. Ooh, I got a hat. Yay! But instead, as far as the source material, you could probably guess my opinions. It's a wasted opportunity, but it's still in the world. I still enjoy it. So it's the same attitude I have to like even the subpar Star Wars content. It's still Star Wars. I'm still going to watch it. I'm still going to enjoy it. And fuck the toxic fandom, So as far as I'm concerned, the toxic fandom that's attacking Rings of Power, they can bite me because I'm enjoying seeing like the forging of the Elven Rings and everything else. It's cool, Could it be better? Yes, if they had access to better material to use, but they don't. So I'll take what I can get. It's still pretty.
Wheel of Time, I watched the first season. That was really good.
It was really good. Yeah, watch the second. The first season really closely follows the Eye of the World. The second season, they start intermingling things from several books. sort of beginning to change the story a bit to make it a bit more compact overall. But so far, some of the changes are good. Like the Aiel make an appearance much earlier than I would have expected. You know, so there are some changes that they make sense, but they are changes. They're doing good stuff with that. I hope that series gets a bunch of seasons.
Yeah, I haven't read the books. I think my parents did. They've been really into all these sci-fi series now, or like big long sci-fi book volumes.
Well,
Personally, my head.
that one's 14 books, so yeah, it's a big investment. 14 books and one prequel. Yeah.
Yeah, my mom was like, if you're not gonna like be committed, it's not worth it. But definitely watch the series. But the first season was good. I'm on the first episode of the second one, and then I moved, so my brain can't focus on TV right now. But I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Let me know what you think of the second season. Yeah, I mean, for people who know the books well, they're going to find places to criticize, and what was it? I think Annie said, yeah, bringing him in early. Yeah, I definitely very early, but I don't think they want to do 20 seasons because some of those books are pretty freaking fat too, especially like the 3 Sanderson ones at the end where he had so many loose ends to tie up, so they're freaking humongous. I mean, they're not going to do 20 seasons of it. They know they won't get that, so they want to bring in some of the best elements and move it along faster. And so I kind of get that. And because I always hate it when a series seems like it's cut off before there's a natural conclusion. That's one of the reasons I'm pissed about Acolyte, because they literally set up the second season. We know where they're going to go, and you can't follow the story anymore. It's dead. So I don't want Wheel of Time to just end, and you're just left like, okay, so who's going to take out the baddie here? Like, does evil win? What's going on? So I mean, I get it.
So not changing the topic, but staying on the TV show topic. I don't remember where I saw it, but someone showed how on YouTube there's like a chronologically edited version of Lost, where they take all of the like flashbacks at the end and put them at the beginning, so it's fully chronological the entire season. And I really want to watch it.
I think that would only work if you've seen the. Yeah, I'm doing a rewatch right now because Emily reminded me of it because she's a fan, and I saw it when it came out. So I'm in the first season, going back through it, and it actually still is, again, for a network show, it's quite enjoyable. I usually don't like network TV. They did a pretty good job on it. It'd be neat to at the end of that go back and then see what it's like chronological while it's all fresh in memory.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it after a 20-year gap.
Well, that's wild.
That's cool.
We're at the part where Saeed puts the thingies under Sawyer's nails. I was going to say the T word, but
I slipped ahead of you by one. I saw
what?
I saw the Solitary episode this morning. So where Danielle is introduced.
Oh, the French woman.
Yeah, I'm one ahead of you.
The French woman.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I like that they set it up where you're there's all these little questions they seed, and they're like, okay, so is she just stir crazy because she's been alone so long and she's unalived all of her compatriots, or is there something else going on? What does she mean like it got them? Is it like a disease or something? When she's saying watch your companions, like, it's interesting, you know.
I think I like Lost so much because it shows kind of like the different things people tend to try when they're they have to organize themselves for survival, and there's no nation state or anything. And they kind of like, they turn on each other. Some of them have informal, roles that are hierarchical. Some people do cool stuff.
Yeah, I still can't really tell you the answer to any of the questions presented in Lost, because I don't feel like they really answered them. That some of it, you could tell they were kind of scrambling to get storylines finished and put in there.
The writer's strike. I think that really, I mean, just J.J. Abrams, but like, what was it, the 2007? There was some writer's strike during the show. I think it was in like season 4 of Lost. Oh my God, I'm so autistic.
That's how they explained Danielle being removed later. That they just like,
Oh, okay.
tacked that on terribly, and it shouldn't have done it that way, but they did.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense because it felt like there was a lot of I don't know. It was like I really enjoyed Battlestar Galactica, and I have watched it multiple times, but I felt like the ending of Battlestar Galactica, you can't fully go to season 1 and find like. I just felt like they were doing the same thing, where it was a little bit like, oh, now we have to find an ending type of situation.
Oh,
I don't know if you feel
interesting.
the same way.
No, I don't think I did. I think they had a really clever way of dealing with the story of like the other colony. But I did feel it seemed rushed. Like it didn't build toward it enough. Like they could have given more hints of the direction it was going. But there were a few along the way as they're like finding clues hidden into different places.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is that like I think there could have been a little bit more hint towards some of it.
Yeah.
And maybe a little more overt explanation of the ending in the show. Like,
Yeah.
I think specifically the last like 2 or 3 episodes felt like a lot of new things were introduced.
Yeah.
And then there wasn't enough time to like explore them. When the first seasons, they like did episodes upon episodes on like the political theory of I don't know the plot, you know, where it takes place type of thing.
I loved Hatch's character and all the subplots around that. That was great. You know, is he a teist? Is he not? Ooh.
Yeah,
you might like that part of it, Emily. There's like a you know, politically subversive group.
Wait, what are we talking about? I wasn't listening.
Battlestar Galactica. They got one of the original actors from the 70s version of Battlestar Galactica back for an adult role in a completely different context. It's and the role they gave him is interesting, I think.
I should watch that. That should be my next thing.
No.
I'm whining about not having anything to watch.
Let's do that together. That'd be a lot of fun. I'd love to go back through that. That's great.
Yeah.
But I think the ending
Battlestar
there
Galactica?
is similar to. I think, Anna, your view of that is the way I look at the last season of Game of Thrones, because the ending is freaking obvious. Like, of course she's the bad guy, but everyone's just like freaking out because they weren't giving enough really blunt hints for for people who just weren't, people who didn't notice like the look in her eye when they dumped the gold on her brother's head. Like, you know, like they should have known this gal has issues, but there are times when they seem to build her up in this sort of like messianic sense, and maybe she could be the one and whatever, and it seems like it's heading in that direction. And then all of a sudden it's like a very sharp detour, and they cut so much of Bran's story out. There's a lot more detail in the books about his path toward it, that him ending up on the throne, I think surprised people. So I think they cut too much to make that really work. Part of it is just that they got too far ahead of the author. They didn't have enough material from Martin, but they could have brought a lot more stuff that they had cut out about Bran that would have made the story make more sense, I think. So I think it's just, I don't think it's that the ending was bad. I think the ending was what had to happen, but I think it was rushed so much that it plays like crap as a story. That's kind of how I view the last few episodes of Battlestar Galactica, if that makes sense as a parallel to you. I don't know if you know that show as well.
Yeah, I watched it and I did read the books, although I don't have a very good memory for things I've read, unfortunately, because my mind is always all over the place. It's not the ADHD strength I got, unfortunately. But yeah, I haven't gone back and watched Game of Thrones in a long time. But in my opinion, like, it was obvious that Daenerys was not a good guy. But maybe that was because I read the books before watching the series.
Yeah. But I think the series does do enough to foreshadow that there's a problem with her. And I think a lot of people just weren't paying enough attention. I mean, she has issues to begin with, and then some of her experiences really harden her. But then when they have Tyrion as her hand, and he seems like they've been building him up, and he'll be a good guy, and you think, oh, well, maybe he'll help to like moderate her, and maybe she'll actually be good. There was a lot of like false hints they were giving that it could go in a different direction. And I think that stuff threw people off. Where it's a lot clearer in the books because there's a lot more detail around Tyrion's time in Essos and everything that's going on there, that it doesn't give as much a false impression.
Yeah, I think the thing I like about Game of Thrones and Battlestar Galactica is the parallels between our societies and the really important themes, like especially Battlestar Galactica as even just like a therapy of post 9/11 Iraq, Afghanistan type of thing, type of war of like, I don't know, invading countries and then occupying them, and unnecessary warfare.
Oh yeah, God, it was ultimately so unnecessary too, because the accord they finally reach, you know, and here they literally committing G-side in the opening of the show, and it was all over just like some decades ago, like grudge misunderstanding that it didn't have to happen at all. Like if they had just talked. That's hard.
And then like Battlestar Galactica brought in a whole, it was like you had the political element of like a alternative society, but obviously based on not America, but on politics on Earth, right? But then also you had the like theological element of all the religion and the like returning to Earth storyline.
Oh, somebody just mentioned Midsommar. That the film about the cult in Sweden, if you're thinking about the right one. Well, that was a disturbing movie if you haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
But yeah, out of the religious theme, I liked a lot of the explorations of religion that did make it in the new series. But I have to admit, I kind of like that they didn't have as close an association with Mormon cosmology as there was in the original conceptualization of it in the 70s. You know, it's a little bit more open-ended and just represents a lot more of the human experience. It's a lot more original as opposed to, you know, kind of following a very specific religious template of its creator.
Yeah, that was the one thing I think we actually talked about this. I don't remember. It was a live or a Discord call about Orson Scott Card and Ender's Game and all of that.
Yep.
Ender's Game, maybe not so much. I mean, I'm not super familiar, honestly, with Mormon mythology, so I couldn't really tell you if something was or wasn't. But he had a whole series that I read the first book and I really liked, but it was literally just like a sci-fi version of the Mormon Bible.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same one, but there are some elements in the quadrilogy or whatever, you know, from Enders that do touch on that. But I always took it as a little bit more subtle than what's his name, Glenn Larson, I think, the creator of Battlestar Galactica. Glenn Larson was really like reading his beliefs into it and giving us like a sci-fi version of it. And with the reimagining, they kept some elements of that and wove it into something a lot more complex that I kind of liked.
Yeah, but overall, though, I do enjoy the theological elements of these. And like, I don't know, there's just something about Battlestar Galactica for me that was like new and exciting of this, like, I mean, like colonizing space and creating colonies is like a pretty, I mean, it's like a trope in most sci-fi, in a good portion of sci-fi work. But then at the same time, like, I don't know, there was something that hit, like, even when I think about Battlestar Galactica, like, I just get like a little flutter in my heart just because the, like, I don't know, the motivation behind the characters and just the way it all kind of fit together was just so, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the neat thing about it as a story, and I'm really struggling not to give too much away for the Emilys out there, But the I like that it kind of reverses a common sci-fi trope where instead of being in the distant future and colonizing space, it's about where we came from in the first place. And what it does is it presents an alternative version of where all of our myths and legends and gods and all these other cool things come from, because a whole lot of the mythological elements that are part of their culture and their religion become parts of like ancient Earth history later. So they're arriving way back in our time. You know, it's like it's almost like and setting up an ancient aliens kind of like story in a way.
Yes.
But it seems like it's all futuristic and cool and way ahead, but it's actually way back in the past. And I think that that's a really fascinating way to do a show like that.
Okay, well, Emily just ordered $55 of sushi, and I ordered $50 worth of brunch this morning, and it was terrible. So we're in the same boat.
You're eating better than me, though.
What was I gonna say?
Like you said, with inflation, that's about 6 pieces. I'm in rural Wisconsin, so actually everything costs pretty much the same here as it does everywhere else, and you just make less money. So political science me that doesn't. It's just not fair. What did I get? I already forgot. I went into like a sushi fugue state, and I just ordered like a lot of sushi.
That one and that one and that one and that one and that one.
I don't know what's in these. Sunset roll, pink lady roll, edamame. I know what edamame is.
Have you done the ones where there's a conveyor belt that comes around?
No, I'm scared.
Oh, those are good.
That would be.
I want to do that.
That'd be fun. We should do that. Yeah, my 2 best sushi experiences were like that. Like it's just coming around and like, ooh, that seems interesting. And you just try it.
I want to do that.
Because it's so. If you're just looking at the menu, you're not gonna. I wouldn't pick most things. You know, I never would have had eel if I hadn't like seen it. Okay, maybe, you know, try it.
I've not had great eel. It's always rubber.
It was pretty gross, actually, but I'm so glad I tried it.
Ooh, pizza.
Yeah, I had to stop myself from continuing about Battlestar Galactica because it's like the last episode for me that makes it so good, but that would be it would ruin the entire series, even if you're not listening, Emily. Knowing about.
I hope it doesn't.
For me, the special thing was the surprise. Like I did not like. There's what I feel is depicted in the last scene specifically.
Oh,
it wraps the whole thing up and is like so emotional that I would hate to ruin that moment for someone to watch it.
Yeah, let's definitely not. But yeah, that's a good point. I think I'm sort of spoiled by knowing that's what the original series was intended to do too, and that's what the original books were set up intending to do. So I kind of expected that out of it. So yeah, I should have thought about that. Yeah, but yeah, it just interesting in the way it sort of like reverses, you know, what you kind of expect a science fiction show to do. But it's enjoyable on so many levels. The character development, the use of proper physics. I mean, you're so used to like George Lucas-y style, but and like the ship's moving along and then hitting the little stressors on it, flipping around, you know, like just the way they actually would, and then they're it's like guns, you know, instead of like energy weapons, they're like literally firing off rounds at each other. It's so real.
Yeah. Half of it is just them trying to figure out how to fly the frickin' things.
Yeah, it was really good, and they had a very interesting take on the Cylons too that really improved on the originals. You know, the insights we got into their cultural development were great.
I had a parallel show to Battlestar Galactica. Oh no, Stargate. Okay, so I feel like they do a similar thing. And you mentioned Ancient Aliens, and I was thinking about Stargate at the same time, which was
That's funny.
they do something similar where it's like it's present day, but then they're going back in time to rediscover ancient technology that then they use to get to places that are like technologically more advanced into like a Star Trek future. But then at the same time, they're drawing from like archaeology and like ancient Egypt stuff. So it's like both Eddie Maru, both, all of them. I've watched all of them.
Given how big that franchise got, I still kind of regret that I couldn't get into it. I really enjoyed the movie, but the first season of the first show, everything about it was so cheesy. Like I couldn't get past it for some reason. I don't know why. But it was also at a time that I was kind of over a lot of television. It took some of the really high production value shows to finally draw me back into watching television shows. It wasn't until like Tombstone and Rome and Battlestar Galactica, like those three were the ones that got me watching TV again. So the 1990s is kind of like a dead spot in my TV viewing life. And at the time, I think I was just so jaded about this shit that all the cheesiness around the effects and whatnot were just like, oh, God damn, if I want to like watch cheesy ass shit like this, I'm just going to go back and watch Captain Kirk or something. I couldn't do it.
It was still on when like filler episodes were very common. Now it's more about plot or like 10 episodes, you know?
Right.
But this was when they just, similar with like early Star Trek where it was just like,
yeah,
oh, we found a new planet. Let's go there and have a plot. And we have 25 episodes a season. Yeah. So it's a lot to get through. Right. Even I have trouble going back and watching it. I really haven't rewatched all of it very often, but I have. I think some of the ending seasons are worth it, but it is cheesy. That's the hard part. I struggle with that too.
Yeah, even some really good shows from that period. I mean, TNG was lucky that that I liked the original series, so it sucked me in, so I was able to keep doing that. But even there, I missed a ton of it and had to go back to later. You guys remember when video stores existed, maybe, right? I would go to the video stores and check out episodes because I couldn't get myself to actually watch regular television, but I still wanted to see, so that's how I first saw things like Deep Space Nine and crap like that. But because they had to fill out a massive season, there was filler, like in every episode of TNG. Like it's a good show overall, and there are some really shitty episodes in it. And that's something that, as much as I'm often left like wanting more from these 8 to 12 episode seasons of shows now, I do respect the quality of the writing and direction and everything else and the better effects and all the stuff that they can get when they cut the season in less than half. Because if you got to fill out 27 episodes, you're going to have some shit.
Well, and you didn't have access to go back and watch them all either, some of it I think too was before even on demand, all of the digital streaming stuff. So if you wanted to watch it every Friday night, how likely were you to remember everything that happened?
You had to buy copies of it. We had to go and buy our VHS collections, whatever. I mean, I used to go and buy stuff. I had all the episodes of TOS on VHS. It's like I had all the Bond movies on like shit like that. Went back when you used to have to buy freaking cassettes because it wasn't available. It wasn't on the internet. You couldn't stream. There was nothing like that available. So they kind of figured they can get away with it and have an occasional turkey episode, and everyone will just forget it and move on.
I think maybe that's too why Battlestar Galactica was. I think it was one of the first sci-fi shows I watched where it was all plot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had an idea what they were doing with the story, and they worked out each season, and they wrote the season together. It wasn't like a whole bunch of random writers all contributing an episode. You could tell that they all collaborated and put the ideas together and knew where the season was going to go and end. And that really mattered. It was the same way for me with Rome and Tombstone. Those are the three that got me back into it. And you could the writing was just amazing. You could see the effort that went into that. And it really changed my view on what could be done with television.
Soulspeak, how are you?
Hi, Anna. Hi, Liam. Hi, Emily. Hello, everybody in the chat. It's so good you guys are on. So I don't know if it's safe if it's safe to say this in front of Emily, but I was gonna step into the shower. Because Emily outs everyone on public platforms about that sort of thing. So
What do I do?
you
What
out
do you wear in the shower?
Yeah, see, that's what she does. Exactly that.
What?
That with her snazzy glasses.
Are you gonna wear like the old school bathing suit that with like a high collar?
And the
Listen,
stripes on
Yeah,
it.
with the
Oh,
long shorts or the shorter?
I don't listen.
Gotta
I
have
mean,
stripes.
you and Liam are new. I don't know what kind of things you're into. I'm just taking a shower to cleanse my body like normal humans. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna take a bath soon, and I'm gonna stay on the call anyways.
Just saying.
what you're
Just saying.
into?
Did you get my message on Discord, Emily? Are you?
Yeah, I forgot to reply. Wait, was it a voice message or written?
Yes. It was a lot of things. You
I
ignored
feel
all
like
of
I read it loud to Liam, and then I forgot to reply.
Okay.
Or I listened to it, and then I forgot to reply.
I'm so dense, you guys. Like I'm so dumb. You were telling me too. Like when I was in Florida and you two weren't together. He was on your live. You were literally telling me you're together, and I wasn't getting it.
Oh, I remember you played.
Like,
You
I
did
totally
play
wasn't
those for
getting
me. I remember that now. I remember you playing it. That was so cute. I loved it.
I'm so mad at myself. I'm mad at myself for not knowing. Like you guys are my friends. How did I not know? I must have
Because
listened.
we're
I just kept
autistic.
on ignoring.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's
Yeah.
so funny. But yeah.
It just
And then like
it just
2
built
months
up
later, I had
accidentally
to
along the way,
actually
and
ask
there you go.
I had to ask you, and Liam's being all, well, I mean, we're together on this app right now. Okay, Liam. Okay.
Well, we're right here. See, like
Because I've read this too quite a bit.
What have you heard, Aquarium?
what happened?
Hi, huh?
Hello, sorry. I just came up here to commiserate in our mutual dislike of the darn Ancient Alien show. That piece of shit.
Okay, so I'll exit and listen to you guys, but I'm happy to stay on because I want to talk to you when I'm done.
Yep, we're here. Anytime.
I know
Yeah.
that's your place. Go ahead.
Yeah,
We're here.
stay up, or you can request again. We'll bring you up. But if you don't want it to accidentally turn on and you for your own comfort, then
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good to stay on. I'll just mute and listen to you guys.
okay, perfect.
I'm always
Thanks.
happy to recommend Ancient Aliens as long as it comes with like a pound of hashish. Then it's okay. Otherwise, don't do it. Just don't say you'll because you're gonna lose brain cells either way. And you might as well lose brain cells doing something fun than what?
I have to be totally tripping on shrooms for that. I can't. I just get so angry.
I was gonna say the same thing. This is I think we need something a little more
But nothing
Heavier.
nothing better than that is legal in California. I couldn't possibly. No.
it's legal in my state now, so
Lucky you. So we're all gonna visit.
Oh,
you can buy them in California now too.
I don't know how without causing a problem for myself. But either way,
Okay, well, Goldie said someone sent me a picture of what they purchased legally in California, so I'll do
yeah, I guess I gotta figure that out. Yeah, it's
Muse was already participating.
that show is so. I mean, that show is so hard for a historian with an interest in archaeology because, or and like textual criticism and whatnot. They just get so much wrong every episode I've seen. I cannot believe it's been around season after season after season.
Wait, but you guys didn't know that the top of the pyramids, the top of the
We can't be in the For You recommended anymore because we discussed substances. So apparently mushrooms is now. I mean, come on, like they're a fungus that you can find in any grocery store. What did we say? Come on, seriously?
We're talking about putting them on pizza.
Yeah,
I think it
totally.
might have been the HASH.
Oh well, anybody
I
who
think
wants
it
more
was
people in
the-
here, share it out because it's no longer going to show up in the For You. I don't even understand what the point is of choosing age restricted for this shit. If like any discussion of any kind of substance is going to get you in trouble. This is why I
don't
keep wanting to go to
understand how
Clapper,
people will
folks.
Literally be on live and still be on the For You page.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
tell you, it's inevitable. I mean, as soon as they can do longer videos, I'm jumping ship for Clapper. I'm getting so tired of this shit.
Yeah, you know, I put portobellos on my pizza every day, and I just love portobellos.
Oh,
I
creminis
love
are so
shiitake.
good. Shiitake is good. Yeah.
I don't remember what it tastes like. I just said that because Anna said that.
Yeah, I don't like mushrooms.
They're
I do.
good.
Frozen chicken in the woods are awesome mushrooms.
I was told that you shouldn't eat them on salads anymore. That like having them raw is somehow bad. I'm like, oh, because I used to always like I would chop up creminis and stick them into my salads. It was great. But apparently that causes
depends
some
on the
health
mushroom.
issue, so I can't do it anymore.
It depends on the mushroom a lot of times.
Yep. I was told specifically to avoid the creminis and the white ones, but yeah, I don't know. I used to love chopping those up and throwing them in. But they're good on pizzas too.
Taking us off the For You page, is that like strike one, or does that mean we can talk about substances now?
I think it means we can talk about it. It didn't say anything about a strike. It just said you're no longer qualified to be recommended on the For You page because you're discussing substances.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not, if it's a violation, it'll say something, like it'll be more specific about it. But yeah, they'll stop, like if you look up here, it's no longer, like next to daily ranking under your username, usually it'll have like a category. So like some of them are just like multi-guest or educational or JVS is under, which is actually part of why I think we have low engagement on book club, is because he's categorized as fitness.
Yeah.
And so then
that sucks.
Oh my gosh.
because he does his Friday fitness things.
Right.
So people can go on to live and then they can choose different categories and different lives will show up in those.
Where did they put the category? I found to the right of the daily rankings thing. It shows me the restricted and tells me that my live availability, but I don't see what it's calling it or categorizing it.
Yeah, because you don't have it anymore.
Oh.
Because that's how that's where it pushes you onto
it
the
takes it
For
off.
You page.
Oh, okay, cool. So I got to watch. I'm gonna look for that next time and see what it says.
Popular live is ranking. Same with daily ranking. That's that's how we are compared to everyone in our state/region. I don't know how it's broken down in United States.
Huh.
So popular live in are based on our diamonds, which is based on live, is based on how many gifts you've gotten, and then daily is you're only competing in your league in your country.
Apparently, I need 146.6 thousand team points in order to reach number 99 on the popular lives ranking. So I just discovered I kind of suck, y'all. That's cool. Thank you, Chinese dancing app. I definitely suck. All right. And then
so you have to get
on daily ranking.
Gifts.
Wow, daily ranking. I need 449.1 thousand diamonds to reach number 99. So I still don't know what diamonds or team or whatever thing means, but apparently I need a lot of those things. So
So people who get really high up there, they are the ones who do the battles. So they'll have big gifts. So 100K someone could get in one battle.
dang. But you still need to have some kind of audience to begin with for the battles, or do the battles start showing up in the for yous or whatever for people to find?
Typically a lot of people have been battling for many years, so they'll have people who are basically just rich who follow them around and gift them, or they're part of a like, what's it called? They have a manager or like a representative, and then that person will gift them what they get. So it's like there's some people aren't doing it fully, like they don't just have a backing.
Ah.
And then some people recycle, so they'll be a streamer and then they will get gifts on their stream, and then they'll use that money to gift another streamer who's battling. And then at the end of the battle, that person will then go to the other person's stream and gift them everything they made. So they're just recycling the same coins.
See, that just puts the rankings and stuff in the category for me as, you know, high school popularity contests.
Oh, 100%. And there's a class issue too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
big
you have
time.
to attract an audience that can throw a bunch of money at you.
So I would say, Professor, you don't suck. The problem is the system sucks.
Yeah. No, I mean, just suck on their system. But yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna do whatever I do,
I'd
and
say-
whatever works. You know, whatever audience I get is what I get. It's all good. I've never cared about popularity contests.
No,
Annie said she wasn't popular in high school. Me neither, dear. It's okay.
Oh yeah, no, we don't like popularity contests because we weren't popular.
I would have been
I
miserable.
don't like popularity contests because I don't like people feeling like they're less than.
Okay, yeah, that too. But you know
Yeah.
what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been on the receiving end of people who think that they're better than you. I just get part of that.
Yeah, I honestly feel the whole thing was just sort of a blur in high school. Like I think I only came to understand how all that cliquish shit worked much later. So I honestly never really registered what's popular, what's unpopular. I just sat with different people and never really cared. It just went, I think it all just went over my head until much later. I figured out a lot of the normal blending and masking type shit a lot later in life than some of y'all.
I'd say I'm in that boat with you. I've never been a good masker.
Yeah, I'm just terrible at it. I generally refuse to try. When I do, it doesn't work well. But yeah, the popularity thing, I didn't get it.
Unfortunately, I was aware that I was unpopular since that became an issue. I don't know. I don't know if it's better to like not like you or know why people like you and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I still do, there's still people in my circle in high school that I honestly have no idea if they liked me or they were mocking me the entire time. Like I don't know, because I didn't know then. I just kind of took them at face value and they seemed like they were wanting to hang around with me, so I just hung with them and had lunch and whatever. But there's a lot of things looking back on it like, they might have just been making fun of me and I just didn't get it and didn't care. Just went right over my head. I was kind of like unbullyable because I was so fucking
Yeah, I was kind
oblivious.
of I was kind of blessed in that. I had really protective friends, and if you came over there and you were just coming to mock me, they'd probably check you out.
Yeah, I only had that with physical stuff. Like there were enough people that were just like tolerant of me. Like there was I remember like one time this guy lost his patience and just, smacked me across the face and broke my glasses. And I just stood there staring at him like, what? Pick my glasses back up. What the hell? Where did that come from? But then after he walked away, like one of the leaders of the Latin underground said, hey, do you want us to take him into the bathroom and beat the shit out of him? Like, no, I don't care. But thank you. That was very nice of you. Sweet of you to offer, but I don't see why.
I think they were just trying to keep you from being messed with in future.
Yeah, probably.
Example type thing.
Probably. Although it didn't happen again, but I have no idea what happened. But
he might have said something. He might have been like, well, Liam told me I couldn't beat you up, but if you ever touch him again, I don't give a damn what Liam say.
Maybe. Yeah. I think enough people like picked up that I was weird enough and were willing to help out. Yeah, but yeah, so much of that stuff was just, I was so oblivious to it. And honestly, the memories that I have like that are really quite late in it, like they're senior year type stuff. So much before that point, I probably just didn't even really register it. I spent so much of high school just sitting in the back of the room reading. So.
Yeah, for me, it was like there was a very high income inequality. So people, I mean, even middle class people couldn't catch up with the people who were just had money. Like both parents were surgeons, both parents were lawyers.
Oh,
like, so there were people who had never heard of economic, like struggling poverty. Like it was not part of their vocabulary was poverty. And that includes like buying new clothes every year. And then in addition to that, having sensory issues to where you not only hate wearing clothing, but you hate going to the mall to try the clothing on. So you buy the quickest thing you can try because your mom has 50 pairs of jeans for you. And none of them fit well because they're all low rise, because this was the early 2000s. So everything was low rise. So you couldn't even like sit down without them like falling off your butt. And so I would just wear the same hoodies and, jeans, and I couldn't wear anything that was like cool, but then everyone was wearing like really, really nice, expensive clothing.
That's weird. That's something I must have been completely unaware of too. But looking back on it, I mean, there were plenty of people from poor backgrounds. I mean, at my school, but I do remember there was one actual like working actor. I mean, he did a number of shows and guested on. I mean, he actually had a guest spot once on TNG. Even we were talking about Star Trek earlier. So he was like a working child actor in my class at high school. So there were people that definitely were better off, but I think I was completely oblivious to the class interests at the time. I don't think I really started paying attention to that kind of stuff just in normal social settings until much later. That's interesting.
We had a lot less class issues because most of like the rich people around here went to private schools. But we had a lot of race issues. A lot. It was to the point where my senior year, 2004, was the first year that our high school had a desegregated prom.
Damn.
Wow.
Prom was segregated.
Damn. That's crazy.
It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. But I don't expect much from the home of Strom Thurmond. nor the school named after his ass.
Yeah, there you go. God, that would have added so many layers of fucked upness to my life. Wow.
Well, it doesn't help that also I tend to be in and with the Black community rather than the white community, and you know, here it's just really fucking unheard of. If you present white and you are around nothing but Black people, that was pretty much what I was targeted for mostly.
Yeah, all my friends growing up were Hispanic or Black practically. I think, yeah, I had 2 white friends, I think. But that's just more of reflection of like the local demography, and it didn't have as overt of like a racist stuff. Although, again, you go back into like the 80s, and there's a lot of words that people just don't use casually anymore that they still used to. But never as bad as that.
Well, my dad is Black, so I've to be honest, around peers my own age, I've always been a little bit more comfortable with Black people because I can read them better because I've been around them so much more. So I can tell when I'm aggravating them a little bit better. So, you know, it's just more comfortable for me.
Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, she left the room. Figures.
Okay, chat. You guys have any good topics for us to move on to? Would you like to stay on this topic? Do you have any questions? Anything you would like to add? Emily is leaving us. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, Emily, I answered the question in the Discord because if I say the name here, then it kind of puts me in exactly a class at a particular time and place. But I did send it there, so in case you're wondering who it was. Because no, it was not Will Wheaton. He's a few years older than me. Will
Yeah.
Wheaton. Yeah, Will Wheaton. Sorry, I do frequently add the wheat. The it's the original sound.
No, that's from. Isn't that from Family Guy?
Oh, they make fun of it in some early season, yeah. But it originally was that sound in English, but it lost it, and only some dialects kept it.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, Benny Maru has a topic, but maybe they're typing. And then Muse, will you send me those questions on a group chat, and I can read them out loud? I'm losing track of Discord channels at this point. There's a lot in all of the Discords I'm in.
Yeah. I should pop back over to here. I didn't look at this in the chat. Okay, cool. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Facebook. No hellos to Twitter because Elon Musk can suck my huevos.
Twitter? Oh my god.
It used to be able to just stream live to it, but now he wants to make it one of those features you pay for. So, I mean, he took my blue check away, and he's like slowly taking more and more things. And they finally added an edit feature, and I was begging for years, can I please edit freaking tweets? Because I hate having to like copy, delete, repost it. And if I don't notice it in time and people have already answered, then I have to like leave the typo and autistic freak out. But now you can edit if you pay him money every month. So no.
See, that's why his ass is musky.
Okay,
Apartheid
So-
baby can suck it.
Benny Maru, I'm gonna let Muse go because Muse wants to come up and drop really quick, and then unless Muse, yours is a very long one.
I can wait. It is kind of long, and I won't forget it because it's been something I've seen a lot, and I'm just curious about what Liam thinks about it. It's more of like a global, international politics question.
Okay, so Benny Maru is asking for your opinion on the Kursk attack and news that an F-16 was shot down.
I sum this up quick. Okay, so the offensive is interesting in that they were able to do it, like the planning was carried off well enough in secret that it was a surprise to everybody, and that they pushed in as far as they had, as quickly as they have, and are still gaining ground. But at the same time, the Russians are still gaining ground toward the Dnieper and in Luhansk. So it's more, I think, an attempt to seize territory so that when it comes time to negotiate, they can trade for some of their own land back. And in that, it makes a great deal of sense. Honestly, if they can drag this out for a while and they can manage to push in successfully enough, it really could do that. Oh, I dropped some. Did anybody else miss anything? Okay, so I was saying, like, for the...
No, that was to Emily. That was to Emily.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so the move in there, it makes good strategic sense if you're thinking in terms of the negotiations. For a parallel, for all of our pro-Pali friends here, if you're thinking back to the Arab-Israeli wars, that's ultimately the whole purpose of the 1973 war. People, the Zios love to spin this as like some evil surprise attack and totally unprovoked, and never mind the fact that there were settlements in those territories in the Sinai and Golan from 1967. So, hello, active war. But that attack was never intended fully to succeed. It was never intended to take territory back or really end the conflict. It was intended to score some land for them that they can then go to the negotiating table without being like completely abject, like on the floor, like, please, sir, throw us some scraps. That's what Ukraine's looking for here, because 2 years in, they have not been able to push the Russians out of Donetsk, Luhansk, the entire southern stretch, from, Mariupol all the way across toward the Dnieper, nor have they barely been able to touch Crimea except with a few drones or whatever. So there's like 5 provinces in the country that they have not been able to retake. They're just barely holding ground in some of these areas. So if they can take enough territory in Russia and hold it, it increases their negotiating position to get back some of the territory that Putin would otherwise just straight up be able to seize at the negotiating table. Because right now, their negotiating position is surrender or just keep fighting. That's your choice. And as fast as the Russians are burning through troops, I mean, that their casualty rate is astronomical. But they have a much larger population, and they have deep oil and gas pockets to keep people in the field, so they can outlast the Ukrainians. It gets back to a point I have to make in classes about conflicts, that in a long war, a large power is always going to defeat a medium power. It doesn't matter what advantages they have. This is what you get, all those dude bros who want to say like, well, the Yazidis totally could have won. Like, no, in a long war, they were always screwed. Like, as soon as you got a player like the Soviets involved, the Soviets were always going to win that war. There was like a 0% chance the Germans could have won it. But in a short conflict, that's a different matter here, right? This is turning into a long war, and the Ukrainians are staring that reality in the face, that their economy and their population just can't hack it as much. And that's the key behind the whole Kursk offensive. The more they take there, the better they can negotiate a way out of this conflict. So it makes great strategic sense to do. And I've seen a number of like mainstream reports totally missing that, thinking it's just some last desperate gasp to try and win a war that they can't actually win. Like, no, it's not. I mean, they're just trying to like have something at the table on their side that they have to give back in exchange for something, you know? I don't know if that answers that, but those are my thoughts on why they're there.
We'll let Benny Maru respond, and I'll read it out loud if I see it. And everyone, if you're new here, okay, Benny Maru said, what about the F-16?
I'm not sure I saw it, but also it wouldn't. I'm not sure how I would react anyway, because the those kind of fighters given to Ukrainians, sure, they're air superiority fighters, but they're also quite old, and the Russians have some pretty sophisticated air defenses and fighters and missiles. So their ability to knock one down would not surprise me at all. But I didn't see the report at all. But I think if it was they just shot down one of the F-16s given to Ukraine, all I think it would say is for the people who thought, oh, if we just give them better equipment, it'll completely change the balance of power. And, American equipment is so much better than Russian equipment. And totally this will change the balance of power in favor of Ukraine. Anybody who's ever thought that in a long war Ukraine could win was just like missed, like some basic economic realities. The better equipment helps, but it doesn't help them win outright. And American media love to talk about, if we give them all these sophisticated tanks, it'll totally change everything. At the end of the day, Russia's biggest problems are that its conscript military just doesn't fight well. They honestly don't care, and they'll send people in as like cannon fodder without really preparing. But they actually do have some very advanced kit. They're a major weapons exporter. So their ability to shoot down F-16s we've known about for a long time. Oh, they're calling it a malfunction. That's funny. That's again like, American plane can't possibly go down. Oh, it must have been a technical glitch. No, the Russians, for crying out loud, have hypersonic rockets. They can definitely take these planes down if they need to. What people miss in that, and one reason that we often don't talk about some of the technical developments that the Russians have, it's again in a long fight, the determining factor between, say, the U.S. and the Russians, it's the same thing. It's economic. Our economy is vastly greater. So and our population's much larger too. In a long war, there's no way they could take us out. In short engagements, like skirmishes, like short combats here and there, the Russians could hold their own in a very limited engagement. Anything longer, they're crushed. So it's a matter of like what you're looking at. Like, they do have some good tech, they just don't have as much money to exploit it.
Yeah, Benny Maru says American exceptionalism at best.
Yeah. There's a lot of chest beating on things like that. We love to brag about our tech. And the only reason we ever talk about anybody else's is when we want to like beat the drums about Cold War type shit. So like they'll occasionally talk about, China's building 2 aircraft carriers. Like, okay, so we have a dozen and theirs are like really tiny, shitty diesel powered carriers for coast defense. It's not a blue water Navy yet. But we only talk about that stuff when we want to scare people. And yeah. But again, in technical terms, they definitely have some of the ability to strike back. And yeah, China is really good in some areas, bad in some others, really good in some. But that's always been true. When it served our interest during the Cold War, we massively inflated the Soviets' capacities, but it was only a handful of areas that they had an advantage against us. They had a massive advantage in rocketry, for example, and their submarines were excellent, but their surface fleet, we could have crushed it, and they had nothing comparable to us at the time as far as like an air superiority fighter. The Russians have since, and the Chinese too, have made some major advances and are now building like, 5th generation type air superiority fighters. during the Cold War, the Soviets never really invested enough in that. They tended to do very, very specialized ones that we misunderstood. I still remember how much which one was it? The Flogger or Oxbat or something like that. It's one of those F ones. But there's one that our intelligence initially thought was an air superiority fighter, but all it was like a jet with 2 massive freaking engines so they could try and catch up to our spy planes. That was its sole purpose. It never could have gone toe-to-toe with an F-16. Today they could, but in a long conflict, we have a shitload of really good jets, and they don't. So it becomes an economic issue.
Yeah, Benny Maroos, they also downplay China's technology prowess.
Yep, we do. And it's interesting how that works, because sometimes it's to our advantage to talk a little bit about them and scare people, but other times I think they don't want to. It's really weird. They haven't rolled out mass production for a lot of these things, but China's actually been developing some pretty good, air superiority fighter technology. They're going to actually build some genuinely good jets. But they're still building up that way, But again, in a longer conflict thing, there's a lot of other factors involved.
Spiritual Tech said the whole China thing is so bizarre because we have contracts with them.
Yeah, we want to on the one hand beat a neo-Cold War drum and scare people so it supports the American military-industrial complex, but we also don't want to scare people so much because we're so much in bed with them economically. So it's like there's a lot of mixed language.
Benny Maru is now praising the J-20 jet, but I don't know what that is. So
yeah, it is pretty. Well, again, they're doing some good stuff, and honestly, the developments in their space program are just astonishing. The speed at which China and India both are advancing in their space tech is just great. And honestly, I hope that some kind of competition there gives us a shot in the arm. And it really makes me sad too that our government and the traditional shitty defense contractors are kind of dropping the ball on our own space development. I mean, Boeing's capsule is just crap. I mean, you guys know that there's some astronauts stuck in orbit. They've already been up there a couple months too long, and now they won't come down till early next year, and they'll have to come down through a SpaceX capsule because apparently Boeing can't figure their shit out yet. And all they're doing is it's just an advancement of 1960s freaking capsule tech. It's not even like a freaking space plane like they were promising us in the 60s. It's nuts. I mean, we're going to let a lot of other countries really take the lead in some of these things and a handful of corporations. And by God, I honestly hope more countries get out there before the Elon Musks of the world do, because the last thing I want is Mars to become Musk land and
yeah,
I hope China gets it.
Sorry, go for it.
I'm sorry. I just said I hope China gets it.
I'd rather they got there first, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, as many problems as I have with Beijing, and they are numerous, I'd rather they got there before Elon did.
From what I've heard about Boeing too, is a lot of it is just them literally skipping safety checks and what is it checking to make sure things are all good. I don't know. There's a word for that, but I'm blanking on it.
Yeah, they're trying to do some of what SpaceX races things. I mean, and honestly, they'd rather just a whole bunch of shit blow up and they just keep learning from it rather than, triple checking everything on the math. Boeing is trying to adopt some of the same speed, but their corporate culture is completely different. So it's very problematic for them, I think.
I've seen reports with Boeing of them straight up using scrap parts in place of good parts.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy that was a manager or something. I can't really remember. It was a while ago. But he came out and he no longer works for them, and he went to whistleblowing on them and said that he was told to go to the scrap bin because they didn't have a part and go pull that part out of the scrap bin and put it on the plane.
Does not surprise me. I mean, just look at the shift in the last couple of decades toward this new form of finance capitalism that's all about extracting every possible bit of value out of old investments rather than any kind of new investment. It's really having some rippling effects on the ability to do R&D. And since the Cold War especially, so much of the R&D cash that used to fund the development for space tech and all these big contractors, it used to be federal money. And so much of that has dried up. The budgets are a lot smaller. NASA's budget is tiny. There's less going to that kind of work. So they don't have as much to play with to do it right, and they want to make a profit because they're for-profit enterprises. This is where China again has some advantage. So they just cut corners to make money, because making a little bit of money is a lot better than getting you to space. You know, that because all what they're caring about is like their stock value and crap like that.
All right, so Muse's question that now kind of fits into this perfectly. So Muse, go for it.
Yeah, so we were just discussing Russia and China, and I've seen quite a lot of momentum with the BRICS alliance thing. I read recently that Russia is trying to coax Palestine into an alliance because obviously the U.S. is ignoring them and has been for like 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
But my question really is a more pointed question within this dynamic, because I know there's a multifaceted front between a lot of East Asian countries and the United States in terms of foreign policy, but I also know that Putin himself is kind of an avowed antagonist of the West,
Mm-hmm.
and he seems to kind of carry that banner throughout his life.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a lot of variety in American politics with how to deal with the relationship with Putin. Obviously, Trump is his buddy, or wants to be. And Jill Stein kind of has this, I want to make peace, but like kind of hold him at arm's distance, it seems like. And then Kamala, obviously, it seems like she'd be like, let's just go to war. Let's just do this thing. Because she seems pretty hawkish to me. But what I want to know from your context, because I don't personally know a lot about the internal politics of Russia, do you even think it's possible to make peace with Putin from our stance as a country? Because I don't know, you know.
If we wanted peaceful relations with Russia, then we needed to drop a lot of the military posturing and work with them more closely in economic terms. You know, the 90s is a lost opportunity there. We basically forced a lot of shock therapy on their economy that caused a massive decline in living standards. And then we refused to bring them into the fold. There was honestly discussion of them. They were a NATO observer, and there was like talk of them eventually joining into something and actually being part of like this thing. And instead, we moved into their backyard, sucking up, you know, a bunch of other satellites and 3 former Soviet republics, and did it as a conscious way of isolating Russia from having any kind of wider role in Europe. If we wanted peace with them, we needed to integrate them into Europe, make them feel a part of it, you know, pave the way to like a good relationship with the European Union and trade and everything else. But instead, we made them feel like they were a 5th-rate power and completely irrelevant, and that they were useless or whatever. And what that did was it created a reactionary right-wing model. So we essentially created Putin and Putinism. That nationalist line that he's doing there comes out of the resentment of the 1990s. And once that's in place, no, there's no real path to peace with that. It's sort of like saying we could have made peace with Mustache Man. You can't make peace with radical nationalist movements. Once you've unleashed that particular monster, you're just kind of fucked. You know, I mean, what we have to do at that point is take away a lot of the conditions that caused it, and then let it play out its own course. Because if you remove the sense of antagonism that he thrives on, the more he can easily beat the drum about, you know, so-called Western threats, the stronger it makes him, the more he seems indispensable to the country. And the simple fact is he's exploited a lot of the oil and gas reserves to reverse the decline of the 1990s and increase living standards in Russia. And people look at that and they're thankful that they have an easier time feeding their kids now. So I don't think there's any way to get rid of him as long as he's popular for having done a few things like that people like, although a lot of it's not sustainable, but that's beside the point. But B, as long as there are conditions where he can point to and say, look, they hate us, they fear us, they'll never accept us, therefore you need me. It's more of a long-term process. There are ways to deal with those kind of authoritarian regimes, though, that do eventually lay the seeds for their collapse. Look at the engagement with Salazar and Franco's Portugal and Spain. Salazar's Portugal was actually incorporated into NATO at the beginning, and it was a para-fascist state, but we let them in. And the close relations there gave some leverage, some ability to influence them, and eventually it kind of like started coming apart. So the same thing with Spain, more the peaceful engagement with them instead of a very aggressive attacks on them allowed them to, when Franco finally kicked off, they just went back to a democratic system. I think in the long run, if you have to play the long game with a country like Russia and engage with them in a way that does not feed into that hyper-nationalist rhetoric, because fascists thrive on fear. They need that irrational fear to terrify people in order to support themselves. Take away the thing that scares them, and their long-term support collapses. And fascist movements always struggle with a succession mechanism. It's very difficult to pass power from one to the next when you depend upon the charisma of the great leader. So if Putin no longer can credibly make the same claims about antagonism, then Putinism will go away with Putin. But as long as the antagonism stays there, then someone else will be able to claim that mantle and carry it forward, and peaceful relations with Russia are not going to happen. So I mean, that's short of that.
That is exactly what I was wondering. And I also, I guess to further it, I from what I understand, I might be mischaracterizing this. I see him using NATO as an obvious enemy, as it was kind of identified in the chat there, and understandably so. You know, we kind of surround them. Yeah. But from my understanding, the purpose of it is to prevent the Soviet Union from coming back. And Putin has verbally espoused a few times that, you know, I want to re-annex the Donbass, I want to re-annex Ukraine, I want to re-annex Crimea, and like I want to recreate this old vision that we used to have of our nationalist, you know, pride and whatever. Yeah. And I guess the question is, like, if we were to approach this, you know, and I know we're dealing in the hypotheticals now, but if we were to approach this, dismantling NATO would basically give him, you know, more of an opportunity to do that. But it doesn't seem like we have a path to achieving something of what you just said without approaching that problem, you know?
Yeah, honestly, it's that's where it's a really tough nut to crack, because I can be both simultaneously for and against NATO. At the end of the day, NATO is primarily a tool of American imperialism and is meant to entrench American power in Western Europe, our influence in Western European capitals, by tying them to us and to the military-industrial complex in the U.S. It has a very specific purpose there that I consider to be uniformly negative. That said, it is still a defensive alliance that makes it difficult for one to attack another. So if there's an attack on Poland, well, there will be consequences. So therefore, an attack on that is much less likely. So it also has its benefits. I don't know that I think that dismantling it would immediately lead to conquest, because there are other factors involved here. There are quite a few things that would constrain Russia's ability to fully retake territory, to actually recreate a Russian empire there. It's not as simple as that. They have very complex relations with a lot of the Central Asian autocracies based on shared economic interests. And a lot of those territories have no interest whatsoever in being folded back into the Soviet orbit. In fact, they're even moving away in a lot of like cultural areas. Like some of these countries are switching their writing system from the Cyrillic alphabet to the Latin alphabet. I mean, there's a lot of ways in which they're definitely going their own way. And for economic reasons, there's no good way to take them. It would actually have seriously negative consequences for him. I mean, the closest relations he has with any of them is in Belarus. And then to a slightly lesser extent in Armenia. And in both of those cases, neither of those countries want to be reunified. I mean, they're really close in some ways with Belarus, but even there, they can't pull off a formal unification. I don't think that NATO is the issue there. And Belarus is like as far from NATO membership as possible. There's no way he's going to be able to retake that territory and get away with it. Because a lot of the population simply doesn't want it now. So, and its own corrupt elite doesn't want it either. So I don't think it's as simple as saying NATO's the only reason that Russia doesn't go on a conquering spree. There are other factors that prevent him from doing that. And simply put, it's often just better politics and better economics to deal with the situation as it is. They'll beat their chest and want it, but that doesn't mean they can actually do it. But yeah, NATO being in place makes it essentially impossible to do anything like that, at least with respect to the countries that are already in it. So it's useful there, but it is problematic. It honestly, NATO expansion in particular played a significant part in creating Putinism, and that remains to me a significant failing of the Clinton and Bush administrations pursuing that without actually dealing with Russian interests in a more effective way.
Okay, I'm gonna let Benny Maru say something, and then afterwards, Aquarium Lover wants to add something.
Hi everyone.
Blue.
Hello. So I heard that I think it was they were trying to coax issues with Kosovo, and I think a lot of the other countries like Hungary who are aligned with Russia to cause turmoil. I guess maybe like a coup or something. I just wanted your opinion on that.
In general, the Russians have always, within their areas of available influence, have always played a very similar role to the U.S. in trying to steer people in their direction. And honestly, that's just something large countries tend to do. You end up with an extended, sphere of influence around you. I mean, back in the day, the Germans had a huge one. There were a whole bunch of countries that aligned with Germany, and a whole bunch of countries all across Eastern Europe. The most common second language was German. We're way past that now. There's always been larger powers always cultivate those kind of relationships. The Russians are good at holding on to some of those for very specific reasons. So like their connection to Serbia, the issues in Moldova. There's a whole bunch of places in Armenia. There's a bunch of places where they have an outsized influence still. But it's not too dissimilar from what any large power has ever done in its own backyard. This is why China is increasingly trying to exert itself in its own neighborhood, and the U.S. has been working really hard to try and make sure every country in the area is aligned against them, which just infuriates them because it's their backyard and they want to be the big dog in their backyard. It's just what great powers have historically always done. So there's nothing particularly unusual there. The Russians, though, have one added twist to a lot of that. And this is something that was true all through the Cold War and is to some degree still true. They're really good at human intelligence and at working people. During the Cold War and the whole espionage game, the U.S. always had major technological advantages, but the Russians were a lot better at really infiltrating, like getting assets deeply embedded into areas or flipping people to their side. It adds another level of geopolitical capacity to them that a lot of other powers don't have. Their ability to really slip in the right people or grease the right palms, like the basic corruption shit. They're really good at playing those games in ways that, I mean, the US is a lot better at walking in with the big stick and then just straight up threatening people. We're not as good at being smooth about that path to influence. So it does give them influence in certain areas. And then there are players, you mentioned Hungary. Hungary is in a weird situation because Hungary is connected to NATO and the European Union, but its government is quite illiberal and a lot more like Putin-style far-right nationalism. So it puts them in a really strange situation where they're kind of like aligned technically with one side, but sympathetic to the other. And that honestly complicates a lot of things there. The more they can cultivate those kind of relationships, the more tricky that gets to hold those different alliances together, to have a kind of united front in European foreign relations, for example. It does mess with stuff. But it also, there's no veto. At the end of the day, Hungary is politically and economically aligned to Western Europe, and they know it. As much as Orban may hate that, he does also know it. So his politics may align a lot more with Moscow than with Washington in some areas, but he knows on which side the bread is buttered, so to speak. So it's not as simple as just saying, well, Hungary's on their side. And I'm rambling a little bit. I'll pause for an instant and let you clarify or add anything else into there.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you know if I have any other questions.
Well, so did that make sense for where we were going?
Oh, yeah, it did. So
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Sometimes I can wander a little too far afield. Jeez. We've been seeing some Oppo snuggles there. Oppo snuggles.
So
Burb.
first of all, hey Apple.
Burb.
Apple. Hey baby. Apple. Say hi.
I need to I need to cheat for a second and say Oppo.
Hi, handsome.
Aww.
What are you doing? Where are you going? Your friends want to talk to you, buddy.
He said no. I feel shy. They're making me laugh.
Appo, you need to answer some questions for us, sir. Professor Appo.
Oppo, are you on a TIA's list? Japanese, US.
How do you squawk no comment?
Oppo, look. You want to say hi?
What's up, Comrade Oppo? Hi.
What? Oppo, what word? Puppy?
Preach to us, Appo.
Where are the puppies? There's no
Oppo.
puppies around.
What do you think about the women's revolution in
Emma.
North Syria?
Emma.
You want to see puppies? You have to ask nicely. Ask everyone to show their puppies. Oh my God, you're such a dick. Oh, okay. Here you are.
Oh, the kids are sleeping. Where's everybody?
Look. Look, there's a puppy.
So good.
Kelly. Yeah, where's Kelly?
Oh, so good.
Kelly? Oh. There's Liam. What do you call Liam? Loki? Loki?
Too slow. Come on, hurry up. Oh, he's too slow. Socrates came in first and was going to hop on my lap, but then Emma walked in the room.
Oh.
The ladies always win.
Socrates is like a cow. A beautiful cow. Oh, look. You see Emma?
Oh.
Emma puppy.
Squirm. Hi. Yeah, I grabbed you. I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
puppy.
dear.
Look at Aquarium's puppies.
Oh, look what you should have
There's Liam.
done.
You, Emma.
He's a pretty babe.
Puppy.
Hi, Oppo. Look at you see the puppy here? Yeah. Oh, so puppies popped up too. Let's see if I can turn this so he can see them both. Oh, look at that. Oh,
Hey.
there you go. There we go.
What are you doing?
Chirp. Sorry, I'm the only puppy on the screen now.
Yeah, Nikki, TikTok has been really glitchy. Like, if I'm a mod and then I go live, it's not letting me make polls or even see if I'm a super mod. Like, I can't even bring people up or see requests. It's very weird.
It's Anna.
Hi, Anna.
See the apple.
Getting busy today.
Sorry, folks on YouTube and whatever. I'm talking to a parrot.
Did he call you a parrot? Oh my god. Problematic.
Oh, for shame.
Well, I can't mention the actual subspecies or whatever.
You're a puppy? You're a puppy, right? Yeah. Alpo is actually a puppy.
Oh, yeah.
So puppy. He's sleeping.
He's a puppy and what sounds like a particular K word that I can't say.
What?
There's his species sounds like a slur.
Oh, yeah.
So he's a parrot
Did
and a puppy.
Alpha,
Hey,
yeah,
bud.
yeah. Did Alpha go through a breed change? Now he's a puppy.
I think he's always been a puppy.
I think all mammals are puppies to him.
Yeah.
Right. He knew it since he was born.
Well, yeah. I mean, he grew up with these two dogs. After his siblings got sold, he was just around dogs, I think. So I think they imprinted on him. You remember Roma the puppy? Yes.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
It's RTL over here. You can't see it, but if you pop on a TikTok, you can see this adorable bird.
Do you have any words to say?
You just see it randomly kicking at the screen.
You want to talk about puppies? Talk about Happy? Talk about Loki? What other words do you say? You want to go night? You weren't scritches, huh?
Jennifer is asking if he gets hormonal in the springtime.
He gets hormonal and all the time. All the time. The funny? Yeah, you're in a throuple with your stuffed toy bunny, huh? And your no. No.
Emma's attacking
No.
her tail again.
No. Okay.
I wonder when she's
Morning,
running.
Nikki.
I wonder when she'll get tired of chasing her own tail.
I want to still have a Russia-related question.
Get it?
So, in terms of looking at this whole war with Ukraine, what made Ukraine where they would attack versus places like Moldova or any of the other places, even places that are not NATO aligned, but not willing to really join with Russian ideology?
To answer well is quite long. Let me see. The shorter points here, there's a couple of main areas to look at. One is it's a response to internal politics in Ukraine, and in particular portions of the east of the country and south of the country where they are Russian as the first language. In a lot of Crimea, a lot of the indigenous population was expelled and Russians moved there, so they are ethnic Russians. In a lot of eastern Ukraine, they're ethnically Ukrainian, but in the Soviet period, increasingly families adopted Russian in the East because it was, connected to a lot of like industrial heartland, and it just made things a lot easier. Just like languages being passed in different areas is common in a lot of areas. So, I mean, the Soviet Union wasn't expected to go away, So it's like, I don't know, look at families in Brittany deciding to pass only French to their kids instead of Breton. Right? A lot of people in the East made that calculation where populations farther west were less likely to, because they were farther away from that industrial heartland and a little bit closer to, say, Poland and whatnot, and trading there. So having a language closer to that made sense too. So what they've done is they've exploited a lot of linguistic resentment over that, because some of the Russian speakers in the East had felt aggrieved by the state's decision to emphasize only Ukrainian. And they'd done that to such a degree because they were trying to beat their own nationalist drum on some of this stuff, that they were even supporting a lot of very tiny minority languages like the Galgaz Turkic language in Bessarabia, but not Russian. They weren't allowing Russian the same kind of freedom. And Ukraine's reasons for that are their own internal nationalist politics and whatnot. But Russia kind of latched onto that and cultivated resentments in the East and South. That culminates in seizing Crimea back in 2014, and then in the long-running insurgencies from the same time period a decade ago in Luhansk and Donetsk. But in both of those places, from the best we can tell, widespread support for being part of Russia was never really there. They were just angry at Kiev. But they took that general anger and then the hard views of a small minority, and they turned it into a pretext to be involved. And this just fits into the longer term history of imperial powers often taking this very paternalistic role. I don't know, just for a historical parallel, look back at even not even the same language, but look back at the way the Russian Empire said it would look out for Serbia, heading into World War I. The sense of like Slavic solidarity that was common in like nationalist circles at the time. There's always this sense of like, or further back before that, you go back in the 19th century, the way that they talked about Orthodox Christians in the Middle East, that Russia, as the largest Orthodox power, felt some responsibility to stand up for Orthodox people anywhere. And they used that as a pretext for imperialistic policies. And what's happening there is not as dissimilar from that kind of classic imperialist throwing your weight around stuff as you might think. The other factor driving it is Ukraine's own desire to, or the government's desire there to try and establish closer relations with the European Union and with NATO. Because again, out of their own fear of Putinist politics and whatnot, and looking at the Georgian war and everything like that, and thinking, oh, we got to do this, we got to like cozy up to them, and that just reminding the Putin and his ilk of what happened in the 90s and early aughts, and they're looking at a long-term decline in Russia's geopolitical standing, from being a great power of the first rank to being a third-rate power, where they actually stand in terms of their economy today. And there's a lot of resentment over that. Putin has exploited that resentment through his entire political career. And when he first, got into this stuff and, took on like the premiership, like, the prime minister below the president in the end of the 1990s, and then carried out that devastating conflict in Chechnya. Like, from his entire career has been based on stoking a kind of like great Russian nationalism and tying that to a sense of anger over the collapse of Soviet power and Soviet influence in the world. And if a country as close culturally to Russia as Ukraine becomes a part of the American orbit, they feel they're losing something. And this is something that nationalists can play on. So the more that Ukraine, looking out for its own internal security or whatever, like the way that like the Baltic states and whatnot, or Poland has, like cozying up to somebody to avoid the Russians coming in again, turning to a different devil instead of the one I guess. The more they did that, the more that it played into Putin's hands in terms of the far-right nationalist politics. So in essence, Putin was forced into a conflict here. The more this built up, it didn't really give a whole lot of other
possible choices. They tried tons of different diplomatic avenues and weren't getting anywhere. And because of those two major issues, the steadily losing influence in Kiev and the resentments in the south and the east, because at the end of the day, you know, the One Russia movement is a kind of like an America First or like a mustache man sort of politics. It's a nationalist movement. So a nationalist movement can't constantly lose face in international relations. They can't constantly be humiliated and still survive. They will be toppled from power. So in essence, the back was against the wall and they chose the very costly course of conflict. And this is something that we see over and over again with that kind of nationalist movement. Nationalist movements usually end up in some kind of conflict. And those conflicts are frequently also their end, but that's a whole different story. But I don't know, that's sort of like a long rambly answer for only like two main areas. But I am trying to like define the two well, but it's like they were kind of like pushed to this because for the kind of government they have, they didn't see an alternative. This is not supporting the Russian narrative in any way, because again, it's a neo-fascist movement and I have no respect for it at all as an ideology. But for that ideology, this is the hand they were dealt, and it's where they had to go.
So what do you think the likelihood of them in the long run of this affecting them in the way of toppling Putin and his government?
It's really impossible to say. It just depends. There's too many other factors involved here. I still think that the long-term best possible way to topple that kind of ideology in Russia is to remove a lot of the resentments on which it is based. If you can try to establish more neutral or peaceful relations in a way that don't actually surrender your values, but also don't constantly threaten them, you know, like the whole like new Star Wars system, you know, I mean, like going back to the Reagan era term for it, but like the missile defense system, like placing stations for that in countries like Poland, so close to the frontier and literally sharing a border with Russia in the north. What it does is it undermines the only strategic advantage Putin has against the West, and that is the missile tech. They're much better in missile tech. In a conventional war, Russia can't win. In a conventional war, the European Union could beat Russia without the U.S. at all, with no U.S. help economically or militarily. Russia is militarily not a great power anymore, and they know it. And economically, they're not a great power. But the missiles give them some sense of pride and give them a sense that they can't be threatened directly. And if you remove that threat by being able to shoot anything down, then what it does is it scares the fucking hell out of them and it makes them more belligerent because they feel they have to lash out and they have to show that they mean business. If you take away the things that most scare them without sacrificing your own principles, then what it does is once Putin himself passes on, his movement could crumble because the pretext for it wouldn't be there, and it would be very difficult for someone else to pick up the reins. It's always hard for fascist movements to have a clean successor. None of them have truly had one like that. Only some para-fascist or fascist-related movements have managed any kind of succession. So say like Syria, for example. But Syria is not truly fascist. It's just in the same ballpark. No like strongly fascist or para-fascist state has ever managed to successfully pass power from one charismatic leader to another charismatic leader. Some circumstances can align that can do that. But one of the reasons that Syria pulled it off is the ability to point to constant threats. The way that Damascus could point to the threat of the Americans and the Israelis and use that to terrify people and keep that coalition, as well as like the sectarian basis of the government. There's like a few very specific factors. Without a few specific tricks that allow them to do that, these movements always collapse on their own. So I don't think that this war will take Putin down. no matter how it goes, good or bad, on its own, it can't, because the basis for it would still be there. The basis of support for him would still be there. If you change policy and let that play out for 20 years and he's gone, then I think that the movement can collapse and Russia can head in a different direction. But that's really playing the long game. There are no simple answers to questions like this. There's no quick way to get rid of people like Franco. If you would have approached him much more aggressively, all you would have done is strengthen the Falangist movement in Spain, right? The way that they were approached allowed it slowly to, crumble on its own.
Well, I definitely wasn't looking for a simple answer, so I do appreciate the more complex answer, because it actually gives me the better insight. Because when you got to the point of circling back to, in the long run, this war in and of itself will not topple that government. That was the short of what I wanted, but the long of it helps me to understand why. So I do appreciate you taking the longer route.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks. I'm glad that works well. Then, yeah, the conflict itself, no matter how it plays out, I don't see it having any impact on the Kremlin. But Putin's movement couldn't survive a significant realignment. But if the situation remains as antagonistic as it is today, then I think that someone else could carry that movement forward and far-right politics could survive in Russia, that it could continue on and end up being one of those interesting outliers like Syria that managed to successfully hold power within a particular movement. But what planners really should be doing is trying to find a way to do that, to play that long game. But instead, we often think too much in our own short-term interests, like what's good for U.S. defense contractors and our relations with different allies and this and that. And we often end up just shooting ourselves in the foot in terms of the long-term process. This is how we got Putin in the first place. It was more in our interest economically to keep beating the drum there and maintain the Cold War military industrial complex. Collapse the Cold War, like, oh my gosh, where's all the money going to go to like Northrop and Raytheon or whatever? But hey, if you got a whole bunch of new NATO allies with outmoded Warsaw Pact equipment that can now need to buy F-16s, oh, that's a shitload of money that needs to flow into Lockheed Martin or whatever, right? So the pursuit of that actually helped to create Putinism. Right, pursuing some of those interests can shoot us in the foot long term. If you're thinking long term, how can we turn the thing with Russia into a better relationship? That has to come first. If that isn't your priority, and you keep pursuing a lot of these other short term interests, we're going to keep Russia as an antagonist forever.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a very interesting comment, and I want to know if you agree, disagree, or partially agree. I don't know, those are all the options I could think of. But there was talk about North Korea in the chat. And someone said North Korea is doing okay. And then Cactus responded, North Korea is not fascist.
Right.
Agree or disagree?
Well, strictly speaking, agree. But Juche is closer to it than I think a lot of leftists, that favor that sort of thing would want to accept, because it does have a nationalistic component to it. But it's more like, again, Syria isn't technically fascist either, but they're closer to it than not. So they're in that orbit. North Korea has a few elements of that, but it also has a lot of weird shit where, like, I mean, the kind of veneration of the ruler that they have there honestly has this like really kind of gross, cringy sort of like shamanistic veneration type. There's almost religious reverence that's developed around it, but it's all wrapped up in a lot of the symbolism of Marxist-Leninism. So it's basically a kind of magical thinking tied into socialist imagery. It's a very bizarre mythology that they've developed. But it makes it unusual. It's not like any other political system in the world. In some ways, it has things in common with Stalinist Russia. In some ways, it has things in common with feudal Tibet. I mean, it has a lot of places where you can see weird parallels in different areas, but it doesn't really fit any single mold. So technically, yes, it is not fascist, but it's also not truly Marxist-Leninist, or monarchist. It's none of them and all of them at the same time in its own bizarre, unique combination.
Benny Maru, what would you like to say?
Oh yeah, it's about Jake Sullivan's visit to China and them telling China, not to allow Russian banks transactions with China or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to hear your opinion on it.
I'm not really sure what to say in that kind of attempted strong arming is just sort of normal. And it just depends whether it works or not, just depends on how much leverage you have and whether it's in the interests of the country being pressured to accept it. The interesting position that China is in today relative to earlier decades is that they can choose when to play ball with Americans and when to thumb the nose at us, because they don't really have to play the game that way. They don't have to accept it. I mean, we can park an aircraft carrier off the coast of Honduras and tell them what to do if we have to. Like, it's fucked up, but we can. Like China, you can't really push the same way, but we want to. And oftentimes what we'll do in public is beat the chest and say, China must listen to us. But in private, we're actually negotiating quite carefully with them and offering them certain carrots, trying to induce them to become closer and closer to us economically, which is why we have such a weird relationship with them, where we can be politically antagonistic and economically absolutely married to them. They know that. And the Chinese are actually really canny negotiators and have been for a long, long time. I mean, you can see that as far back as the Nixon era, the way that they can maintain their own interests and get what they want and still play ball in a way. Like they're able to put on the right kind of front and then talk to you behind the scenes. So there's a lot of weird shit like that that's going to happen all the time. Whether or not it's really in China's interest to isolate Russian banks is an interesting question. And I don't expect us to have enough information to answer that, really, because we don't know what they're talking about behind closed doors. I can just tell you there's a lot more going on there than the kind of chest beating rhetoric that you see in the media, because that's never really how we've dealt with China. We've always had this interesting like Janus face on this, where we're like, there's two sides to it. It's not just like one point.
And also pertaining to what you said, us being connected to them financially, I know they're making moves to, separate from the dollar and try to separate from us economically.
I'm not sure I caught all that. Was it just a statement or the?
Oh yeah. I was just making a statement. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Whether that'll work, it's hard to say. Since the dismantling of the Bretton Woods system, it's kind of inevitable that other potential reserve currencies could develop in competition with that, but no one's pulled it off yet. I mean, the euro couldn't even do that. It never became the sort of reserve currency that people hoped it would, even though it's a very strong currency. I mean, it could serve a similar purpose, but it just doesn't. And too many countries in the world peg their own currency to the dollar currently. If more and more countries stop doing that, if people instead start turning to China, who the hell knows? But right now, I don't I don't see a real prospect of that, because for all the flaws in our own financial system, from the perspective of corporations and bankers and like central bankers anywhere in the world, the way the Fed does things is a lot more transparent than what's happening in Beijing. There's a lot less political control over the currency here, which seems weird to say, but that's one of the reasons that the Federal Reserve was structured as an autonomous part of the executive branch and not directly under the control of the president. This is honestly one thing that people like Trump want to change. They're consciously saying we want political control over that. If that happens, if the Trumpists get their way on that, the dollar will eventually collapse as a reserve currency. People will end up moving away from it, because it is the lack of political interference with it that makes it appealing to banking elites around the world and corporate elites around the world. It's much more predictable. You know how it's going to work. They understand the game, and there's a certain transparency to it. When political parties can just fuck with it and do whatever they want with interest rates, it's way too unpredictable. And that's currently the situation you have with China, because there's so little transparency in the Chinese banking system. Internationally, there's a lot more fear of political interference, so it can't really take the place of the dollar as a reserve currency. But again, long term, if China were to move toward greater transparency in their central banking and the U.S. moves away from it toward more political interference, then it reverses that calculus. And 70 years from now, who the hell knows what the global reserve currency will be? But right now, the way things are currently structured, the dollar isn't really going anywhere as a standard for that kind of reserve currency in the world. It's what people know, and they know how to work with it.
Is there a possibility that Trump by himself could practically destroy the U.S. empire? And by doing that, I mean,
by changing the financial system, you mean that way?
Yeah.
Well, on his own, he can't do that at all. On his own, he can't change that. To do that actually will require legislation, because they will actually have to amend the Federal Reserve Bill that created it, because it was, again, created as an autonomous branch with no political control. And God, all your Ron Paulites out there always like, audit the Fed, audit the Fed. The Fed is audited constantly, right? It has its problems. It has a shitload of problems, we can get into, but that isn't one of them. The way it works is actually, for those financial elites, relatively transparent. To people without the specialized knowledge, it just looks like gibberish. So it looks like it doesn't make any sense. Now, the Pentagon being audited, that's a whole different issue that we need, but the Fed does audit itself. It's actually structured as in a fairly straightforward way that takes political interference out of it. It's not possible in the way it's currently built. If they write laws to do that, and it means not only Trump, but giving him a Republican Congress, and he already has the Supreme Court that would declare it constitutional. There's no way around that. If he gets a Congress and he does that, then yes, that could ultimately undermine American influence. That could end the long American century. It would take a while, because you can coast on inertia for quite some time as a dying empire. Just ask London about that. It took them a long time to finally accept that. But it would. In the long run, that kind of move would destroy American influence in the world.
And I also read a theory that in terms of reserve currency, there could be multiple reserve currencies, being backed on natural resources.
Yeah, there can.
People say,
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I've heard people say that, it can't be backed on natural resources, but I mean, technically speaking, yeah, it could.
Well, they technically don't need to be. That's one of the interesting things about the way banking has worked forever, and one of the things that so frustrates me about our political system, and how little people understand how our fucking currency works at all. Right? Our currency is not backed by anything, and it doesn't need to be. It's backed by stability. So it's backed by the institutions. It's backed by how people understand the way the Fed will work. And that trust is what makes it valuable. And its use around the world, the fact that us and so many other countries use dollars, that's what keeps it going. Those two things alone. not any resource at all. Currencies in the modern world don't need to be based on anything physical. They haven't needed that for a long time. The way that banking works today is very different from the way it worked in the 19th century. And honestly, much the better. People who think that we need to go back to a currency based on some actual resource like oil or gold or something like that are honestly asking for poverty to massively increase in the world. As bad as the situation is today, imagine how much worse it would be if okay, so take your debt, right? Take people have like a lot of credit card debt or student debt or their house debt or anything else like their mortgage, anything like that. Now imagine that inflation doesn't exist anymore, because inflation actually lowers the burden of your mortgage. Without inflation, it would be a lot harder to maintain those payments, which means fewer people would get the loans in the first place. Fewer people would be able to buy anything. And the people currently that have that debt, well, they're just screwed, right? We have built a house of cards. It has serious, serious problems. It's rotten from the start, but moving to a different currency model would make it worse, not better. It's solving the wrong problem. So it's a really tricky issue there. I don't think any new reserve currency needs to have a basis in a resource, but a new reserve currency could take its place, and technically multiple ones could emerge. There used to be multiple reserve currencies until the emergence of the Bretton Woods system after World War II. It was sort of like an anomaly that created that situation, and then we managed somehow to maintain that preeminence even once we dismantled a lot of that. So it really just could go back to that earlier type system where there's a handful of very significant currencies in the world that people are all trading. But the only way that really works is if all those currencies have that transparency and stability and very easy exchange between them, because the greater the cost there is to exchange it, there's a significant cost to doing business when you have to change currencies. And it's not like going to the airport and just like changing your money or something. It's a really complicated process when you're doing billions of dollars in transactions to constantly have to deal with those changes around the world. So multiple currencies really complicate things for a lot of the global financial elite. The only way multiple reserve currencies would work is if all of them have a similar way of functioning that's predictable and a very easy exchange between them. That's one of the reasons that the dollar has coasted on as long as it has, because to replace it with something else is very, very difficult. You either have the massive increase in the cost of doing business because you're constantly changing currencies, or another currency has to supplant it as the global standard. And neither of them have been, one of them is unattractive and the other hasn't been able to be possible yet. It hasn't happened. But can it happen? Yes. Ultimately, the thing that will decide that is American policy. If American policy undermines what makes the dollar, what keeps the dollar coasting along inertia-wise, then the world will move on to something else. But I think if it doesn't, if we don't fuck up that way, I don't see that it's really in anyone's financial interest to really do that, which is why I don't think the big BRICS push around this is much more than talk.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why he went after Gaddafi and every threat that threatened the dollar.
Yeah,
so brutally.
Gaddafi's interesting there. A lot of people have pointed out that somehow Gaddafi's idea could have changed everything. Realistically, there was a 0% chance of anything like that happening. He could have stayed in power until he died of old age, and it wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference. It wouldn't have worked. What he was proposing couldn't work. But it has a certain appeal on paper, and you can kind of see that, but the geopolitics of it and the economics just don't make sense. Kind of like ultimately Gaddafi's ideology in a nutshell. I mean, it was always incoherent. It was more based on broad principles and ideas. He was a good idea man, but there was never anything behind it. There was never any way to move in that direction or realize it. So I think it's just people latch onto it because it seems a very easy way to explain why he had to be removed or whatever. But it's honestly a fact-free way of doing it. It's just a conspiracy. I mean, I get the appeal of like a move away from the dollar, believe me. Like, but what he was talking about couldn't have happened. Hi. What are you doing? Appo's friend is here. Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to get your opinion on the recent arrest of the CEO of Telegram.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to say. I mean, technically speaking, Telegram does violate French law. And I mean, as much as I've got problem with nation states in general, fact is laws do exist. So there is that. People complaining about it like, oh, blah, 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 this shouldn't happen, like Musk is doing. Like, all they're doing is they're saying that they're rich, so they shouldn't have to actually follow the rules. But I mean, there are laws in Europe against what a lot of these social media companies are doing. And the fact that Musk walked in and immediately shut down 90% of the moderation on Twitter made this inevitable. That something like that would cause problems there. And Telegram is, I think, a test case for that, because Telegram is a smaller fish. And I think that if they prosecute them, I think they may go after people like Musk too. I mean, who knows? But they are actually violating European law.
Yeah, Brazil just passed a law to ban X from Brazil's social servers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is going to hurt a lot of people, because there's a lot of I have had a lot of interesting conversations with Brazilians over the years. They're big Twitter users, and they're now cut off from it because he cares less about making any money for the company than he does about preserving neo-Yahtzee speech. And that's going to cause problems. And the Telegram case could ultimately open up the way for more countries to pursue bigger fish like him. But the simple fact is, a lot of European countries do have, and for good reason, laws against specific types of fascist language that places like Telegram are totally okay with. And there's a lot of really shady shit that happens on Telegram. And just for anybody, again, in the pro-Pally movement, just look at how many literal war crimes are being discussed and video posted to Telegram, in Israeli groups or whatever. And there's a lot of horrifying shit on that platform because they chose not to moderate. That becomes a problem for the laws in countries like France and Germany. So, I mean, my opinion is, it's simple. It's like, well, there are laws and they broke it. I mean, the ethics of it are a whole different question, whether or not laws should exist in countries or anything else. That's sort of beside the point, Simple fact is, they are in violation.
And it's also been used as a political tool by the U.S., in terms of inciting insurrections in Russia, Bangladesh, and China as well.
Which has?
And I think it's Telegram, or I'm guessing X, or one of the social media sites.
Oh well, yeah, social media in general. There's a lot of companies in a lot of countries that all exploit that. I mean, we've got tons of bot accounts on there that are paid for by the U.S. government. The Russians do, the Israelis do. Tons of countries exploit that kind of shit and use it to push particular narratives in different areas and manufacture a sense of support. Honestly, some of the social media shit is one of the reasons that the Russians were able to claim for a long time that a lot of Eastern Ukraine wants to be part of Russia. That's mostly fictional, right? It's a relatively small share based on a lot of the polling done long before this point, but you can't really take good polls under military occupation. And the Russians only attempt to do so. They had armed soldiers show up at the door with, and then, hi, do yes or no on this while I'm watching you, not a secret ballot. That's not how you get an answer. So we have no real way of knowing, but we do know the Russian government has manipulated social media to do that in the same way the U.S. government has manipulated social media, because big players have always done that shit. And the U.S. in particular has a lot of backdoor access to a lot of these companies in the same way that they've always had close relations with the telecoms. So even when it was illegal, major telecoms in the U.S. would turn over call records to the government when they asked. And places like Facebook and Twitter are doing the same kind of thing. You know, that they get asked, even if they don't have to comply, they just do because they want a good relationship with the government. They don't want to antagonize it. So that power is an issue.
I mean, I'm guessing that's why they're so upset with China, because China, in a way, due to the sanctions, has become self-sufficient. They have their own social media apps. They have their own GPS system and everything. So there are certain things that they can do to other countries that they can't do to China.
Right. It takes away certain leverage, which is why, again, our relationship with them is very complicated. So we are antagonistic in some ways and super conciliatory in others because we don't have the same leverage with them as we do in a lot of other cases. And honestly, it's one of the reasons that so much effort goes into constraining their growth in certain areas, you know, whether economically or militarily, because you want to make sure you don't lose even more of that you do have. Apple, do you see the Minerva? There's a Minerva here. Not orange cutie. Look, there's an orange-headed birdie that you can't see because you don't care.
Hi, Minerva.
You don't care. You don't care at all.
Hi, Minerva.
Screens are
So I'm done talking for now. Anybody else want to go?
Yes. I did have a question actually about, so after, as a consequence of Alexander's, you know, kind of ventures into Afghanistan.
No. Stop. Oh my God, this is so funny. We started today and it's like, okay, so who's got a cool question? Where's Cactus? Where's my random question about the Persian Empire? That was literally the example I used. And you just brought up Alexander going into the Persian Empire.
Whoa,
like, what are the chances?
I didn't finish the question.
Well, but still, it's the same period, you know?
It's the same area.
Yeah,
it's the same area.
The same period and area. Like, wow.
I was wondering more about, so after the Mauryan Empire, the Greco-Bactrian Empire, you know, came up, right? And then after that, there were a sequence of empires which, you know, were kind of in that Uzbek, Afghan territory, right? Was it sort of a situation where oftentimes it was Persian or earlier on, you know, Greco or Greek rulers in the political organizations of those empires, or did they eventually become Uzbek or Tajik, or was there kind of this complex interplay throughout the centuries, or how did that evolve in that region?
It's the latter. There's an interesting hybridity in it. The local elite, the elites that rose to power in all these successor states are really they're of indigenous origin, but there's a strong link to the Hellenic traditions that came in. So you saw that with like not only the Bactrian state that survived for 3 centuries or so, but also the Parthians that rise there, and the Parthian state ultimately absorbed the rest of Central Asia and brought a lot of that under their control, and then moved westward. But Parthia, throughout its history, there were rulers who literally styled themselves as Phile Hellene, you know, lovers of the Hellenes, lovers of Hellenism. They had a really complex relationship to that, where they were simultaneously proud of being Iranian and also loved a shit ton of what they got from the Greeks. So it's a way of, over time, what ends up happening is the Hellenic populations that settled in those areas slowly assimilated into the local cultures, because for a long time, those cultures were willing to draw on them and use their influences as well. So it creates a kind of like hybridity in the area that's neither one nor the other. But in the long run, absorbed the Greek influences and just made it their own new thing. But in the short run, for several centuries, there was a significant Greek influence, and not just with things like the Bactrian state, but all the way through Parthian history.
I think I should have been more clear. I didn't actually mean the dynamic between the Persians and the Greeks, but more the dynamic between the Persians / the Greeks as one kind of group, because I was aware that there was that fusion.
Mhm.
But between them and the Uzbeks or the Tajiks and the kind of Central Asian groups, did they never really kind of gain a lot of political autonomy, and was that never really reversed onto the Afghan or Persian regions, or was it always kind of Persian rulers, kind of like in the later Mughal period in India?
A lot of what you're bringing up didn't exist yet. Tajiks are just they're a branch of like the Iranian culture. They're Iranians, so there's no actual distinction there yet. Same with like the Afghans at the time. They were different branches of like the Iranian language family. I mean, one of the dominant cultures you'd have in the area for a while were like, say, Sogdians. The Sogdian language now extinct, but it was an Iranian language, or Khwarezmian. There are tons of like Iranian languages. Uzbeks didn't actually exist yet, any more than like, Turkmens or Kazakhs, because the Turks had not yet settled that area. The Turks migrated westward, starting in like, 7th, 8th, 9th century. They're moving across, they're increasingly settling in the area, moving down into there. And over time, Turkic and Iranian cultures ended up merging and mixing. A lot of the Turkic states that built up there, they drew heavily on that Hellenized Iranian culture, but they're Turkic. But there were no Uzbeks at the time you're talking about. They were Iranian peoples that lived there at the time. They all spoke Iranian languages.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the tyranny of nation states, I guess.
Right. We're thinking of like all these modern borders. Yeah, exactly. But like the cultures shifted over time. Like the language groups that we would now associate with a lot of Central Asia didn't exist. The Tajiks did, because it's ultimately Iranian. Just like the languages of Afghanistan are mostly in the eastern branches of the Iranian family. But other than that, the rest of Central Asia, at the time, the dominant languages were Iranian. And the peoples who spoke Turkic languages were always like the more nomadic peoples. And they were peoples that we wouldn't associate now at all, like, Kipchaks and Kumans and tons of other populations that used to move through that area. That the populations that created the modern, like, linguistic structure and cultural structure of those states, those don't really build up there until the late Middle Ages. Up until that point, it's a very different cultural framework. Hi. It's not to say, of course, like, again, all the Turkic cultures in the area, they did inherit a ton of stuff from the Iranian cultures that were dominant before, as well as like genetically, because they moved into the area, but they intermingled with the local populations. But they gradually, in many cases, Turkified them, linguistically at least. But those linguistic cultures just did not exist at all. They were Khwarezmians and Sogdians and other Iranic peoples. In fact, the Parthians themselves, like their ancestral homeland is what is it today in like Turkmenistan or something? Like they're like northeast of where Iran is today. Is where they got started. That area was all Iranian at the time. Oh no, awkward silence. What happened?
Aquarium, did you want to talk about something? Oh, I gotta bring Cactus back up. Hold on.
Audio problem?
Yeah, if you guys are requesting or anything, let me know, because it's not giving me like a little one when it doesn't give me a notification if you request.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call and I think it just screwed everything up. But I was also wondering, I've been reading a lot about South Asian history, and I made like watching a bunch of lectures, and I've read a number of books on it. And I'm interested in why Nehru, the first prime minister of India, gets talked about so much. And I understand that he's very influential in the creation of the modern Indian nation state, and obviously he's in effect kind of the George Washington of India, I guess, if you will. But why does his writing get referenced so much? Because I understand that he kind of drove a certain narrative about the British and the Mughal Empire and a couple other things, but it's not as if he's a trained historian, and it's not as if he, you know, really has much in terms of insight that hasn't been made elsewhere. If you ignore, you know, the fact that his writing is actually pretty good. So was his writing kind of, you know, sold heavily? Was it sort of written for the average person? You know, why do historians tend to look at what Nehru was saying a lot when it comes to Indian history?
Well, I don't know the degree to which people do, beyond its use in certain contexts. It's sort of like, why do we take seriously what Nasir wrote? I mean, because we have to use that stuff. Like, we have to, you know, take notice of the way people depict their own particular revolutionary movements and struggles. But his interpretations aren't like given a inordinate credence among most historians of South Asia, not at least as far as I can tell, beyond the using him to discuss the places that the things he was actually involved in, like what he did, as well as you know, describing his contributions politically and ideologically. It's again, okay, another not so. Okay, you got Nasser there, but also, I don't know, think about like Ataturk's role, right? Like, we have to take seriously what he was arguing and the positions he took as a kind of George Washington-y sort of figure. But I don't think people just take anything any of these guys say is like, oh, that's just what happened. That's the right interpretation of what happened with Britain. But he is a, you know, I think the easiest way to look at it is he's like he is a towering figure in the history of the modern state, and had a significant impact on the development of its own particular politics. So we have to take that seriously, and we have to put him into context there. But that doesn't mean his own historical interpretations provide the basis for any histories of South Asia academically. Popularly, there's plenty of that still, just like, again, there is for Ataturk and Nasir, but academically, no.
Yeah, I just have two more questions. But are you familiar with Amartya Sen and his ideas about the cause of famines?
Not enough anymore, no. I've got one book by Sen on debt, and I think that might be it. I have no deep knowledge there at all.
Yeah, I came across an interesting book of his where he argues that famines fundamentally are caused by markets and market dynamics, and that's the only cause of famines, or, you know, the primary cause of famines. And I found it to be interesting. I mean, what would you say about that kind of thesis?
Well, if you set aside the physical factors, because climate issues or whatever can cause famines. Like, there's a lot of things that can cause crop failures, which could lead to that kind of hunger. But where it becomes an issue of market relations is if a state can reallocate supplies and prevent starvation. And market economies don't like doing that. This is why, like, for example, the Liberal government in London let so many of the Irish starve, because of the market logic behind it, or like the Bengal famine, tons of things like that. So there is a basis for that. You can't say it's the only cause of famine, because there are other things physically that can cause the hunger. But if you say that, if you understand that states have a responsibility to do something about that, and they choose not to for that particular economic ideological reason, i.e. the market structures, then yeah, he's kind of right there. The basis for that, you can see, this might be a fun way for you to connect it, because you've got that interest in both modern and ancient history. Look back to the justifications for the Akkadian state in the first place. Like, how did Sargon sell it to people? The main reason is not all the political stuff, like the whole like heroic kingship, all the mythological crap that they throw at people, it's actually economic. Because the argument here is, if Lagash has a famine because there's a crop failure and there's not enough food there, but Kish has more food, and Kish and Lagash are both part of the same country, then you can move that food to the other and keep people from starving. And they did that. And they did that repeatedly. And that helped to justify the existence of the state. So governments have been doing exactly that, balancing out the whims of nature and technology and everything else for thousands of years. When they choose not to, in the modern period, it's frequently because of market logics. And you can see that everything in the case of like the massive die-offs in South Asia or Ireland or parts of Africa, tons of other places where it was just not in anyone's economic interest to keep people alive. So if the government doesn't see its role there and instead defers to market logics, then the market is going to cause famines over and over and over again. So I'd say, broadly speaking, that thesis makes sense.
Yeah, I found it to be pretty striking. I'll have to get the book and read it, and maybe it'll provoke some more questions. But I'm sure he makes similar concessions about the environment and such. But yeah, it's very interesting. It was very, very interesting to me. The other question I had, and I think I'll actually be able to think of a third before I go. But I've been learning a lot about, like I said, I'm going to be climbing some mountains in the Himalayas. So I figured I'd just kind of round out and tackle South Asian history before I go there, just to kind of have that perspective. But I've been learning a lot about Sikhism as part of that, and the origins of the religion and the trajectory that it's had, and the relationships that it's had both with Hinduism and Islam, and and it's especially fascinating considering what happened in Canada recently with the Sikh leader and the Indian, the BJP government essentially assassinating people in Canada. It's such a big topic, obviously, and there's just a lot that could be said. But do you think that, one thing I was curious about is, do you think that, firstly, Sikhism could kind of be thought of as a proto-workers movement, or at least a revolutionary anti-Varna movement? Mm-hmm. And then do you think that, given, if that is the case, do you think it has kind of evolved into a more, traditionalistic, sort of nationalistic movement that's concerned about kind of backsliding, concerned about its members backsliding into Hinduism, so to speak, because Hinduism is so broad and it is constantly absorbed all these traditions? Do you think that has really informed a lot of the political extremism that you see, in the story of, the nation state of India up until today, but, obviously with the assassination of Indira Gandhi and all kinds of events that really center the protection of Sikh identity and the Sikh religion? And do you think that there's this kind of change that's represented between the Mughal period and the period of British rule, and then the nation state of India, where the religion has kind of fundamentally changed? Because that's something I was sort of thinking about, but I don't really have any basis for that. But just thinking about Guru Nanak and the kind of philosophical origins of it, and the kind of anti-Hindu and to a lesser extent anti-Islamic origins of it, to kind of this reality today where it's kind of caught in between Pakistan and India and this kind of nationalistic, almost paranoid kind of identity. I mean, do you think that transformation is sort of a oversimplifying but logical observation?
The short answer is yes. You're laying down several different parts here. The first is you mentioned its origins in like an anti-Varna sort of struggle, so like the anti-caste system for Buddhism, the Sanskrit word here. But they're hardly unusual in that. That's literally how the Jains started, and then the Buddhists started. Were consciously rejecting the caste system and threatening the Brahmin order. So the Sikhs are kind of late to the game in that kind of rejection, but Jainism went into decline because it's very difficult, and Buddhism almost completely collapsed with the reform of Hinduism. So there was a kind of need for a new kind of rejection, a ideology that could reject that, and that's where Sikhism does step into that role. So it's picking up the mantle of earlier movements in South Asia that are pushing back against some of the more abusive aspects of Varna. And they've always had a very complex relationship to the other major religions of the area, because it does doctrinally share features of Islam and Hinduism, and so you can see influences of other South Asian religious movements as well. It is a very distinct tradition in that way, but it's always had, you mentioned kind of like a proto-workers movement. So like three main threads you laid down that I can respond to. And that's true too, because there is something in the Sikh ethic that talks about people working together and collaborating. And you can still see this in any Gurdwara anywhere in the world. You can walk in and they will just straight up feed you. They will just feed you for free, and they're not going to preach to you to do it. They're just going to count on you getting curious and asking questions. They will just straight up help people out. It's always been a significant part of the Sikh ethic, but it's also one of the things that's helped that is that it's largely not spread to people of other cultures. It is the sixth largest religion in the world, but it is almost exclusively people of Punjabi origin. It's not really taken off as a universalistic world religion ever. And there are complicated reasons for that, but it does kind of impede some of that workers movement ideal that you're pointing to, because it's very specifically ends up being in practice Punjabi workers. And that takes me to the third point you raised, and that is that what it does in the contemporary world, with the British dividing South Asia between Hindu and Muslim majority territories, then the Punjab gets sliced down the middle into two different countries, and Sikhs are like, what the fuck, man? And there's a strong desire to hold on to an idea of the Punjab and its cultural unity and political unity, irrespective of the modern politics, in a way that they need to push back against this idea of a monolithic Islamic versus Hindu narrative in the area, because they don't fit that at all. They're not in either camp, and they're not comfortable with the politics of either system. So what that's done is, as it happens to tons of minority cultures around the world, is it has excited a kind of nationalistic development. And that nationalism is growing. And if the situation continues to grow more and more volatile between Hindus and Muslims in South Asia, then I can see Punjabi nationalism becoming more and more problematic as a reaction to that. But it's less a matter of it being Sikhism that's responsible for this, and more a matter of the fact that Sikhism is such a significant part of the Punjabi culture. Like, not all Punjabis are Sikhs, obviously, but a lot of them are. So they tie together in that way. But Sikhism itself is increasingly kind of like, in the whole like rock and a hard place thing, where they're increasingly accepting nationalistic rhetoric. And the problem with that long term, as I think a lot of you guys know, is that when you have an emphasis on populist politics and worker type stuff, and you combine that with nationalism, it pushes you toward fascism. So the movement could go in a really bad direction, and I really hope that it doesn't. But it's one of the potentials that we have to at least be aware of and watch for, because they do often feel they're stuck between these two monolithic forces that are both basing all of their political identity around a religion that's not theirs. And that overlaps with a lot of the resentment about, the Punjab and its marginal position in both countries, being, split around between them. So I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've read a number of books very recently on this topic. So a lot of this has been fresh in my mind, but that kind of trajectory, I guess, in terms of the kind of evolving nature of the religion hasn't really been laid out in anything that I've absorbed. So that's
Right.
very helpful.
Yeah, I don't think it would, because just religiously speaking, they don't want to think of it that way. But the way that Sikhism is increasingly tied to a sense of Punjabi identity, it can definitely trend in that direction. So it's something at least to watch for.
Before, if Cactus has more questions, or Benny Maru or anyone, Liam, do you need water, break, anything? Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I need to refill glasses and use the loo. So if we can break for 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, perfect.
I'll be back.
Okay, guys, I'm terrible at promoting live stuff because honestly, I find social media to be a farce. And I hate the fact that they make us tap. So don't feel pressured to tap, because 25K likes in my book is pretty good. But if you do feel like it, maybe do it. I also hate gifting, so I don't want to tell anyone to gift either. I'm just don't enjoy this, but you can join the team for a penny. It's just so stupid. I hate it.
I know. Feel you. But also, everyone should tap until their fingers break.
You should tap the entire time. You shouldn't multitask while being on TikTok. That's against the rules.
If you've ever stopped tapping this whole time, I hate you.
Yeah, you're dead. You're unalived. You're gonna leave.
You're unalive to me.
Yeah, we're gonna have a talk. We're gonna message your parents now and let them know how. Look, how can I promo something I fundamentally disagree with? Oh, yeah. Muse, come up. Muse will do a better promo than me. Maybe.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
Yeah, they're definitely what I've found with lives that boost stuff is when people join the team, the orange heart thing. And then obviously if there's healthy interaction between the guests on the panel and the chat, that oftentimes seems to do the thing that we wanted to do or whatever. But I wanted to come up and just share a little bit about the next podcast episode. And I know Liam wasn't in it because he wasn't feeling well, but it was really fascinating to edit. The guest was Lexi Alexander, and she is a martial artist and stunt woman and director. And one of the more recent films that she has coming out has Patton Oswalt on the cast. So she's got a decent roster of people to work with. So I was kind of interested in following up on one of the films she has coming out. But she has a really interesting intersectional identity. She's a German Palestinian woman who works in the United States. So she delves into quite a few different topics. She talks about sexism in martial arts. She talks about racism in Hollywood and how, culturally the United States has seemingly progressed in a couple of small areas, at least more with liberal talking points and actual tangible changes to the system. But, there are some social dynamic changing. And she's kind of attesting that Hollywood really hasn't kept up much with that. They still operate in the background very much in the, can we influence the viewership of the film by tokenizing different types of stereotypes within races. They talk about how it's frustrating being a Palestinian Christian And it's ironic too, because if you know your history, Palestinians were the original Christians, you know, and it's such a frustrating stereotype for her, and Jamal was also attesting to this, that everyone just assumes you're Muslim. Like if you're an Arab, you're Muslim. You know, like it almost erases a lot of the nuance and complexity with their identity. So it was a really fascinating episode, and I can't say enough about it, how much I actually learned from it. So I would definitely encourage people to check it out when it comes out on Monday.
Yeah, I do find like an over emphasis on Muslim Arabs versus Christian Arabs, and I found myself not actually even knowing a lot about Arab Christians, and so it's been very interesting to learn more about them and the differences in their practices than versus the practices in the United States, because it's very interesting, Christianity in the United States.
Christos, it's Office Hours with Jamal and Liam. And Liam posts it on YouTube, so you can see the video. And his channel is Office Hours with the Mad Professor. And if you search for any of those things, you should be able to find them. The most recent episode is 11. 12 is the new one, will be out on Monday.
Benny Maru, how's it going?
So I do have a question.
Okay, go for it.
One sec. So, what parallels exist between the rise of populism in Rome and contemporary political movements?
What?
I think, Liam, do you need a couple seconds more?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was barely paying attention. I'm still trying. When I recharged my watch, it gave me the wrong time, and this watch is supposed to get its time from GPS, and it was telling me that it's 2 hours earlier than 2.5 hours earlier than it actually is, which makes no sense at all. And I'm trying to get it to acquire satellites, and now it says it can't do that, which seems weird. So,
okay, we're gonna let Liam fix his watch.
just gonna.
Then we're gonna have.
I thought it was. You guys were still talking, so I wasn't really paying enough attention. I was looking at this instead, killing a minute, and so sorry, my bad. I think I mixed.
No, it's okay.
Stronger outside.
No worries.
It says GPS signal is stronger outside, away from trees.
Jamal, you just missed.
I live in a forest.
What up, y'all? I just finished my live. I had a combination of health and fitness, and we talked about financial services. Glad to see you all are on. Hello.
Good to see you, JBS.
I just finished telling everybody and gave them a little sneak peek into your interview with Lexi.
Very cool. Thank you. What did you think?
Honestly, I followed up with her on IMDb, and I was pretty impressed. Like, I didn't realize the scope of her work. You know, she's got a pretty good resume. She's working with some cool people.
Her movie Dominion's coming out pretty soon too, which is kind of nice.
I think what really struck me was her perspective. She's got such an interesting identity, and she can speak to different angles that it's just kind of uncommon. She's just kind of a wealth of knowledge, you know.
Yeah, no, and we could have gone for like 3 hours, and so that was so cool. And so I'm sorry we missed Liam. Liam, what are you doing, man? Your watch is okay?
No, it's back. He needs to add some time to it. It's at the wrong time, he's.
I apparently can't change the time. It is 2.5 hours behind where I actually am, so I'm constantly getting confused as to how much time I have left to go before I need to shut down. So, oh well. But apparently I can't set my watch.
Did you?
It has no manual feature. It only sets by
too?
GPS.
You look like you dropped some weight. Your face looks thinner.
Emily, was I getting more exercise or something?
I
don't know.
You guys did seem to be doing quite a bit of walking around, though.
Yeah.
We were hiking, a lot of hiking, uphill walking.
Yep.
That's what hiking is walking uphill.
Uphill walking.
Yeah.
And I think Benny wants to say something, but Liam, yesterday's read was actually, and I'll turn it to Benny. Yesterday's chapter was pretty good because we talked about the South Africa and the dismantlement of the apartheid under a one person and one vote process through the ANC. I thought that was a really insightful chapter. I learned a lot from it.
Where are you now? What is? It's not the same book.
I think. Yeah, it is. We're almost done.
Oh,
yeah, we're almost done. We just finished chapter 5, I think, or
You're
5.
still in the Aboniba book?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, well, that took longer than I thought. I could have sworn that'd be.
We'll be done next week.
All right, I was sure you'd be done and already into something else. Okay, cool. Right on. I'm glad I didn't miss anything else then.
We'll be done this week.
Cool.
No, we'll be done this week. That was a good chapter. Benny, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to say something, so I'll mute for a second. I wanted to come up and say hi.
No. Yeah. Thanks for popping up. Yeah, that's great.
Benny, do you have something? Benny, do you need to say something to JBS?
Oh yeah. I was gonna have a question. So my question
is it for JBS?
Oh no, it's for the professor.
Okay, give me 1 sec. I just JBS. Maybe I don't. So this I have a call scheduled with some voices on TikTok who have had some concerning incidents with some members of our community on here, including being okay with some neo-Nazis in our group, and not fully here, but in other groups, some neo-Nazis who have been saying to Jews things like, go back to the ovens types of things, and posting literal like German nationalism stuff online. People with real affiliations.
Disgusting.
And they're being allowed to stay in Discord, and they're being defended, these people. So I don't have all the information right now. We're meeting in a voice call this weekend, but maybe we can chat soon about some strategies moving forward.
Yeah, let's talk offline. They're not in our Discord, obviously, right? Because you guys do an amazing job of cleaning that thing up pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, they're not.
Yeah, zero tolerance for that crap. That's not what we're here for. And so let's chat offline, Anna, and then if you need help, I'd be more happy to engage offline and keep it away from the platform, just through Discord. And if any, and so what I would say, and I'll drop from here, like if you're in that Discord and you're listening to this chat and you're allowing it to stay, you are creating more harm for all groups than a benefit. You're sowing division. So I always say, when you allow something that disgusting to happen, you're setting a precedent, which means it's okay for it to happen. And that is not acceptable, because that's not how we bridge gaps and connect with people. That's how we distance ourselves, regardless of the group you're in. And so if you're in that Discord and you're allowing it to happen, you're complicit. As simple as that. So I'll leave it at that, and then bid you all. By the way,
your sound went out.
Calling me. I'm getting a call, so my daughter's calling me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My daughter's calling me, so I have to drop.
Okay.
All right. See you later, JBS. Good to see you.
See you, Jay.
Okay.
On just on that score alone, I had one of my tweets was recently misunderstood and shared by 2 different neo-Yazis, because it happened to be about like ancient Germanic peoples fighting the Romans, and they love their like ancient Norse shit or whatever, and we're super into that. So they just retweeted me and like, okay, who is this? With a weird username. So I went and looked, and holy shit. I went on a blocking spree, like preemptively like that. But I took a ton of screenshots. Twitter is a fucking cesspit today of this kind of like neo-Yahtzee shit. And it floating around so much more easily does make it easier to slip into people's feeds. And, a lot of these guys were using straight up anti-Semitic tropes, but slipping the word Zionist into there, and unwittingly people can pick that shit up. So we do need to be very careful about it. Some of the stuff, the cartoons I saw, the drawings I saw, like the number, oh my god, it was fucking terrifying. I mean, fuck, I used to see this shit by like actually wading into their circles, but here it is just floating right out in the mainstream on fucking Twitter, like not hiding in any possible way.
Have you guys heard the Nazi in a bar story?
No.
This is a great story, and it's an analogy for Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance.
Ooh.
And it's for me, it's a great way to highlight how this works. So the story goes something like this. I'm going to paraphrase it. I'm probably going to butcher it, but I think I have the core concept correct. So a man is like, he's after work. He goes to one of those like crusty punk bars, you know, because you can just go get a beer and like nobody's going to talk to him or whatever. So he goes in and he sits down, and the bartender, you know, doesn't really look at him. He's just like, yeah, you know, and slides him a beer. Things are pretty normal. And somebody walks in the bar behind this guy, and it doesn't really get a good look at him, but he notices that the bartender gets really tense, you know, and the bartender's got his typical regalia on, probably like a patch vest and whatever. And he sees the bartender like reach for a bat, and he looks at this guy and just goes, "Get the fuck out." And the guy's like, "Oh, that's kind of weird, you know, like I don't really know why he's being so hostile." And the guy's like, "No, get the fuck out." And the guy kind of, you know, cusses and leaves. And some time goes by, and he's like cashing out, and he's like, "Hey man, like, what was that all about? Why did you kick that guy out?" And he's like, "I don't know if you noticed, but that guy had Nazi shit all over his clothing. And I don't tolerate that, you know, because if one guy shows up, you know, he has a good time, he feels welcome, he's going to bring his buddies. And suddenly there's 3 Nazis. And suddenly your bar is a Nazi bar. That's why you don't allow them in."
Yep.
A Schnazzi bar. It's a Schnazzi bar.
Right, yeah. We get a
I'm so sorry.
Chinese dancing app doesn't like criticism of terrible people, so yay. But yeah.
Yeah, I downloaded a bunch of stuff from this person that's being now defended from Twitter, and I felt disgusting even having it on my phone. I think some of it was posted in the Discord block lists. I don't know if you've been on there recently, Liam, but it is on there. And the stuff that's being said to Jews in there is honestly, in my opinion, worse than just reposting shit word. Like, which is hard to do. It's hard to get worse than them. So it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of the it's weird that some of the neo-Yahtzee discourses actually are sadly more extreme than actual NSDAP rhetoric was at the time, and that still enabled the government to do what they did. That it's not as hard to build up those hatreds. So even though these movements are kind of like fringe, the fact that their rhetoric is so strong, and they tie it to so many other issues. A lot of them are just tying it to Christianity and to European culture and everything else. And it's the same kind of like ridiculous nationalistic shit that, because there are so many mainstream politicians that are normalizing nationalism and connections between Christianity and nationalism, it really does take us back to some very dark places. And honestly, this is one of the single biggest reasons that I have fucking hated the Israeli ideology for decades, because they are helping to make us less safe by giving people things to point to that seem to fit the terrible shit that they want to say. And that does no one any fucking good. So it's this shit's terrifying, and it's going to cause problems for the next century or two at this rate.
Yeah. Okay, Liam, timing wise, we have 2 more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a good stopping point after those 2 for you?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Or do you want to go longer?
I don't really mind. It just depends on what all comes up, but I I need to be off within about 2 hours. If we want to stop sooner than that, cool. That depends a lot more on everybody else and who's tired and what the questions are. But if it reaches a natural kind of stopping point before that point with no good questions, then I'm fine stopping there too.
Okay, perfect. No, 2 hours is great.
Yeah, that's
All right,
like
Benny,
at most.
thank you
But
for waiting.
if we stop sooner,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay. I think that's like I think we can easily wrap up in an hour. We can easily go longer. So whatever, we can see how it goes. All right, Benny.
Alrighty. So my question before was, what parallels exist between the rise of populism in Rome and contemporary political movements?
The rise of populism in Rome and what?
Contemporary political movements.
Oh, well, technically speaking, it's very difficult to say that there are any because the social circumstances and economic systems are wildly different. But there are surface level parallels that you can at least draw that have a lot to do with elite corruption and massive accumulation of wealth, the seizure of land from ordinary freeholders who increasingly got forced into being an impoverished urban proletariat and pissed off that way, and then political factions thinking that it was in their interests to draw those resentful young men to their side by offering them something and throwing certain carrots in their direction. So it does have surface level similarities. Technically speaking, if you're really getting trying to do direct comparisons, the socio-political structure is so different that all those fall apart very, very easily. But there is a certain dynamic that you can see repeating itself over a very long period of time, going back well before Rome and continuing ever since, where people can, demagogues can exploit a weak socioeconomic structure that seems to terrify people, and they can exploit cultural fears. And in the Roman period, they did both, in the same way that a lot of current neo-fascist movements are doing both. They're exploiting people's economic fears and their cultural fears for their own selfish interests. But that's not, again, just directly Rome versus us. It's more of, you can see this shit again and again and again. And in some ways, because Rome is well known, better known, at least on a surface level, by a lot of people, it's useful in some rhetorical ways. People will draw on it and use it that way. But they have to be careful to point to what are the underlying dynamics that do it, because in the specifics, it always breaks down. But if you're looking at the basic dynamics of corruption and acquisitiveness at the top, and then somebody manipulating the cultural and economic anxieties. And you get the cultural ones there because it was a highly globalized period. People are constantly moving around, so you could always manipulate that fear of the foreigners. Ooh, Romans used to always talk shit about Syrians or whatever. There's always something you can build on to kind of scare people or something.
And then I do have another question, but this is about a different topic. So it's regarding the U.S. relationship between the EU. So, how have recent U.S. administrations impacted the relationship with the EU?
Oh, it's a really big question. So you mean specifically like Biden and Trump?
I mean, well, yeah, up to Biden and Trump.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what recent administrations might mean, or I'm trying to figure the time period you mean.
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, I mean between Trump and then Biden.
Yeah, it's tricky. In the long run, over the long term, the U.S. essentially helped to create the EU, and we were always a huge supporter of it. But the more that it has asserted itself politically as opposed to purely economically, the more that it's actually upset Washington. And I think that's where a lot of the more recent occasional bursts of antagonism come in. They're not usually very strong, but they do come up because the what started as a purely economic alliance that broadly served American interests, increasingly it's giving old European capitals that on their own can't really stand toe to toe with us a way to do that through a back door, a way to use the union as a whole to say, hey, you know what, you got to take us seriously because bigger economy, larger population, we're important. So the more it becomes politically united, the more it would be a threat. And ultimately, this is one thing the U.S. has done for a long time, and this is long before Trump. We've worked to sow certain political divisions in the union that help to scotch some of its broader ambitions and keep it a bit more insular. So it had, and honestly, a lot of the politicians there dropped the ball and failed to really sell what they were doing, because this whole idea of like a United States of Europe that people like Monet and Schumann had to begin with, it can't be realized ultimately. Europe is too divided politically and culturally today to do that. But that's the only way that it really could be truly a counterweight to the US and a true partner and not a junior partner, which is politically where it is today. Economically, it's a bigger economy, but politically, it's very much a junior partner on the world stage, and they know that. So there is attempts every now and then to try and draw the alliance closer or build like a smaller group within it. So there's been moves lately to create a faster moving unit inside the EU where they integrate more and more with each other, and not everyone has to move at the same pace. There's a lot of debate over that. The more those things happen, the more it presents a real counterweight. Trump increased a lot of those tensions by making a lot of Europeans nervous as hell. A lot of that has to do with NATO, though, and less the EU, but also the way that he seems resentful of anything that could possibly provide a counterweight to American influence and power in the world. Because again, he's a nationalist. So he has like damaged relations in a few ways, but it's in some ways not as far out of the ordinary as people think. It's just it was just more blunt, because U.S. administrations have subtly manipulated political tensions to keep it an economic union and not a political counterweight. In the same way that we've also directly stood in the way of the European defense forces, because if the EU itself built an effective military arm of its own, then it no longer needs NATO. And if it doesn't need NATO, then we lose our main influence in Europe today. Again, NATO was founded primarily as a tool of American imperialism to guarantee our dominant role in the post-war world. If NATO were to be supplanted on European soil by a military union of the great military powers of Europe, then you see where the problem is there. That threatens U.S. interests. And that's the place where Biden continues to play like the same role that a lot of previous administrations did. So he's less overtly hostile to a lot of these older countries there than Trump is, but he continues subtly to work to divide them and to cozy up very closely to a lot of the younger members of the EU in Eastern Europe by offering them all kinds of sweetheart deals economically, easy access to American markets, cheap American weapons, things like that, to make those countries favor American interests when it comes time to votes in the EU's central institutions. So it's a complicated relationship in the sense that we kind of need it, but American politics often also resents it because it it doesn't truly want it to be equivalent, just able to do certain things.
And I do have a follow-up question. What is the EU's perspective on the U.S. leadership in global issues like climate change, human rights, and the democracy promotions, stuff like that?
Oh, that's a tricky one. In a lot of areas, they do some good work in global warming stuff, but also frequently because of their own economic interests. The Germans, for example, are major exporters of things like undersea turbines and things like that. So they can make money off of the whole like greenwashing corporate stuff there, as well as selling infrastructure. And because at the end of the day, it is still a neoliberal economic union, it does make it hard for them to actually provide the tech cheaply enough to the countries that really need it. So we want to like all complain about China and India and, you know, like, oh, India is opening up tons of new coal power plants or whatever. Well, all you have to do is like go in there and just like give them the patented technologies, or like, you know, like give it to them at cost. Like you could do that, but they want to make money at it. So that makes it difficult. So while the political arm of the EU may sometimes want to push harder on things like that, the economic reality of it means that it really can't do much beyond there. The major changes that we're seeing globally today in terms of climate change stuff is going to be driven a lot more by Chinese technological innovations and the changes in their economy, as well as just simple market forces driving it along at whatever pace they want. Because the EU as a political structure simply isn't strong enough. It did form as an economic union, and that is ultimately the foundation of it. So, you know, it's still stuck with the market forces. What were the other things you brought? You brought up global warming. What was the other one?
Oh, it was climate change and democracy promotions, I think. And human rights.
Oh, human rights. So was it okay? So we covered like the climate change thing, the human rights issue. That's also democracy. Yeah. Those are also problematic. And one of the things that complicates that for a lot of people is that the EU itself has what's often called in European discourses a democracy deficit. It's not a very democratic institution. The main levers of power for the EU as a whole are actually in the control of the governments, the elected governments of the different states, not the people themselves. I mean, there are MEP elections, but Strasbourg doesn't actually have most of the power. The Commission does. And the Commission is driven more by those governments. And so it's a lot of like backroom deals that drive things, a lot of that kind of politicking. And a lot of ordinary people resent that, which has actually been fueling a lot of the resurgent nationalisms in Europe. And the more those nationalist movements build up, the harder it gets for the EU to really push forward in terms of its own legitimacy there. And if it struggles to be accepted as a reflection of democracy, even in Europe, how can it really promote democracy abroad? Especially again, since its foundation is in neoliberal market economics, that's largely what it pushes, which means in practice, it's pushing a lot of things that continue to favor the old neo-imperialist policies. And a lot of people know that. Its human rights position is a lot more nuanced. When these European states had power of their own, they didn't give two shits about human rights. When the Dutch love to talk about human rights today, but when they were a major colonial power, they didn't give two shits about it at all. Today, they kind of can. They have a sort of being divorced from empire gives them the luxury of taking more principled positions. And I think if you were to see greater political heft, then their positions on those issues would matter more. But this is one of the reasons, too, that it's not really in American interest for the EU to develop a distinct political identity. Because it would frequently oppose American imperial interests. Because Europe is mostly post-imperialist, just economically imperialist. It no longer has the same kind of power politics interests, which means it can talk about war crimes, where before it would have just swept all that shit under the rug. So historically speaking, I mean, I'm a lot more on the side of people like Frantz Fanon and saying like, hey, the Europeans talk a good game and they love talking about human rights, but then they unalive each other in the streets everywhere and violate every one of their own principles. So why would anyone want to emulate them? They're clearly fucking hypocrites. But that's shifted a little bit in the contemporary world, and some of the legal institutions have been trying to carve out a space for themselves, and some of the countries have, like in Belgium and the Netherlands, for example, the cases can be brought against other countries, even in their own national courts, which is a weird sort of situation. They're trying in some ways to push these issues, but at the end of the day, they don't really have the influence to make their ideas stick unless they could be more united. So, for example, if they were to take a position on Palestine that said, which they have, on things like, okay, so all the stuff produced in the settlements needs to be labeled in Europe. It's bad. We want to criticize it. We want to say people shouldn't do it. But they don't really have the ability to push through the kind of significant economic sanctions or criticisms that would really get something done. Putting a label on shit made in settlements is not the same thing as economic sanctions. And the union is so disunited internally that it can't gain consensus on that. And this is one of the reasons that the US actually cultivates close relations with a number of the younger members, because we can then count on those countries to veto things. Anything good getting through the commission has to be unanimous. If one country in the EU says no, then it doesn't happen. And they've not managed to develop a real way around that. And some of the ways that they've tried, like through the Lisbon Treaty, it only makes it look even less democratic to people, not more. So that further undermines its ability to create an ever closer union. In some ways, like Monet and Schumann's idea honestly was a fantastic success, because, hey, major wars in Europe are a thing of the past. You can't imagine Germany and France going at it anymore. And yet, at the same time, it's been a dismal failure. Oh, same shirt. Woohoo. It's also been a failure because they envisioned ultimately a United States of Europe as being the result of that kind of economic union, that it would start with an economic union and then people would realize we're stronger together and boom, create a political future. And we're as far away from that as we ever were. Oh, the shirt disappeared. I was gonna zoom in on that one.
It's a different question. But it is a different question I do have. So especially regarding the U.S. military, and what impact does the U.S. involvement in prolonged conflicts like Iraq, Afghanistan on its
This is very ADHD. Someone was asking something really important just then.
Yeah, and I had like a squirrel moment. Squirrel. I keep forgetting I mirrored the thing to kind of match the YouTube, so everything's backwards now. So I could point in the other direction. Squirrel. So sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so
it's all right. I wasn't looking. I was looking at my questions that I wrote down.
Okay.
So my question was, what impact does the U.S. involvement in prolonged conflicts like Iraq, Afghanistan have on its global military influence?
Global military influence. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that phrase, because I could take it in a few different directions.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing of their ability to exert their might or something like that, I guess.
Oh, whether they degrade our military capacity?
Yeah, our ability to I would say hard power, pretty much. In terms of deterrence and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's one of the impacts that those conflicts had was they did help to discourage more enlistment, and we have an all-volunteer military that's quite large and needs a lot of people. So if fewer people go in and a lot of the people who go in aren't as motivated, then it does have a negative effect that way in the long run in terms of degrading your capabilities. The U.S. is it is the preeminent military force in the world. If it wants to crush something, it absolutely can. But can it sustain a long-term conflict? Not really. But the main issues there are less military and more political and economic, because the political will has to be there to sustain it, and then they have to provide the money for it and keep it all going. We love throwing tons and tons at the military, but politicians don't like coffins coming off of planes because that hurts them. So they tend to want those conflicts to be short and decisive. It's like we can all go, yay, when like Bush Sr. invaded Panama or something, but we're all kind of like, ooh, when we're in Iraq for, 16 years or something. They're different issues that way. But those are more political issues rather than military. They haven't hurt recruitment enough that we still couldn't do it. Like we still have the capacity to strike anywhere in the world because we have an obscenely large military and plenty of, well, they can keep exploiting poor people that way. As the bottom 50% gets poorer in this country, it gives them leverage to suck more people in. So I don't think we're going to need a draft again in order to keep this going. But there are a ton of political and economic issues that complicate it. And I think that's the bigger issue. If you look at long conflicts like Afghanistan and Iraq, it's more the way that they impact things politically in the U.S. rather than purely militarily. Because at the end of the day, the U.S. military can't win a sustained war around the world. We've never been able to. Like there's really no cases of that. We had a stalemate in Korea. We straight up lost in Vietnam. I mean, over and over again. Like the only conflicts the U.S. military decisively wins are the very short, limited engagements. Any longer one, the problem is always in the peace. What do you do afterwards? How do you hold it together? And the military can't do that. So it prevents certain complications for the empire in that.
So, yeah, that's a good point. And also pertaining to about the warhogs who wants to go to war with China and those nationalist Republicans who say, oh yeah, that's for the commies and stuff like that. I mean, I can see why it wouldn't be sustainable.
Yeah, that's all politicking. That's just trying to beat the drum for votes to scare people. That's not serious. I mean, any of these politicians are actually serious and I guess stupid enough to think a war with China makes sense. Yeah, that's never going to be a mainstream position in either party. It can't make sense. There's no chance in hell we can win a war with China. We can beat the holy hell out of them. We cannot actually occupy and change China. There's just no way. You don't win a war against countries that large. It just doesn't make sense. It's just as insane as like saying countries could invade the U.S. When I can't believe how easy it is to terrify people this way. Like Reagan was literally saying, oh, we can't allow Nicaragua to go commie because they're like a 3-day drive from Texas. Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like Nicaragua is going to invade the United States? Are you that high? Like The Soviet Union couldn't do it. The Chinese can't do it. Like, and Nicaragua's going to do it. So, but people always want to like stoke this kind of irrational fear, but the irrational fear is for domestic consumption. It's not actually serious. But the fear is a potent political tool. I mean, it's the same thing that the Germans did. I mean, they're literally like scaring people to, ooh, the Poles are going to attack us if we don't, blah, blah. They just make up complete nonsense. Most people wouldn't actually believe it, but it's just a pretext for other policies. It's for domestic consumption.
I also feel that if the US was somehow to provoke a war between China and Taiwan, it would be like Ukraine, but there would be many problems that would come with that is logistics and getting weapons there, and also the fact that as of right now, the Taiwanese are looking at how the US and Ukraine, and they're saying, "Wow, do you really want to end up like that?"
Yeah, that's one that successive administrations have worked really, really hard to try and maintain the status quo there, because it's a terrifying situation for us. While we don't formally have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, we literally have a military alliance with them. We have a direct connection to their military, which means in a conflict, we have to back them. And we've been increasing our own troop and naval resources in the area. Biden just, did another realignment around that. I mean, there's some major developments in like fleet capacities. If we wanted to supply them weapons, we absolutely could. The problem is, as our ships get to the Taiwan Strait, they're in range of Chinese medium-range rockets, and they will be shot at, which means we're in a shooting war with China. And that's dangerous as hell, because there's no way to win it. Like we can't land troops and take them, and they can't take us. All we can do is like massively degrade each other. It's a terrible situation. And it would cost us a lot. I mean, the Chinese would probably have the best luck actually taking out U.S. capital ships of any major power currently in the world. And that scares the holy hell out of planners in the Pentagon. So it's in no one's interest really to see that turn to conflict. It's one of the reasons that we push so hard against the pro-independence camp in Taiwan too, which has actually been growing in strength for some time. A majority actually favor the status quo, and then the next largest is the pro-independence faction. The unification camp is tiny at this point. But if you move away from the status quo toward formal independence, China has bet too much of its political identity and credibility on preventing that. So it's another case where, like we said with Russia and Ukraine, they were basically forced into war because they didn't see any other realistic option for their own internal political needs. That's what happened in Beijing. The war is not good for them. It would cost them a lot. It would sacrifice a ton of their economic development. It's not in their interests, but if Taiwan formally declares independence, or the U.S. keeps provoking something somehow, blah, 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 if they feel backed into a corner, then they'll strike, because they need to maintain that credibility. They bet too much on it. It threatens their power in Beijing. So it's a dangerous, dangerous situation that I wish to God more Americans paid attention to, because we are absolutely on the hook if that happens. We have a formal alliance with them, just like with NATO or whatever. We would have to step in and support them in conflict with China. That's the deal we made with them when we took away their seat in the United Nations and cut relations with them. We said, okay, we're going to fuck you over politically, but we will defend your de facto independence as long as you pretend not to be independent. As long as you maintain the fiction of one China with two different governments, then we will back you militarily. So we signed a deal, and that would be hard to get out of. So it's one that scares me. And not because I think it would turn into a major land war on either side, but because it would have so many economic costs for the entire world.
Yeah, I've heard that the Pentagon are actually scared of China's carrier killers. I forgot what kind of missiles they're called, but apparently they say they can literally destroy U.S. aircraft carriers.
Yep. They've been working on the ability. I mean, we've got all these like, great systems on there, computer controlled, to kind of like shoot down rockets that are coming toward them. So the trick is how to go faster, lower, whatever, to get past that and actually, have a good ship killer. They know what we have, and they've been working consciously around it within their own tech. And they have a very effective space program. They know rocketry. So yeah, they can't go toe to toe with us in naval terms, but that's a similar situation like you had in the Cold War. I mean, as a military power, the U.S. always massively outranked the Soviet Union, and economically too. But we were terrified of them because they had an advantage in a handful of technical areas that could cost us a lot. And no American politician wants to have a special address from the fucking White House saying, I'm sorry, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford just went down with all hands. No one wants to say that shit. I mean, it had hurt here politically. So their capabilities are,
and it would terrify a lot of Americans too.
Yeah. I mean, the carrier battle groups can carry a lot of people. So, I mean, they'd be major, major tragedies, and people would be screaming for blood, and who knows where that could turn into. And again, 2 major nuclear powers, it's scary shit. So no one wants a conflict like that. So honestly, it's sad in a way because the Taiwanese just get fucked. I mean, they're just trapped in this liminal state forever because 2 other major powers would fight over them. Hey.
Isn't there a possibility that if war were to erupt, South Korea could use that as an opening to invade North Korea?
I mean, I don't see any prospect of that at all. I don't think South Korea has any incentive to do that, especially since the North. I mean, I don't know if people know how far north Seoul is. Seoul is not far from the border. It's literally in range of standard artillery. It's sure as hell in range of rockets. And the North Koreans actually have fairly good medium-range ballistic missiles. So even if you leave the nukes out of it, they could do a lot of damage in a major urban area. I can't imagine a South Korean leader being willing to sacrifice the potentially millions of lives that a conflict with the North would entail, because the North would know head to head it's going to lose. Economically, it's going to lose. So it's fighting for its survival. And then the only way to fight for your survival in that sense is through terror weapons. So it would unleash everything it's got on Seoul. And it's all in range. So I wouldn't see that happening at all. One of the bigger fears I would have is the resurgent nationalist movements in Japan pushing to get involved in a fight like that. So, and that creates all new complications here because of the long bad blood between.
Recently signed a contract with Japan to what they did with Korea's military, where it's during war times it's under complete U.S. control.
Just a second, I just noticed something weird. The restreamer there got muted somehow, and I don't know how that happened. Hopefully that wasn't too long. But since the video stays, like the live video stays on YouTube indefinitely, it's kind of a shame there. It's lost some audio somewhere. I have to figure out where. And oh yeah, there's no way to fix that either. Crap, because it just stays as a live. I'd have to download and re-up. Oh man, that's a mess. Oh well. Hopefully it wasn't very much that got lost.
But oh well, we lost some audio on the other one. Okay, anyway, where were we? Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, about the U.S. military some with Japan to take control of the military during wartime.
I don't think I understood the U.S. military and what about Japan and taking control?
Japan, they signed the U.S. military control of Japan's military during wartime.
Oh yeah.
They're doing the same thing that they did with Korea.
Yeah, again, that's why I'm saying a Japanese government would have to consciously oppose the conflict and actively hurt its relations with the U.S. otherwise, because it doesn't. I don't think it covers the Taiwan issue. It's more threats to Japan, that sort of thing, because it's an attempt to bring the alliance closer together. But if the U.S. tried to manipulate that alliance and fold the Japanese military into it, it would make any conflict in East Asia a lot more serious, because the Chinese have also bet a lot of their own history and legitimacy and whatnot on the memory of Japanese occupation. And Japanese troops being involved, again, militarily against China would make the conflict a lot more, I guess, personal for people. It would make it easier for the government to throw everything they had at it. And you guys, I don't know if anybody understands like the history of warfare in China, but China has lost more people to just basic revolts than any major revolution in history. You'll get tens of millions of people lost in a lot of conflicts. It's the manpower that can be thrown at any conflict by the Chinese is just insane. So it's freaking terrifying. Oh, I just figured out what happened to the sound. The cat must have hit the mic again and disabled this microphone. And it didn't. Oh, that's interesting. StreamYard can't just default to the next, because there's 3 microphones here. It just can't default to the next one. Now it just mutes it. Hopefully that wasn't for too long. I'm really kind of bummed about that. I don't know. I don't know how long ago that happened. I didn't notice. Yeah, the Yeti mic is just off. So I don't even know how it's picking it up now. It's going to be picking it up from one of the smaller mics. Oh, well. There's always something, right? But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. At least my thoughts on the conflicts there.
Yeah.
I worry about Japan being involved.
Yeah,
I'm not really worried about the Koreans. I think the Koreans will work really freaking hard to stay out of it and to make sure North Korea stays out of it, because that's terrifying to them.
And also I think it'd be pretty much a matter of survival for the Chinese, especially for the Chinese government.
Yeah, for the government, yeah, exactly. And that's where governments are willing to throw a lot of people into the meat grinder to maintain power. That's the situation you currently have in Russia. I mean, the casualty rate for the Russian army is just insane, but they need to sacrifice that many people to maintain power. Beijing will make exactly the same kind of calculation if they're forced into the same kind of corner.
I think a war on that stage would be a catastrophe for the world as a whole.
Yes.
Economically and in terms of standard of living.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not just the damage it'll do to the 2 main belligerents, but because these 2 countries have so much to do with the global economy, yeah, it would disrupt everything. Look at what the supply line disruptions of the pandemic did, just because it slowed down shipping out of China. Imagine all shipping stops. Nothing is moving in East Asia, not from Japan, not from Korea, not from China, not from Southeast Asia, the Vietnamese economy. It's too close to a war zone. So container ships aren't going to be pulling up there and loading shit up. It's too risky to be in the South China Sea. So the global economy would be in freaking tailspin. It'd be like a Great Depression.
So no, everyone's going to be working really hard to prevent that. And unfortunately, that means sacrificing Taiwan's aspirations.
And I also think there'd be like a lot of pushback in the United States as well from the people.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where there'd be like a mass insurrection in every city.
Yep. Well,
and I think that
it would take a while to become massive because real insurrectionary stuff. But yeah, there would be a lot of protest about that, and that would lead to severe repression here. It's just like what we saw during World War I. There was a massive push against involvement there, and it ended up leading the U.S. government to crush leftist movements by force. So our organizing would be really imperiled by something like that. So it's a very dangerous situation. A war like that could actually tip the U.S. government much more toward overt authoritarianism just to sustain itself, because a lot of people would not want to be involved in a major war in Asia.
And I feel it would shatter the illusion of America being the democracy that it claims to be.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are losing that illusion steadily anyway, and more is the better, because it's been a fiction anyway all along, and we really deserve better. So the more people get a handle on that, the better we all are in terms of organizing for a better future. It is, but it's tricky too. There's always that. There's always the tricky, because on the one hand you want movements to grow, but governments threatened will crush those movements. So for movements to survive, and this is something that Americans have historically really struggled with, like ethically, politically, every other way, successful movements for major change have to be willing to face down the government and absorb casualties. And Americans usually don't want to do that. It's the Iranian Revolution succeeded because they were willing to take a couple thousand casualties in the streets. Like they stood their ground while the military went after them. And honestly, Americans usually don't want to. They're more likely to run. I don't see protesters standing there and being willing to be martyred in the U.S. for political change. It wouldn't have to be huge numbers. Again, just a couple thousand people in Iran and the entire government collapsed. But I think that American popular culture wouldn't accept it in the same way that Iranian culture did, or lots of other like revolutionary climates have. So more than likely, a situation like that where there's significant resistance, all it'll do is it'll successfully push us into fascism. Because I don't think enough Americans are willing to stand up and face that. I mean, I would hope to be wrong, but it's my read of our culture and our history. Just funny, because we have this weird self-image of the home of the brave and all this stuff. Really? I mean, it never comes down to it, and there's significant repression. We always back down. And the last significant force that didn't back down is the Civil War. A long time. Yeah, I don't know.
Speaking of Civil War, there's been a lot of talk, possibly that happening here again. Especially with the movie that was released a couple months ago, Civil War. I don't know if you've seen it.
I have not. I haven't seen the film. I don't see any prospect of a civil war in the U.S. Again, in part because I don't have Hollywood's rose-tinted view of American bravery. I think that at the end of the day, most Americans are too coddled and spoiled, and we would rather have our Xbox games than be willing to, be taken out in the streets. I don't think Americans have the guts for an actual conflict. And quite frankly, right wingers of both parties have put so many weapons into the hands of the military that what the frick is the point? The military itself would have to tear itself apart. Factions in the military would have to join the conflict because, I mean, one Predator drone and your militia's gone. Like, there's just no way. You're just a grease puddle on the street. So there's no way for American citizens to actually fight back against the state. And one thing that you see today, while a lot of soldiers are increasingly political and willing to kind of violate some of their oaths around that, the officer corps really isn't. The officer corps in the U.S. has historically been very devoted to its constitutional status. I don't imagine it breaking that. I think that we have to go a lot. Things have to get a lot worse for the military to divide itself among itself and fight. And if the military isn't fighting itself, there's no civil war in the U.S. because citizens versus the military is not a fight. It's just marching to the slaughter.
I mean, there is a theory that instead of an all-out civil war, it would be more like the Irish RNA, where there's like a mass bombing campaigns and
yep,
not like on the scale where it's what's what I'm looking for. Where, okay, let's say for example, you're walking down the street and all of a sudden you see like a huge explosion, and then you hear on somebody hears about it from the local news, and it terrifies you.
Yep.
And stuff like that. You know, like
yeah,
I think it would be pretty much like that to the point where
Okay, so there's a broader point here to be made about those kind of insurgencies, and you can apply this in tons of other conflicts around the world. But just to use a handful of major ones, the Irish is a good one. Algeria is a good one. There's a lot of places like this where you have a significant military insurgency that is fighting back, that is setting off, try TikTok word, boom booms. But those fights themselves have, well, they don't actually win. What wins them a conflict is, broadly speaking, a couple of different things. One will be some kind of massive popular mobilization that rides on the back of that, which you can see, for example, in the case of Algeria, where FLN was crushed militarily by the French, but they did so much damage to ordinary people that they turned the mass of the population against them and radicalized them. And then you have millions of people in the streets saying, you, and it becomes ungovernable, and world opinion changes against you as a consequence, so you're forced to negotiate. The other is the internal political situation in the imperial powers. So that's how Ireland got its freedom there. It was politically costly in London and became easier to find a compromise because they were just out of World War I. People were pissed about this, and it became increasingly a question of basic ethics. Like, okay, we're exhausted, we're tired of sending boys into combat here, and why are we really doing this? What do we benefit from this if they really don't want people there? It shifted popular opinion, which made it hard for the government, and that forced them to the table. It was people in those countries, so people in France, people in the UK, that ultimately tipped the balance of power. The insurgents themselves play a part in pushing it in that direction, but they don't win the war. So now apply that to the US, and there's an insurgency here. You have two major problems. One is, why would the US government choose to negotiate with a movement like that when you've got decades of rhetoric of the war on tea and all this kind of stuff, and people are going to be justifiably terrified that their bus might explode or this or that, and who knows where these militants will strike next? They would just turn the population against it. There'd be a massive propaganda war there. And there's no outside power that can possibly weigh in on this, that would dare to do so. So the US government would feel free to destroy this movement militarily. And militarily, you can crush any kind of insurgency like that. And you can just hit it with overwhelming force. The only way you lose that kind of brutal tactic is if in doing so, you turn the population against you. And this, again, is where American popular culture is problematic. We have been conditioned to be afraid of militant groups, afraid of national liberation struggles, afraid of anybody that can challenge the government. Both major parties would be supporting the state in this. So the people pushing for this would be isolated in every possible way. So the ordinary people would turn against it. And that's the opposite of what you saw in Algeria or Ireland, is that the longer the conflicts played out, the more popular sympathy was on the side of the militants and on the side of freedom. In the U.S., I think it would be the opposite. I think what it would do was it would increase support for the state and increase support for authoritarianism. As it is, about half of Americans already don't give a shit about democracy anymore, and that's freaking terrifying. I think that a lot of people would choose the government and its promise of security and safety over any liberation struggle. So it wouldn't be a civil war in the U.S., it would be an insurgency that would be called Teists and would be crushed horrifically. It's honestly a terrifying prospect. You know, all the Red Dawn fantasies aside, and everyone not going to work.
Okay, so Loki had a question from earlier that I wanted to get to because they're going to head to bed soon.
Oh, okay.
And then Benny, if you want to, well, then we'll check in with Liam to see how he's doing. And then Benny, you're welcome to continue the conversation. I just want to get to this question.
Yeah, one point about Loki's first. Okay, so Loki has to go to bed soon, so let's do that. But also, then I need to check. So I'm going to say it out loud here. If Bukalo on YouTube is still there, let me know, because then after Loki's question, I can answer the one that was here on YouTube. So I want to see if they're still there, and then do that. So Bukalo, if you hear me, let me know if you're still there with your question, and then if so, I'll answer it right after Loki's question.
Okay. Loki was wanting to know. It's a little broad, so maybe we could pick one, or you could pick a specific example of this. In regards to Middle Eastern or Western Asian royalty, how has it changed over time, and does it compare to Europe?
Yeah, that is kind of broad. The monarchies of the modern Mideast are all quite young, and they really don't have a lot in common with old European monarchies do. I mean, they're much more insularly focused. You don't have the broader dynastic marriages all over a wider area. It doesn't have the aristocratic features of it, because those don't make sense in an Islamic environment. They really are very different. The monarchies that still exist in places like Jordan and Kuwait and Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, they are simply a combination of authoritarian modernist thinking. So the kind of authoritarian modernism that you saw in places like Iran or Turkey in the 20th century, but so it's a highly centralized authoritarian state, married to a kind of tweaked emirate, in essence, like the kind of local dynastic bases that you would have. It's a very distinct development. And while they frequently have shifted over to using words like king or whatever to kind of make an interesting parallel to those older monarchies, structurally they're very different. So I don't know that I can make any direct comparisons between them. They're a very distinct development, and a much younger one. Well, with the exception of like Oman's. Oman's Sultanate is actually quite old, but it is more of a distinct Ibadi Sultanate, and also in that in no way fits like the pattern of European monarchies. Their system of government is a distinctly local development out of the Emirates in Eastern Oman. It's the only one that really has any age to it. I mean, it's really, really old.
Would you say like, so obviously there were some, we're specifically talking like monarchies or like king queen type of people.
Mm-hmm.
Those are very, very recent though, right? Like you couldn't call these people king or queen before Jordan was created, right?
In the Middle East, you mean?
Or did they have another type of title?
Yeah, they all,
in the middle, like Jordan, like
they all had different titles. So the adoption of those king titles, that's very recent. That's a 20th century development. And actually very late in, gosh, was the beginning of the might be there was a constitutional reform in I think 04, 05, something like that in Bahrain that gave him the title of king. I can't remember the exact year, but it was more recent than others. But even there, places where they've adopted those titles, it's a much more recent development. It's largely a later 20th century development. Historically, those forms of government don't really exist in the area. It's trying to create a hybrid between a kind of modern style European monarchy, kind of like, again, thinking earlier 20th century, kind of like, late monarchies, German monarchy, things like that. It's kind of like trying to combine elements, the trappings of that with the previous socio-political structures in the area around the Emirates. Because monarchies as such aren't historically an Arab thing. It's actually one of the reasons that the Umayyad Caliphate was overthrown, was because it styled itself effectively as an Arab empire, where the ruling class all came out of the Quraysh tribe of Mecca, and you had a hereditary dynasty, and people thought, well, that's un-Islamic, that's a bunch of bullshit, so they rose up against it. It's a difficult idea to sell in the area. So the modern states have a lot more in common with just straight up authoritarian modernism than they do with any classic monarchies of Europe. It's much more like early 20th century Turkey and Iran than any actual aristocratic state. I mean, there's no real history of aristocracy in the area. It just does. It's never made sense. It's fundamentally un-Islamic. But an aristocracy of wealth, a de facto aristocracy of wealth, does make a certain amount of sense, and that's more what they're built on. They're just corrupt, kleptocratic autocracies. They largely sustain themselves by handing out tons of cash to ordinary people. There's a reason that they exist where they do, and nowhere else. Like poor countries like Yemen, there's no way you could get away with it. The countries that have them are all either super rich with oil and gas, or they are directly propped up by outside powers, which is the case of Jordan. Jordan has had historically very close military relations with the UK and then the US, and it depends upon its close position there. And we prop it up and help its intelligence services and everything else. The other ones all have tons of cash to basically distribute. So they're very tenuous structures, but they depend upon those features like that. They can't really sustain themselves otherwise. The two old ones are the outliers. Two of them. I added one from the Maghreb. Morocco's monarchy is quite old, and Oman's monarchy is quite old. But they're outliers in these traditions. There are long traditions that connect to that and parts of the history, and people also have that. They're the closest parallel you can possibly make to European monarchies, just because there's a long history and it's a part of the local culture. So you can draw a little bit on like the people's romantic attachment to like the royal family and shit like that. But that kind of institutional support really isn't a factor anywhere else. It doesn't have the depth that it does in these other countries. They're propped up much more just by straight up cash and guns.
Okay, so what was the significance of the royal family in Jordan before they started ruling over Jordan? Like, who were they?
Oh, well, they weren't a royal family there. Okay, so what you had is the Hashemite family were the guardians of the two holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. They were so you had like a local like religio-political position there. So the Sharif of Mecca, that's the kind of position you're looking at there. It's not a monarchy. And there was a deal made during World War I where Britain turned to the Sharif of Mecca and said, hey, bro, would you like to be king of the Arabs? All you got to do is rise up in rebellion against the Ottoman Empire and open up a fifth front from the inside, attacking them. And in return, we will do our best to see that all the Arab lands of the Ottoman Empire become part of your kingdom, except for Mount Lebanon. They had no intention of keeping that promise and had already carved up most of the territory for themselves. So, in fact, what all that happened out of that was that the Hejaz, the western part of Arabia, became the kingdom of the Hejaz after World War I. But as soon as the Saudi insurgency started up in Najd province and went to conquer it, Britain chose to say, meh, we don't care, we're not going to defend you, and the Saudis conquered it. So that monarchy ceased to exist. But sons of Hussein of Mecca, Faisal and Abdullah, ended up being useful in different places. Faisal initially tried to become a king in Syria by forming his own government there after being rebuffed at Versailles, saying, hey, we don't need your colonialism shit. Why can't we just be a country? And they just said, well, brown people, whatever, we're gonna do it anyway. So he went back and formed a government, and they wrote a constitutional monarchy, started governing things. So France invaded, toppled the government in order to teach people how to have a government. So it's just naked imperialism. But Faisal lost his job. So he's like a very short-lived Hashemite monarch who's then unemployed. Abdullah became useful for the eastern part of the Palestine Mandate. As they started to create that, they created a monarchy there, and they put one of Hussein's sons in power. So Britain created the monarchy of Jordan out of that as a kind of like, sorry, we screwed you deliberately and did not create your large Arab kingdom, but we're going to give one of your kids this tiny chunk of desert here and make him a king. How about that? And made a deal to prop that up. And, very close relations with the British military and government ever since, because that's the only reason Jordan exists, is Britain invented it and plopped a king there from Arabia who had no historical or cultural connection whatsoever to the region of Jordan. Then later, Faisal, Britain turned to him too and said, hey, bro, we see you're an unemployed king here because France didn't want you. How'd you like to be king of Iraq? So Iraq became another Hashemite monarchy. We created Britain created a government there. And despite being by far the least ready for it and least developed, Iraq became the first independent mandate to become an independent state because they didn't want the expense of dealing with it, and they figured their corrupt, Hashemite monarch friend would hold it together, and he didn't. That monarchy was overthrown back in 1958. So Hussein's monarchy in the Hejaz collapsed in 1922 when the Saudis, I think 22 or so when the Saudis took it. It's in the 20s. And then Faisal's branch of the Hashemite family collapsed in 58 when there was a revolution there that massacred the royal family. Gone. The only one to survive is Jordan's. So Jordan's monarchy is a descendant of a Hijazi line that were the hereditary sharifs of Mecca protecting the holy mosques, right? And became a political player only because Britain wanted a loyal proxy on the ground. Britain always tended to look for local conservative elites they could put in power rather than having to rule directly. So it's how they got there. And they've been propped up ever since.
Loki asked if there were any like good books or documentary suggestions on monarchies in this region.
Yeah, a lot, but usually on specific monarchies. You know, like I don't know what's the author, like The Lion of Jordan. There's a bit about like the creation of Jordan and its monarchy. That's sort of worth seeing. Of course, there's tons of like fun research off to the side of that, all kinds of fucked up things that happened, like Avi Shlaim's early book Collusion Across the Jordan is really interesting. But like, there's a lot of ones on the monarchies in the different countries. I don't know of anything that synthetically treats all of the monarchies of that area. Yeah, I mean, I've seen they're addressed in some of the academic histories of those countries, and there are some books on the royal families of each country. Although you have to be careful because a lot of those, it depends on where it's coming from, who's doing it, because there is a kind of subtle hagiographic impulse when people are writing about monarchies. Like it's in the interest of certain governments to sponsor some research that makes them look less terrible. So you want to know who is the historian and who is publishing this thing. But there are works. I can't think of one specifically in a lot of the other monarchies offhand. I'm thinking much more about the way it's treated in general histories of it. I could look, if you send me a direct message, I can wander over to the other side of the room later and look and see what I've got, and then check some of the I've got over there also a number of good like annotated historiographies that lay out where's the good research on these things, so I can pull out like what would sum up the scholarly consensus on the different monarchies, the Al Khalid family, et cetera, like which different, the Saud family. I could find like some good books on each one, but yeah, in most cases I can't think of a title offhand. Honestly, I don't personally spend a lot of time studying monarchies other than like how they relate to other things, like the details of them. Don't do a lot for me. But I definitely have lists that I could pull from for you.
Yeah, no, that was still a lot of information. And I told Loki that he should come back, and if he does more research, to do some more follow-ups, questions and stuff like that. Or if you have other like we didn't touch on Western Asia.
Well, that is
so. If there were any
sort of, I mean, that is like Jordan,
or like a broader sense.
Jordan is Western Asia. So I mean,
okay. I guess I meant like not Western Asia.
Oh, yeah. We didn't really go beyond, but yeah.
I guess in my head, I was. In my head, I was thinking like farther into India.
Oh yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because the other monarchies of West Asia are just historical. Like Iran's monarchy is gone, things like that. There's only a handful of monarchies left in Western Asia. And they're the ones that I hit there. But let's see, going further east, there aren't many left either. Thailand's monarchy is still there, but that's Southeast Asia. What other monarchies are around? Okay, so like Bhutan, things like Bhutan still has one. There are a handful still around, but they're also not remotely West Asia. most of the world's monarchies really have collapsed. There's only a handful here and there.
Okay, yeah, in my head I was expanding it way further into Eastern Asia.
Yeah. Thailand, Bhutan,
but
the Sultanate of Brunei. There's a handful here and there.
All right, there was a YouTube question.
I'd asked if made sure the volume still worked, and I asked if that person was still around, and they never commented again. So I'm guessing they got bored as we kept talking about other things and wandered off. It was a question about the attitude for the Jews in Europe towards the Arab people and Muslims in general before the Zionist movement. So, like, what in the 19th century did people think about Muslims? And then the follow-up was, and what the Jews today think about the history of Arabs and Muslims? Do they acknowledge that Jews were treated way better in Muslim-controlled area? Okay. Yeah, there honestly wasn't a huge amount that people really cared in Europe about the Mideast before the rise of Zionism and high imperialism. That people really didn't interact a whole hell of a lot. But Jews in general in Europe frequently did have a better view of Arabs and Muslims than a lot of Christians did. Yeah. That obviously changes. But there's so much like Jewish history that's caught up in it. I mean, you can't. I mean, how do you? I mean, I'm monotheist. I mean, what do you do? Like, I mean, there's so much. Like, there's such a strong connection to the Arab world overall in Judaism that you can't just like shit all over it. You know, like a lot of the racist turn there is just a reflection of the modern nationalist dimensions. But no need to go too deep into it because it looks like the person's
All right, so it's been about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been about an hour. I think Benny could probably ask questions all night, which he has very good questions, but I wanted to check in on your timing.
I honestly probably should wind down. I still have a couple things I have to get done before I go to sleep, and it's now after 22, so yeah, I probably should wind down. It looks like most of the panel's gone.
All right, sounds like.
Oh yeah, it's just like a conversation we were talking about. I just wanted to circle around to.
Okay.
Oh, so I had a theory that you know, even though there's a possibility that the government could use propaganda to allow the population to turn against insurrection group. Mm-hmm. Is there a possibility that same insurrection group could use propaganda as well to get the population on their side as well? You know? And also, since we are in a evolving tech like society, if they could incorporate tech into their, you know, insurrection, since it's not like back in Ireland or Algeria.
I guess ask yourself about the impact of the culture wars in the U.S. over the last few decades. You know, there's really not a lot of solidarity in large parts of the U.S. In particular, the right captured the white working class and, you know, radicalized them in the opposite direction. And so many movements for wider liberation, even peacefully, have been so thoroughly demonized and crushed. I mean, just look at how the Panthers were treated in the 60s, that it's really hard to imagine that we can pull it off. Like, yeah, obviously we can exploit the technology, but they can just as easily like kick us off of all the platforms. It's not like we own Google. So it'll be difficult to organize. And if a movement is declared treasonous against the US, then where can they actually post? Like, they can be banned from any internet service provider, from any telecom, from any internet access. They can just be shut down. So it forces you into like dark web territory. And from there, how do you get yourself in front of eyeballs? How do you actually reach people? Meanwhile, the state's propaganda is going to be running 24/7 on all the networks, cable and regular, and in front of everyone's eyeballs in the country. So I don't know that we can overcome that advantage in a conflict like that, because as soon as it turns violent, then it falls into tons of U.S. laws that allow them to destroy your access, your civil liberties, all kinds of things. I mean, they could literally just start rounding people up and sending them off to Guantanamo with like no trial at all. I mean, it gets really problematic. And we have the U.S. government has back doors to all the telecoms and tech companies. So there's no way you could even communicate effectively. It would have to go deep underground. And if you're an underground movement, you can survive, but you can't get your propaganda into people's laps. You can't reach people. So I'm quite pessimistic about the ability to organize that way. I think that kind of organizing is difficult enough in a peacetime environment when there is no conflict. I think that there's enough barriers already being thrown up about that. As soon as there's any acts of insurrection, yeah, I don't think we stand a chance. I mean, if you look at the militant labor movements of the late 19th century and early 20th century in the U.S., they were far better organized, widespread. More people accepted and believed their arguments, and all across the heartland too. There were just tons and tons of American Marxists, tons of American syndicalists and wobblies, anarchists, all kinds of stuff, and they were so thoroughly crushed and demonized, like massive press campaigns against them, massive state repression, tons of arrests, people being sent off to long-ass prison terms just for saying, war bad, we shouldn't be in this war. Boom, off to prison you go. The ease with which they could turn on things like that before all the modern laws they have, before the NSA exists, before the FBI and CIA are around, before you have the Patriot Act, before you have all this echelon stuff out there that's able to intercept communications. The range of tools at their disposal, if they're allowed to use them, and a violent conflict triggers certain capacities that they wouldn't normally have to use on American soil, because there are some constitutional restrictions on what they can do to Americans in peacetime. But if a movement in the U.S. is declared Teists under the Patriot Act, all bets are off. They can just straight up start assassinating American citizens in the streets. Cut off everything, remove any of their. They have no access to civil liberties. So it's terrifying. We are heavily primed to fall into fascism. We are not well positioned to resist it. We have a lot of work we'd have to do in the opposite direction and a lot of damage to undo. We have handed the federal government a massive arsenal to use against us. And I don't just mean military, I mean legal stuff. All kinds of things they can deploy that could make it effectively impossible to organize. A civil war is a terrifying idea, and I think it would actually harm the left, not help it. I hate saying that, honestly, but
and that sucks.
Yeah, no, it really does. I remember having long arguments with people at where I was working at the time. I printed out the Patriot Act while it was still moving through Congress, and I highlighted a bunch of sections and walked around and talked to people that were like, "I'm a constitutional conservative. I'm for limited government." I'm like, "Cool. Here you go. Here is an unaccountable part of the federal bureaucracy that can declare you a Teist, and there's no appeal to that. And having done that, you lose your basic civil protections." And so someone could just call you that, and that's it. There's no trial, nothing. Off to Guantanamo you go. We gave them that power decades ago now. There are so many things that we've handed to the government that can be turned around against us. And the people who claim to love freedom are the ones who eagerly supported it. And that right there shows you the depth of propagandization in the US. Americans are some of the most deeply indoctrinated people on this planet. It's really difficult to get people to actually look at shit and think for themselves. You can put it right, and I've done this, you can put it right in front of their faces and read it to them, and they'll look at you and say, but we're free and the government won't do that, and that's just for the bad guys. That can't possibly be used against me. That's just for the bad. I'm looking at it. Does this say only people who, Muslim terrorists? It doesn't say that. It gives them the ability to declare someone a national security threat, and boom, there go your civil liberties. So it's.
So my last question. Oh, sorry. So my last question for the day, then I guess we can call it the night. Is what would it take for the system to even elapse even change?
That's tricky. Honestly, for me, one of the things I find most hopeful is people actually organizing, mobilizing, teaching other people. The more we can build awareness along with a sense of hope that things can change, and then organize on the local level, and then show people on the local level that alternatives can work and that you can build up real local solidarity. And the more you can do that across religious lines, racial lines, ethnic lines, everything else, the more you can do that, you start to overcome the way that the state and media have worked to balkanize us. And this is in a long-term process in the US. So many times, go back to Bacon's rebellion before the country even existed, all the way up to the major alliances of the populist era of the late 19th century. Anytime the white working class and the black working class started talking to each other and building a sense of solidarity, the propaganda war came down and divided people against each other and taught hate. And that has worked over and over again. If you can defeat that, if you can give people a sense of solidarity among each other within a broader community that crosses those lines, then you are undermining the ability of that propaganda to work. Because if somebody has direct experience of standing next to people who look very different from them and have a very different religion, but are also collaborating with them in local mutual aid products and helping them out and taking care of their kids and all kinds of stuff, and they're trusted, then when someone comes along and says Muslims bad or black people bad and tries to teach all this shit, it doesn't work. Because you can say, but I know Joe, and Joe's good. Joe's a cool guy. I know Muhammad. He's a great guy. It doesn't work as well. This is why that kind of propaganda works less effectively in more cosmopolitan areas. Cities tend to be much more liberal that way. It's harder to build those hyper racist discourses there because people have direct personal experience that contradicts that. But that's not good enough. What you need really is to build strong mutual support networks in those areas that all cross those lines. And that is it's an insulator. It makes the rhetoric useless. If you can build those up over a long period of time without scaring the government by being militants or something, then when it comes time to challenging the government, you can get away with it. You can organize massive demonstrations. Honestly, this is why a lot of previous attempts at these kind of unity had to be crushed. I mean, you can't allow something like a rainbow coalition to really build up in this country, because that's the ultimate threat to the power structure, is if the hate rhetoric no longer works. Divide and rule is the foundation of states as a whole. That's why the nation state model is problematic. It's built on divide and rule. It's built on creating an us and them, in groups and out groups. The more you can crush that idea, challenge that idea, the more you can erode the system, and ultimately successfully challenge it. So I don't see a direct way to do it, head on, but there is a path to undermining it, and it's the one that most terrifies them, and it's why they've always gone after groups that have tried this. So it isn't without its risks. The state has been deeply repressive to groups that have tried that, like the Wobblies or the Panthers. But they went after them because that's the Achilles heel of the nation state, is real solidarity, collaboration among people.
Thanks for that.
No worries.
Yeah, I think that was a great last little answer to close the night out.
Ending on a little tub thumping there. fellow workers. let me get my soapbox.
Actually, some pro union speeches for everyone. So, I mean, it's your work in your apartment buildings, guys.
Always happy to wave my wobbly card. Oh, there's a fun one, just as a side point there. Honestly, that basic model is terrifying the powers that be. If you can not only organize locally and build local unions, right? So like your Starbucks unions, everything else like that, things in your local area, your local community mutual aid groups, but also connect to a larger framework like the IWW. If you get enough people into that, then all it takes is, okay, so, hey, look, there's 80 million of us that are members of it. Okay, so you all know the signal. Here's the word, boom, and all the work stops. No one goes to work anymore. Not at Starbucks, not at Amazon, not at McDonald's, nowhere. Everything stops. And that forces them to negotiate with you. That changes the power structure. So connecting people into that kind of like solidarity unions across all these different lines, across different trade lines. This is why the labor union got so co-opted over time, is they broke it up into smaller areas. They didn't want people collaborating. They didn't want this broader sense of labor solidarity. It's one of the reasons that like the French are much better off than we are, because when one union goes on strike, 2 or 3 others join in and make it stronger, so they have to negotiate. Here it's always just one group of people, and even like one union affecting one group of people, and what, so like maybe just the stewardesses are going to go out, the stewards are going to go on strike, but not the pilots, right? Like it's just always like broken down. It's a small group and you can target them. So like the air traffic controllers, when Reagan crushed them, if it had not been more than the air traffic controllers and all the fucking unions had gone on strike at the same time, Reagan couldn't have crushed that union. Their union was destroyed because it was only them standing by themselves. The trick here is to think beyond your own local interest and your own local union. Do that, but also be connected to a larger framework. And that's why I still love the wobbly ethic, right? It's trying to create one big union. And if that can happen, if you can get people across all lines to really relate to each other enough to do that, then you have the leverage. Then it doesn't matter how many pew-pews the state has, because they can't force us to go to work. There's more of us than them. And if we all stop working, their power's done. So that's my long term on that, and that's hard enough, but it at least could threaten the power structure, where a militant uprising, I don't see any possibility of it working here. But if you can overturn the cultural value that's divided us against each other, if you can crush that hate and build real solidarity, I think we've got a chance of real change in this country. So there's my little soapbox to end the night.
Perfect. All right. Thank you guys all for coming. And Benny, you had great questions. It was so great to have you up here. Soul Speak, have a great night. I don't know if you're still here, but I hope everyone sleeps well or starts their day off great if you are on a different time zone.
Yeah. This was fun. Have a good night, y'all. Okay. Let's stop the YouTube one first.